A very good morning to the presenters. We all welcome you all for the second day of fourth conference on innovative mechanism and standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions, jointly organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLEF. The program would be starting by 10 o'clock and we expect all the presenters to be on time. Thank you. Mhm. Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere efforts, intelligent directions, and skillful execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. A very good morning, and we cordially invite to the second day of the fourth National Conference of Innovative Mechanism and Standards for Assuring Quality in Higher Education Institutions, jointly organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLU. Now, I cordially invite Dr. K. Ramakrishna, Quality Dean, to address the gathering and invite our guest of honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lata. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very much.
Yes, sir.
So, respected dignitaries and my dear participants, welcome to this conference on innovative mechanisms and standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions. We have planned 4 themes. Out of the 4, 2 themes were covered yesterday in the first day of conference. Those are issues and challenges in developing quality assurance systems, standards and policies. And the second one, role of quality assurance in teaching and research excellence framework. Today, we have another 2 themes planned, and one is on quality assurance and governance in higher education institutions. And the second one is on quality in 3 Ps, that is programs, people and processes in higher education institutions. The yesterday conference went on very well. It started with the inaugural address by our chief guest, Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary of Public Grievances, Government of Karnataka. She emphasized the implementation of NEP for better quality, sustenance and maintenance in higher education institutions in India. Followed by the keynote speaker, Dr. B. Rajasekhar, the former Pro-Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, taken a session on issues and challenges of developing quality assurance system, standards and policies. Then we had another session by Dr. Van. She is the professor, School of Finance and Banking, University Sultan Jania Abdime, Malaysia, and she has narrated the role of governance in maintaining the qualities in higher education institutions. She stressed the need for better welfare of faculty in the higher education institutions to protect the quality and maintain it. And later in the last half of first session of yesterday's, Dr. Ramji Harati from Lebanon American University, Lebanon, has spoken on developing an effective and sustainable assessment system. In the afternoon session, we had the speakers of B. Soundararajan and Mr. Ramesh spoken on excellence in higher education systems, followed by Dr. Anand S. Upadhyaya, the Director of Postgraduate Studies, Oman, delivered on implementing research teaching nexus for quality of teaching and learning in higher education institutions. The day was ended with keynote address by Dr. Sujit Kumar Sharma, the chairperson of Doctoral Program and Research at Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli, beautifully explained the quality in research, the requirements and tips for quality publications in journals, etc. And we have received a very good feedback from the participants. When we invited the feedback on each and every keynote address, and around 600 participants actively joined the conference yesterday, and we hope the same tempo will continue today also. Today we have with us as a chief guest of the second day's conference, IAQHEI 2022, Dr. K. Rama, the advisor of NAC, and who was instrumental in designing the revised accreditation framework for maintaining quality across the country in the NAC, in the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. She has been striving hard, unstintedly, for the past few years to maintain the quality in all higher education institutions across the country. She is playing a very vital and key role in all ranking processes as well as in framing policies and developing high standards for higher educational institutions. It is very fortunate to have, and we are blessed to have her with us today to deliver the keynote address as the chief guest of today's session. And she is going to enlighten us on the national education policy implementation, mitigations involved in it, and how to sustain quality while implementing the national education policy, etc. Today we also have the sessions by Dr. D.J. Jha, the chairperson of Association to Advanced Collegiate Schools of Business from K.J. Soumya Institute of Management, Mumbai, and Dr. Muhammad Abdul Madhar from Sultanate of Oman, and also Dr. Hassin Anwar Arshi from United Arab Emirates in the morning session. And in the afternoon session, we have the addresses by Dr. Renaldo and Dr. Vibha Bandari and Sri Kanneganti Srinivas Rao and Sri Gadavalli Srinivas from various reputed institutions across the world. I hope the present day sessions also will be very much useful for all the participants, and wishing you all enjoy the day with enlightenment given by the speakers. Thank you and welcome you all once again to this marathon sessions on different key aspects of quality, sustenance and maintenance in higher education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramakrishna sir, for briefing up on day one session and day two sessions. Thank you so much. Now, may I invite Dr. Priya Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our guest of honor for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is an immense pleasure to introduce the guest of honor for today's session, Dr. Rama Kondapalli Garu. She holds a PhD in Ecology and Environment and also Masters in Life Science from Viswabharati University, Shantiniketan, India. In addition to that, she also holds the Bachelor in Education and pursued a Diploma in Intellectual Property Rights Law from the National Law School of India University, Bengaluru. And also, she has more than 20 years of experience in educational administration and policy planning, management, and quality assurance and research. She published several articles, papers, reports, and co-authored and edited number of books on the quality assurance, including the conceptualizing and developing quality assurance toolkits for teachers' education and distance higher education programs. And also, she is also involved in the Institution for the Commonwealth of Learning and ADB. Dr. Rama has served various apex agencies in India dealing with education, including the MHRD, Government of India, and AICTE and NCTE in different capacities. And also she is a part of the NAC for contributing the assessment and accreditation of the HEI. She has extensively contributed to the development of assessment and accreditation tools and methodologies and guidelines for the NAC. She has been actively engaged in capacity building programs, research and publications for the NAC. She has also worked with the UNSCO, UNRWA as an education quality assurance officer. In the capacity of consultant, she has been involved with Commonwealth of Learning, UNSCO, ADB, and various agencies and ministries dealing with higher education in Asia, Africa for developing quality assurance frameworks, structures, capacity building, training, and conducting quality audits, evaluations, and restructuring and reforming the education system. The most recent recognitions conferred for her include the appointment of honorary advisor to the Commonwealth of Learning and felicitation by the Intel Tech for her contribution to the ICT integration and quality enhancement in teacher education. Her work at UNRWA as an education quality assurance officer rated high and duly acknowledged through letters of appreciation. I invite Dr. Rama Garu to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you Ramakrishna Garu and his colleagues at KLU for making me part of this great event. You have been striving along with us for ensuring quality higher education, and this event symbolizes your enthusiasm for ensuring quality across institutions. And you have been mentoring, I know, some of the institutions under the Paramarsh scheme, and also as an institutional social responsibility, you have been contributing to the development of the education systems surrounding you. With these few words, I also salute the academicians who have shown interest in quality across the country, and those who have been participating in this webinar. I see that there's a lot of internationalization which you have taken into this seminar, brought into this seminar. It's one of the requirements of NAP, and it's also one of the requirements to enhance quality at the institution, because you look beyond boundaries where your children are going to be there and how things are happening at a global level. This is what the message you have brought through this conference by inviting people from within the country, within the state, as well as beyond the country, beyond the borders, across the seas. That's a great thing. And I see also the participants coming from very, like people from Lebanon who have been, where the country has been war affected, where they are working in very challenging situations, and also from other, African countries and, Europe. So, which is a mix of, experiences. That and how people are looking at education, providing education and educational provisions, and providing quality educational provisions in different contexts. That's, I think, yesterday I missed the event because I was busy at some other IQAC meeting, but otherwise I would have loved to hear all of them. Because hearing to Ramakrishna Garu what he said about the names of some of these people in the countries from which they have come itself shows the diversity which has been brought into And you should understand that, everybody is not walking on a rosy path. Okay, there are thorns on which they are stepping off and on, and but they are not discontinuing their journey in providing quality education despite the challenges. Let it be Europe, let it be Lebanon, let it be India, let it be Vijayawada or somewhere else. There are challenges. It's not a very smooth path for education institutions to move ahead. Every day is a challenge. That is why I call my teachers as entrepreneurs. They are the risk takers. They are the risk avengers, and they are the charismatic personalities in the whole world. Next to doctors who save the lives of many people. So as an entrepreneur, each teacher contributes to the institutional development, and each institution put together contributes to the education system of the country. And the education system is the nerve of economic development. So this is what I would like to say a few words about, and about this conference before I try to share my slides. I'm not used to provide this formal keynote addresses, all these stuff. I just talk to the point. I try to share my experiences rather than give you a philosophical note, an ideological note. As I was fortunate enough to work with international agencies like UNESCO, the UN Refugee Works Agency, where I've also worked in Lebanon and Syria and Palestine when I was with UNRWA. Also, I worked with the national bodies like the main policy making body, that is the Ministry of Education, then the Ministry of HRD. Some statutory agencies like NCTE, the National Council for Teacher Education, and the National Council for the All India Council for Technical Education, etc., when they were in their formative stages. So we were also struggling on how to bring the field experiences of the institutions, put it into policies, encompass the diversity which exists in the educational institutions of this country. It was a big challenge for us. That is why always Indian policies are criticized, because it doesn't take it cannot rather consider every institution's challenge and put it into a framework, into its policies. It's a big challenge. So for India, policy making in education is really, really a big challenge. And I hope institutional members and academicians understand this challenge and try to contextualize the policy to your requirements rather than take the policy as a Bible and try to implement the policy per se. So there is always a flexibility in that. That is why after every national policy on education, there is a program of action. There is an implementation strategy. More than the NPE, the implementation strategy speaks the soul of NPE. So it is the soul of NPE which gets it translated into the institutional ethos. So just let me try to see screen. Okay. Okay, window. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just trying to, I'm not very savvy.
Press on the button share, madam, and then share your desktop. Madam is trying to share something. Direct sharing. मैडम कौन जाना जाते हैं?
Dear participants, we'll be getting back with the presentation of Rama ma'am shortly. We all invite the participants and the keynote speakers to the fourth conference on innovative mechanism and standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions, jointly being organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLEF. As already mentioned by the Dean, K. Ramakrishna Garu, today we'll be having session 3 and session 4. Then the themes would be session 3, quality assurance and governance in higher education institution, and session 4 on quality in program, people, and process in higher education institutions. We are happy to announce that we have participants from Qatar, Bangladesh, Zimbabwe, Oman, and Sri Lanka. And we thank you all for joining for this 2-day national conference being jointly organized by IQAC and Academic Staff College, KLEF.
Madam, you are on mute.
అదే ఎక్కడి వరకు వినపడింది? టిల్ వేర్ కుడ్ యూ కనెక్ట్ మీ? You couldn't connect me on the slides at all?
No, madam.
Not at all.
Just
First.
mail them, madam. I will share them. Mail the file. I will share it immediately.
Okay. You want me to mail the file to you? Okay. Let me see.
Present option.
ఉంది నాన్న.
No present.
No. ఇది that present it. వస్తుందా సార్ అదే ఏమన్నా షేరింగ్?
వస్తుంది మేడం.
వస్తుందా?
ఇప్పుడు డెస్క్టాప్ షేర్ చేశారు. మీ పీపీటీ మీద క్లిక్ చేయండి, అది షేర్ అవుతుంది. మీ డెస్క్టాప్ లో మీరు పీపీటీ ఓపెన్ చేసుకోండి. అండ్ యువర్ వీడియో ఇప్పుడు ఆన్ అయిందిలే.
ఇప్పుడు వస్తుందా? ఓకే.
వస్తుంది. ఇందాక నుంచి వీడియో ఆఫ్ లో ఉంచారు, అందుకని తెలియలేదు.
ఓకే.
నౌ ఇట్ ఇస్ గుడ్ మేడం. ఇట్ ఇస్
ఓకే. సో స్లైడ్ వస్తుందా మీకు?
వస్తుంది మేడం.
ఈ స్లైడ్ విన్నారా?
ఆత్మనిర్భర్ భారత్.
ఇది విన్నారా స్లైడ్? ఇది మళ్ళా నేను దీనికి ఐ హావ్ టు టెల్ అగైన్.
Okay.
No, you could hear about what I talked on this slide?
Yes, madam.
Okay, fine. So I am putting my thoughts into this context of this slide, and I'll be talking my rest of the presentation. Okay. So now, as all of you know, NEP 2020 aims at an India-centric education system that contributes directly to transforming our nation sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. So this is what I'm reiterating from what I talked in the past few minutes. I'm trying to say what is NEP aiming at and what we shall be doing to achieve these goals of NEP and translate it into our educational institutions. The most important is it's going to bring it aims at end-to-end transformation of the Indian education system by aligning with the modernized, localized, and globalized technology-enabled transformations in the Indian educational systems. This is what institutions are expected to. So your curriculum, how do you design it to cater to the local as well as the global needs, which we have been already talking to in all our quality assurance processes, which you all have gone through, and the use of technology, and the integration of ICT into the whole teaching learning process and e-governance systems, etc., which has transformed our education system already. But how do we enhance this quality of our educational provisions is what NEP talks of. So now if you see the 5 core values which NAC has been propagating since 2012, this speaks of the same issues, and around those 5 core values NAC has been framing its quality assurance tools. So what I feel is most of you are on the right path moving towards NEP 2020, but there are some minor deviations which you have to take in your path because of the global changes, because of the technology, fast changing technology issues, and also the requirements of the society, especially because of these 2 years of pandemic which we have faced, which all of us have faced too. So the essence is it's not just the cognitive capacities of the students, that is literacy and numeracy and higher order cognitive capacities, which are to be developed within the students, which we have been talking for the last 2 decades, which are the higher order skills, HOTS, what you call the and STEM related skills. That is what we have been focusing, STEM skills and HOTS, etc. But now you have to move towards or add to them something which is related to your social, ethical, and emotional capacities and dispositions of our youth. This is the addition which the NEP has given to us. And how do we move towards achieving this, or adding this to what we have been doing on HOTS and STEM skills? So institutions have to rethink and revisit their curriculum and the transactional issues by adding these components. So these are essential because NEP talks a lot about emphasis on development of the creative potential of an individual. That is why what it says and gives example, a student pursuing an engineering should also be able to pursue a course in fine arts or music or sports, if one is really interested in that particular component, so that it adds innovation to his own core domain, which he has taken up for a particular cause, that is to earn his or her living. So this component of including social, ethical, and emotional capacities, building social, ethical, and emotional capacities of students through your curriculum or through your institutional campus activities makes the difference between what you are doing and what you will do for the future. That is why, if you look at the implementation strategies of NEP, you will find that the whole curriculum is divided into 3 components. That is the curricular aspects, which is the core domain component, then the co-curricular and the extracurricular. And in the new formats of evaluation, all the 3 components are to be evaluated and reported back or recorded in the students outcomes report. So the student's portfolio development reflects his abilities to interact with teams, adjust in certain cultural environments, what are his social and emotional components which come into picture, what are the type of adjustments one can do when he moves from one place of work to other workplace, one country to another country, or one state to another state, how one can be confident as a human being, as a social entity. That is what really NEP 2020 want to build among our youth, because we are sitting in a mine of human resources, and we are really in the potential years of building our youth, because it's the highest in number in the world. So it's the students' experience through curriculum and teaching which becomes central to education quality. And if students are empowered to build a bright future, not only for themselves, for the whole society as such, through improved learning outcomes and the development of life skills, and more than that, an aptitude for research and development, because it gives some scope for logical thinking. It builds some thoughtful skills. Research skills are very important because it builds some sort of logic into the thought process of our children who go out of our campuses. So this is what NEP is looking for, and this is really a document which is going to bring change 360 degrees change in our thinking of educational delivery and attainments. It's not that we are bringing a sort of 360-degree change, and that means that, all old is gone and the new systems come through. But there will be a change in the approach towards the delivery of our education, in the intent of our educational systems. What do we want to achieve by that? That is the change which has to happen. So there has been a lot of criticism on the new education policy, and we are still remaining as talkers. We are keeping on talking, discussing, having webinars on education. Now it's time that we do something and we change our systems to suit to the new reform policies. There are a lot of opportunities. Of course, opportunities don't come very plainly to us. There are challenges which come along with opportunities, and then only, when opportunities and challenges come together, then the system works well and the system develops well. So you have to take up these opportunities along with the challenges, overcome the challenges, and be a doer in the system, so that your institution will stand up to the needs of the students and will become sustainable in the future. So it's an opportunity for reform. So if you keep on thinking, start discussing, it's a no end issue. So you should start thinking out of the box on how I should do and what I should do for enhancing the learning capacities and employability of my students. This is my children who are on my campus. What do I do? How do I do is what you should start thinking. There is no fixed policy direction or regulation which comes to you. You have to ideate and innovate in your ways of bringing this reform to a reality, taking this as an opportunity, and working in the context you are. These are the challenges. NEP talks a lot of improving your GERs. So they are, the policies are encouraging, online learning, ODL systems. That is, already, MOOCs have been permitted for last almost 15 years, but where hardly any institution have taken that opportunity to introduce 20% of the massive open online courses into their curricular aspects, and allowing a course at least to be pursued by the student through MOOC, so that they become self-learners, and they also try to update themselves on the systems. Nor most of the teachers have also not many have attempted to undergo some updation or faculty development programs through MOOCs. Then there is still this challenges on the quality of the provisions of staff and faculty teachers. They are not still ready on most of the components which are going to come through as a reality. Already they are on board, but we are doing things. Most of us, I'm not telling everybody, but most of us are doing things without understanding what we are doing. We are doing things the way we are told to do by one or two persons in the institution. For example, your outcomes-based education. I find when I go into the field, most of the teachers doesn't even understand what is outcomes-based education. They don't know what are the program outcomes, what are the course outcomes. These two terms I'll use. Other outcomes words I'll not use. They get confused between learning objectives, learning outcomes, program outcomes, and they are not trained, or they are not willing to understand the concepts of outcomes based education and develop their curriculum and teaching learning practices attuned to the outcomes based education. How to calculate attainment, how to calculate your targets, how to set question papers, how to develop evaluating and assessment practices in tune with the outcomes based education is a big challenge. And there's a lot of orientation. I don't call training, because I literally dislike the word training. There's a lot of orientation which is required on outcomes based education for teachers. For curriculum developers, there is a lot of breadth on curriculum developers. We don't have many curriculum developers who really can support us in developing this outcomes based education curriculum and assessment practices. It's very saddening to note, without understanding this, without understanding how what is the role of students and teachers in this outcomes based education, where they play equal role in achieving this, and how do you do an attainment calculation, how do you set targets, how do you make midterm corrections, or how do you make a course end correction where you have to intervene to ensure that quality is not lost in the process, and the learning time on the is of the student is not lost because it cannot be regained. These are some of the issues. And of course, government pulls you from one side and society will pull you from the one side, because society asks, what is my ROI? I have invested so much for my child and he doesn't have a placement, what should I do? So it's a very tricky journey which is going to the institutions are going through. It's not a smooth walk. It's a rope walk, which is very risky. And anytime you may crumple down unless you perfect on these concepts and you take these challenges on board and try to resolve them as many as possible by properly understanding them and putting the issue into the context of your own classroom, okay, as an individual, or into your own learning cohorts which are coming in front of you. So that is very important, where for setting targets or for deciding or guiding the students on what type of courses they should opt for under this new system, how many courses they can take, what are their abilities to take the course load. These are some of the things which need to be handled by the teachers. So it's very important. So the institutional ecosystem at all levels, when I say 360 degrees change, the institutional in an institutional ecosystem, the policies are changing drastically and quite in a quick succession. There are a lot of new support structures which are coming on board, like the National Education Technology Forum, the National Research Task Force, which are going to fund you, support you in many ways. So how do you use this opportunity and how do you take this support from these systems so that you move ahead successfully? You're not alone. This is what you should understand. So to understand that, you should update yourself, you should be very alert and see where do you get this support from. This is very important. And what is the type of policies which are coming on board, and how do you put those policy frameworks into your own context as a teacher and as an institutional stakeholder. Then of course, the community needs, when you have to balance. So what is your, as I said, the curriculum is not the only thing you are going to in future work on. You have to work on co-curricular activities as well as extracurricular activities as an individual teacher, as well as a in a team as an institution. So your own social responsibility, how do you get engaged into these institutional social responsibility activities? How do you engage yourself into grooming the students for their holistic development? So you are responsible for the overall development of the student, of the society. So what are your contributions and what is your understanding on the community surrounding you is what is going to define the quality of a teacher. Similarly, the leadership and top management, there are a lot of governance changes which are going to happen. So how these changes are taken by the managements, by the top management, and how the second line leadership is groomed. There are various programs on leadership development programs for teachers coming from these institutions. Apart from that, use of technology in the in terms like e-governance, transparency issues, and instituting scholarships, collaborations, and supporting each other institutions, neighborhood institutions, networking with institutions like you have done in this conference from across the globe are some of the new governance issues which are going to be coming on board, which are proposed in the NEP, which is going to make a lot of difference for all of us. Then, the faculty learning environment, the qualifications of the teachers, and their contribution towards institutional development, their contributions towards developing learning resources, and they themselves keeping updated. As I told you, now teachers are supported to float a few courses which their own institution students may take, or students from other institutions can also take those courses. So how well you are attuned, how well you understand this, the so-called outcomes based education, how well you are attuned to deliver courses through hybrid modes, or through dedicated standalone ODL or face to face or online models. You should be able to transform yourself, or really quickly shift from one mode of transaction to other mode of transaction. How well you are able to do that transition, manage the transition, and how well you are making your curriculum relevant by enriching it, by adding value added courses, etc., is what really is going to decide your sustainability into the system, and your success into the system, or your wantedness in the system. If your course is not taken by anybody, like in some of the top institutions which happens, you will be phased out from the system. So whether you want to be phased out from the system, or whether you want to be a quality teacher and when you want to sustain yourself in the system, is to be decided by you. That is where you have to use your autonomy, and you have to empower yourself to do what you want to do and move ahead. And of course, again, we have students who are highly innovative, the present day students. They are highly motivative, and they have a lot of aspirations. So how do you groom such a student, how do you handle such a student? That is why we don't say that domain knowledge or transfer of knowledge in a classroom by through giving a lecture notes or a small lecture is not, doesn't suffice to the present student. So they should be groomed, or they should be oriented towards being a very good learner by themselves. So that is what and they should be guided to choose the right type of courses, to assess their own aptitudes, and move in the right direction. So they should, so that they should not crisscross and get lost in this path of multiple course enrollments, multi exit, multi entry type of business, which is very new for our students in this country, because they go by peer pressure, and they look at what their students before them has selected. So they go as a mass type of selection, rather than trying to look at their requirements and their aptitudes. So they should be empowered to be a good learner. They should be empowered, they should be an empowered learner, so that they make right choice. This is what is expected in the new ecosystem, institutional ecosystem, where teachers are going to play a major role. Now, I have been just seeing our policy, how what are the milestones which our policy has contributed towards academic excellence. So, if you see this NEP 2020, it was a very gradual move. It didn't come to us at once. That is what one should understand. This choice-based credit system was the one first policy introduction. It was way back in 2011, and of course, till 2000, till say about 2018, people were struggling to introduce this, move away from their elective systems, and somehow it was pushed hard, and most of the institutions now report that they have 100% introduced this choice-based credit system into their programs, which is a sort of choosing multiple courses, choosing courses from diverse fields of study, not away from their domain specializations, and that is how we moved towards choice-based credit system. And then we had this stress on outcomes based education, though we were having this in technical and professional education for long, but in general liberal arts and science education also it was implemented from 2018. But it is a struggle. It has been a struggle both for technical education as well as for general liberal arts and science education, even as of now. Then because we cannot wait anymore, and we have to make our youth more apt to the global market needs. This NEP 2020 was floated. There was a lot of criticism. There is a lot of criticism still, but it has been implemented in some states like Madhya Pradesh, where the first batch of students are now writing their exams. So it's a big challenge, this NEP 2020. And in the first year of achievement of NEP 2020, the government has released this academic bank of credits, and most of you, I'm sure, might have already got registered into the UGC portal for being part of this academic bank of credits. That we have major challenges on this. I'll talk of this later. But how is the future of the institution visualized? As per me, it is a sort of called DYOD, design your own degree. That is what we are going to say to our children. And we are not going to decide as an institution what degree we are going to award. The students are going to design their own degrees, and this liberalizes our education. So we are providing a complete liberal education to our students without any fixed barriers and blocks for them to be, so that they don't remain as underachievers, disinterested employees, performing very low in their capacities, and only very few of them becoming motivated. So for that reason, this whole NEP issues have come on board. That is multiple exit, multiple entry, choice of courses, credit accumulation, credit transfers, and flexibility in completing the credits, then horizontal and vertical mobilities, etc. Now coming to this whole implementation, especially when you call off this academic bank of credits, it's very essential that you define the credit which is acceptable globally. So credit definition is the first one which you have to decide as an institution, which is a big challenge. Understand. So it's very much required for the faculty to understand what is a credit and how do they develop these courses, for how many credits a course can be developed, and for how many credits can be accumulated, what type of credits can be accumulated, what type of credits can be transferred. These are some of the issues which the institutions, institution administrators and the curriculum framers and the faculty should have a proper understanding. Now also there is a committee which is going to work on the national qualifications framework. Unless that comes on board, the horizontal and vertical mobility issues and issues of equivalence at what for how many credits you can give a diploma, or at what level of exit you can issue a certificate, and how this certificate gets eligible, the candidate gets eligible to move towards the next horizontal or vertical mobility issues, to the next level of degree or diploma or equivalent certificate level, are some of the issues which are yet to be worked out. But you need not wait for governments to work on this. We already have some clues on this, especially in technical education. That is, you have these lateral entry schemes, students moving from ITIs to polytechnics and from polytechnics to engineering, which will be more smoother now. And also there are some sort of questions which come telling that, if after accumulation of some credits, do I get an ITI level certificate? After some accumulation of some more credits, do I get a diploma, polytechnic level? And if I add some more credits to this, do I get a degree? So now the present curriculum does not allow this type of transfer. Okay, so there is an overlapping foundational year at each level when from when you get from lateral entry from ITI to polytechnic. There is some period, overlapping period, you have to spend for study. Then similarly, when you move from polytechnic to degree, there is again some lag period. So in this lateral entry system, there is a loss of an academic year. Always you move once you start moving ahead. So how do we cope up for this loss? So how do we design our curriculum for both horizontal and vertical mobility, and how do we guide our students towards such a curriculum is what institutions should start thinking on. So, somebody please alert me if I am taking more time. Okay. Hello.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah. So, the higher education quality systems, I'm not talking of higher education now. I'm telling the quality systems of any higher education system. The present focus should be on curriculum revision on the basis, of what we have taught, so that it is outcomes based. The outcomes are very specific. Graduate attributes are described. There is a provision for for horizontal and vertical movement without loss of time for them, without loss of their skills what they have developed as well. And there should be a sort of prior recognition of skills and knowledge which has to be built into the system. And there should be a lot of reforms for all this to happen in the examination system. So now if you see the examination system, as I said, the curriculum will be having three components: curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular. So you have to build assessment processes for all the three components, which is reflected in the marks memo or sheet of the student, which abroad they call the portfolio of the students, reflects all the achievements in all the three areas, that is the curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. Now coming to the course options or course choices, additional courses taken by the students, exit and credit accumulation and credit transfers. There you can look at issues like audited courses, non-audited courses, and which are similar to the value-added courses which NAC Proforma talks of. So make these value-added courses as a credit valued courses. So define them in terms of credits accumulated, so that the students get benefit even if they exit in between. So this type of reform in the examination system should happen. But more so, how do you evaluate the impact of the extracurricular and outreach activities and co-curricular activities of the students? That is a big challenge. You should start thinking. Of course, there are documents printed by UNESCO and others on doing this, but you need a lot of understanding on how do you do this. It's not just like, some of the institutions give regular attendance, two credits, discipline, 1 credit, participation in NSS 1 credit, or it should not be that just participation or attendance, but it should be more on the behavioral component. So some sort of inbuilt mechanisms on examining the aptitude and attitude of the students towards a particular social issue or an activity, or their involvement or their psychological reflections and understandings is what should be brought in. So it's a huge challenge for institutions because we hardly have any experts. So you have to start it afresh and think innovatively and see how you can do. So you have to work with diverse teams in doing so, and not just through the routine examination systems. And also you have a big challenge of setting question papers based on the outcomes. So how do you set your question papers to test whether the outcomes are attained or not? So how do you do this analysis of attainment of the students, and how do you make your midterm corrections, and what level you do is also a big challenge. Unless you understand the system properly and you appreciate the system, I don't think you can do much on this. So it's a big challenge for institutions, and it's a big challenge for teachers to transform themselves into these new modes of teaching, learning, and assessment. But it's the need of the hour, and you have to do it. And that only will result in the success of the education system and your contribution to the quality of the system. So for all this curriculum or research, it's the teacher development which is very important. As I have said, there are various forum in the new education policy set up at the central level. So you have to take the right opportunity to take the facilities provided, the support provided by these fora, and encash on that, and invest on continuous professional development of the teachers. And teachers have to be more tech savvy. So how to ingrain in themselves these hybrid models of teaching learning processes, technology mediated learning, how to be innovative, and how to use the changing technology to the advantage of quality learning services to be provided by teachers. These are some of the things. And institutional management should invest a lot in teacher development. And it's good that KLE has a HRDC center. It's a good sign. So I think your HRDC center has to be activated so that this teacher development issues and new ways of learning, new pedagogical practices are researched, experimented, and innovative practices disseminated to all teachers, so that at least you become a role model and support the institutions around you. Then of course research and innovation, this is going to come up in a very big way. And it is not just science research which is going to have a front seat and receive the chunk of the funds. The NEP focuses on social sciences research because it is felt that whatever research in this country we are doing basically is very basic research. It is testing the research which is conducted elsewhere. It's just basic research which does not contribute to any innovation. So instead of research and development, it talks of research and innovation. So innovation is the main word here, punch word here. And it's the innovativeness which we want to bring out of each one of you, which is what the crux of the issue is. So if a person is very innovative, and if innovation happens in our academic institutions and get transferred into our industry, I think we are successful in achieving our getting proper returns on our research investments. And we'll have more Nobel Prizes coming to us, and we'll be ranked more higher in our research and innovation component in all international rankings. So towards that, there are dedicated research intensive institutions, or you can develop research intensive departments and support them and groom that particular research intensive department into a larger component, and do a lot of collaborative research and there is a lot of transfer of knowledge and technology which should happen with the industry. Collaborate with industry, collaborate with other research institutions, and it is collaborative research only which can lead to some sort of outcome of research, and innovation will happen if you do it collaboratively. Research in a single subject is not going to happen in the current world because everything gets interlinked. As I said, social research is going to take a larger share of resources, and it starts with undergraduate projects, and that will be the feeder, giving you a sort of needs analysis and what type of research has to happen at the science level, and then at what type of research should happen for developing the industry component. So this is how the research and innovation components are layered. So everyone should do some sort of research. Either you do social research, a simple type of understanding the learning abilities of students, can be a small research work you can do and publish, or understanding your community around you and their needs. That can be another type of research. That type of basic research is going to plow back into a higher order research, and that higher order research is leading to innovation. That is how research is viewed, and that is how the future projects are going to be funded. So don't think that if you submit only some sort of technology oriented project only you will get research projects on board. It's not true. Now you are going to be supported more for the social contributions of your research. What type of social contribution your research is going to provide, the outcome is going to provide, is going to make more meaning on this component. So I'm just trying to conclude on this. So if you have to be a quality institution, there's a lot of revamping of curriculum, your pedagogy, your assessment practices, and enhance the student experiences. For that you have to provide a lot of student support. There is this outcomes based education, curriculum enrichment, value added courses. All these are going, you have to start thinking ahead, and not the same old repetition of what you were doing in your earlier time, giving to NAC on value added courses. It should be more meaningful, and as I said, the student should be able to transfer and accumulate credits in terms of value added courses or whatever additional courses they pursue on the campus. So there's you have to talk to your industry. There is a lot of industry doesn't mean industry, the teaching fraternity, the teaching system we call it. Then there's a social entrepreneurship. Your NGOs are also an industry now. So you have to redefine industry 4.0 in a different way. Industry is not that mechanized or that white collar job providing services like your IT industry or mechanical industry or something. But industry means anything which gives an outcome which is established and which gives an outcome. So it may be anything. So match your university education with the global market needs or industry needs, so that what we are telling is entrepreneurship should be more encouraged. Transfer of research findings, university to industry. Then retrain your in-service personnel. That is very, very important to maintain their competency. You can't phase out your existing staff. You have to retrain them, your in-service personnel, so that their competence is maintained and they rise up to the present requirements. So nobody is asking or nobody advises universities or colleges to phase out their existing staff. So there should be a close partnership with the industry, either in terms of your internship, joint seminars, consultancy works, sharing requirements with the university industry. And there's a lot of funding which we should try to garner from industry, which happens abroad in abroad institutions. So there are industries which often complain that institutions don't ask for fund, they ask for placement engagements, or they ask for some sort of industry visit, but they never ask for funds for seminars, funds for scholarships, etc. So we'll be happy to fund. So it is good for you to approach industry to partner with you in the whole cause of education, to the providing accessible education to one and all. And this is one thing, once you partner with the industries, there's a lot of enrichment of curriculum which has to happen, as per NEP as well. So what do we mean by enrichment of curriculum? It gives a greater value by putting life into the overall education process. Is a process of adding educational content or new learning opportunities to a given curriculum. This is what you have to look at: providing new learning opportunities to a given curriculum, so that the opportunities for broadening students educational experience happens on the campus. Okay, so these are some of the things. And enrichment involves activities which are provided in order to extend students education beyond their main course of study. So you have to guide them to choose the right type of additional courses which they will be doing. Then these value added courses as enrichment programs, most often the list of value added courses I see in NAC's portal, I don't appreciate, but a beginning is good always. So it's good, but as you move ahead into your next cycle of accreditation, I think you should be more mature, doing more better work, more quality oriented work than doing a routine form filling type of exercise. So value added courses should be those type of courses which help a particular individual, I mean a particular student, to develop his or own skills in their own chosen field of study. Okay. And value added courses should aim to provide additional learner centric graded skill orientation, technical training, with the primary objective of improving the employability skills of students. And value added courses should help the students break the underachievement cycle. That is what we have been talking, by allowing them to opt some other courses of their choice, so that while they pursue that, they also try to apply those to the current employability skill oriented programs what they're doing. And they break their underachievement cycle and develop interest and pursue projects, and develop a love for learning. So it's all, developing a love for learning is what you should inculcate into your students. Then teaching learning evaluation, as we have talked, it's a big gajbij, as it appears in this figure. I understand most of you are confused, and not getting very disinterested, because the outcomes based education experts, like what when we talk very boring issues, which doesn't really, which are not appreciated. So something, you go and register yourself for some MOOCs on outcome based learning, and do a self learning exercise rather than listening to lectures like stupid people like us. So your learning will be better, I'll say, better. So try to register with Coursera, edX, or Swayam, or IIT Kanpur portals, where there are a lot of material on outcomes based education. Be a self learner, and it will be more interesting for you, because you can pick up the things as you learn and contextualize it, and you can learn at your own pace. That makes more meaning for you as a teacher than sitting and listening to lectures from people which is not your cup of tea. So for this, there's as I've been telling, for help you in technology mediated learning, there is this NETF, National Education Technology Forum, which helps you in ensuring equitable use of technology for providing online teaching learning tools and platforms, providing ODL, and providing courses through MOOCs. So they will help you. This platform, if you go, NETF, and take advantage of the digital repositories which they have as a teaching content, and the type of content development training which which they provide. It's very good. And even if you're a good content creator, you can post your content and share your content on such platforms. So it is for you to be a quick reaction, to show a quick reaction to this, and be the first runner up into using these resources provided by the government, the support systems provided by the government. Now, in the new system, if you look at the role of teacher, we can characterize by these four broad functions. You have to have a planning system, establish your own objectives, preparation of the units, and schedule of your orientation training, etc. That is self-learning, what I'm telling, not student training. Arrangement of the learning resources, utilization of audio visuals, etc. These are all the new things which elements of your educational agenda should be as a teacher. Okay, now then you have this lead. You have to lead your team, as a departmental head, as a colleague, as an institutional stakeholder, in motivating, encouraging, and providing some sort of stimuli, not only to the students but also teachers in the teaching learning process. And on the controlling, I just told, because that's the only thing you feel you can control your students. But you have to be very well versed into this assessment, feedback, and regulation. AICT has already given you the agenda of 360-degree feedback, and it has given 10 points on extracurricular activity on your assessment component as a teacher. I hope you have started implementing that, and that will be a good start for you to attune yourself to the new models of transaction of the curriculum you are having. And these four interrelated functions of a teacher will constitute the teacher system. So you have to develop a sort of a systemic approach to your teaching learning, which is very important, and then only you're going to achieve this OBE framework. We have talked a lot. So there's a lot of, I'm not going to talk to you on this further. Research, innovation, and extension, I have already told you there is a lot of interdisciplinary research, including humanities and social science research, which is going to be encouraged and supported in the new policies. There is a National Research Foundation, which I have already told you. So you have to be in the the first taker of this. So try to take advantage of this through your research contributions. This is some of the things which I thought as for strategies for promotion of research and development as an institution, you should try to look at. The first one is you have to develop the research manpower. That is what we call as capacity development. So you have to have some mentors for research. So how do you identify these mentors? Who can be the mentors? Some eminent scientists, some good eminent researchers from outside the institutions. You can make them the mentors for your own teachers who are not trained, or who are not, doesn't have the right attitude or aptitude or skills for research. So just telling them you have to do research is not going to work. So there should be a sort of mentoring system for research. Then then there should be a lot of infrastructural support which should come. Then of course administrative support in terms of training your own support staff. That also is very important. Then there are keeping yourself updated on the various types of committees, requirements for applying for a project or for publication. There are unless you have certain ethical committees which certify the publication which you are going to make, they will not accept. Some of these highly rated journals does not accept your publication on board. So what are those requirements? So you should get awareness on these things. And of course, there's a lot of financial ecosystem in terms of seed money for faculty, startup grants, institution fellowships, travel grants, etc. But everything should be linked with an outcome. Till now, we are only giving it as a policy, but we should have an outcome. Unless it is again outcomes linked, I think we are not going to achieve this best research coming on board. So you have to reach up to industry, reach up to the society to give you some sort of provision for creating some financial ecosystems. This is the main issue in terms of research manpower at various levels. So the first and foremost to be attracted, which we as a quality assurance agency have been working with the institutions for long, is a number of teachers with PhD qualified. So once you say PhD qualified, that is because they develop that aptitude towards research, and they have some sort of research skills developed so that they can use them and they can mentor the students on that. And increased number of PhDs and postdoctoral fellows, and of course MPhil is phased out, but PG degree, research at PG and UG degree in terms of group projects, entrepreneurship development programs, in-plant training and internships also. During internship, if you ask the student to do a mini project, I think that's going to help them to get tuned towards the new research thing. Then I have already talked of NETF, that is the National Educational Technology Forum. Apart from supporting in academic issues, it also will help you in articulate new directions for research and innovations. So that makes a difference. Student support and progression, we have talked a lot about it. So there's a lot of learning environment and support for students which have to be developed by the institutions. The NEP talks of institutional development plan, which will help the IDP, which has to be submitted annually, which will integrate the academic plans ranging from curricular improvement to quality of classroom transaction, thereby looking at the support systems, learning support system provided to the students to ensure the quality learning happens on campuses. These three things also we have talked: curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. All the three components together should contribute to graduate attributes, thereby providing the necessary knowledge and social skills to the students. Governance, leadership, and management, we have again talked on this second level leadership development. So NEP 2020 talks of a flexible, relevant system which will have coherence among the various subsystems. As of now, we do things in silos. So we talk of multidisciplinarity, we talk of multidisciplinary research, we talk of innovation, a combination of administration, governance, and academics working in tandem and in synergy is only going to bring success to this, for which this faculty and institutional and student autonomy is of prime component. And this autonomy given to you, how you use it or how you misuse it is left to the institutions, and the institution sustenance, excellence, and survival depends on their optimal use of this for the benefit of the institution. Of course, this National Research Foundation is going to help you in a big way. So the NEP focus is, transforming the regulatory systems of the higher education at the policy level, at the ministerial level, effective governance and leadership at the institutional level, and with an increased focus on R&D, which will result in institutional excellence in teaching, learning, and create an accountability factor at the institution. So if you have to be successful, you should develop strong internal quality assurance systems and start reviewing critically for development purposes your own systems built within the institutions. And nurturing quality is not an individual's job, you have to do it together, and effort is important. All of you are putting a lot of effort, but knowing where to make an effort is what makes all the difference. And quality assurance systems as a whole is what is going to make a difference in the institution. And it is only the mindset what separates the best from the rest. This is one of the slide I like, because given the resources, how you build your throne and how you make yourself comfortable and provide and take the best out of the available resources decides your success. And that is the confidence which institutions are expected to have. And that is the type of confidence we have to build into our students, our youth, so that they become successful in all their endeavors. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, madam.
I have taken, I think, 20 minutes more.
No issue, madam.
Sorry for that.
No, madam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We thank you from the bottom of our heart for taking time from your busy schedule to be the great speaker of our conference. Your presence and wise words helped magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people over here. Thank you once again, ma'am. We have the session open for the questionnaires. May we have the speakers, Ramakrishna sir, would you like to throw a few words on ma'am's?
No. Madam, it's a very informative lecture you have given, but I have a general question, madam. Based on today's trend, you have been observing that today almost all these core branches admissions are going down, and only the students are running after computer science and engineering. Is it because there are no job opportunities for the core engineering branch, or is there any change in the industrial scenario across the country? And why it is happening? Even a mediocre in computer science and engineering is getting a good job, whereas in core engineering branches like electrical, mechanical, and civil, toppers are not able to match with those mediocres. Is there any problem with the industrial setup in the country, or what is happening, and how long this trend will continue? Is there any reversal of this in future? Just out of curiosity, I'm asking, madam, because most of the institutions across the India is facing this crunch nowadays due to the computer science and engineering branch favorism when compared to other core engineering branch.
The simple reason is because institutions have increased their seats based on the requirement of the applicants. If you see the national testing agencies like IITs or RECs, all their seats in other branches are equally full. And it is mechanical engineering which is on the top of these institutions. The toppers are opting for mechanical. And there is a huge demand in terms of civil engineering as well. Because, there is a huge offer here based, in the guise of demand. You have started increasing the number of seats. So obviously, people are running. They have an opportunity. There is a quick job opportunity. And also, you as an institutional placement service unit, they don't really popularize and tell the students about the type of opportunities they have in other fields of study. And also, you tell that your computer science CSC has 100% placement, but you never advertise that your mechanical or civil has 100% placement, or their packages are very high. This is number one. Number two is your curriculum is not updated in terms of including the soft components of the those particular fields of study, so that your students coming out of those particular areas, say mechanical, electrical, even electronics is down, I heard nowadays in South.
Yes.
These areas, you don't just show them the type of opportunities they have, and don't put efforts. Even the placement units are not putting efforts to place these students into the right places. So one number, the other thing is you have to modernize your curriculum of mechanical or electrical or civil. The same old curriculum and the same old things are not going to work anymore. But if you do that, there's a lot of demand on the domain specialization component. There are lack of people on these components. But unfortunately, institutions are not giving due consideration and due attention to these aspects. That is the only reason. Otherwise, it's all awareness. That's what I told in the beginning. En masse we go. If somebody is taking computer science, if my person before me was on the highest stakes computer science, you run towards computer science. Okay. If somebody has taken mechanical, that year everybody will go for mechanical. So that is the time, because children are not having that decision making capacity. We don't build in them, number one. Number two, there's a lot of peer pressure and parental pressure which works on them. We are still in this country, we are the decision makers as parents. Whether we don't even look whether the child is ready for this particular area of study, and we don't encourage them to take alternate subjects. But if you see, go to Delhi University or somewhere, people prefer economics, social sciences, etc. Why our institutions in this country, in this part of our country, are not surviving? Arts and science colleges, why they are not surviving? Why our students, best of our students, are not going to that area? Is we don't make our students aware. We don't encourage our students to go through that process. The commercialization of education has impacted the choice of education of our students badly, in a negative sense. You have a lot of, the time ninth comes, IIT coaching, integrated IIT coaching, integrated REC coaching. So you put students into such a pressure, they don't enjoy learning. And if somebody says, oh, my child has taken social sciences, why? I mean, he's considered as a down, not worthy student. He's very bad in his studies, so he has taken social sciences. So this is the type of, this attitude of the parents, attitude of the society, attitude of the institution. What say you encourage students to migrate? If we cannot do computer science, give him an opportunity, counsel him. Okay, you are not able to do computer science. Please go and sit into mechanical. You will enjoy. Have a course on mechanical engineering. Let us see how you perform that. Give them that flexibility and opportunity. There are students who are ready to migrate. Okay, now institutions, they push some of them, real result of institutions is only 60% pass percentage. There is almost 30% dropout in the southern institutions. We don't talk it out. That's a different issue. Why? Did you ever review? Why should you increase your seats in computer science? What say I will not increase? Can your management take a decision? Think of it. I think we are at fault, not the children or the society.
Thank you.
Madam, this is Professor Prasad Rao. I have a small point, madam. Probably I do not know whether a ready-made answer will be available for this or not, but I will try to put forth my viewpoint. I was a student of mechanical engineering. Just now you have been discussing on the subject. I passed out my graduation in mechanical engineering in the year 1982, which time it was a 5-year program, madam. That time we were offered as many as 283 credits. 283 credits passed out in the year 1982. We have been studying a lot of civil engineering papers, electrical engineering papers, electronics engineering papers, management studies. It is a mix of so many things. Now, if you see the trend, UGC and other apex agencies, they have been insisting that the number of credits should be brought down to around 160 to 180, because you have to give a lot of space for the creativity of the child. Well taken, madam. That is situation number one. Now, again, we have been talking about a graduate in computer science may be having aptitude towards liberal arts like music, dance, etc., etc. You try to offer those courses also. Fine, madam. Again, there is a scope for offering a major course along with a minor course, that is horizontal integration. And regular course, over and above that, honors course, vertical integration. Again, the number of credits are to be limited to that only or a little bit more. Now, are these two are not what is called conflict of objectives, madam? One side, we said that earlier education system, you are studying more number of credits. In order to give creativity and space for the student, number of credits are to be brought down. Again, today we are talking about this horizontal integration and vertical integration. Again, we are telling if a graduate in computer science, if he is allowed to study the courses in liberal arts, his creativity will be enhanced. How do you see these two conflicting objectives, madam?
So, sir, we should understand things properly. It's only the credits are limited, but not that you should not give more credits. It's only a minimum credit requirement which UGC says. It's not the maximum. Okay, that's a minimum requirement. If you want to give more, it is up to you. That is where we talk of value-added courses, add-on programs, etc., etc. That is one thing. And the context in which we studied, we lived, and the context in which the industry was surviving is different from the context in which today job market or industry is working. So, things change as per context. They are not constant. Okay. So, vertical and horizontal movement always existed, but it is now, if you go for earlier, if we go for interviews, they used to ask only about our domain specialization. Now you will have a psychologist sitting, you have a sociologist sitting, you have only one expert of your domain sitting, and you will be asked more questions on your ability to work on teams, ability to socialize, ability to absorb yourself into different cultural contexts. There are so many things, because adjustment problems are a big issue here. If you have to be successful, you should be able to adjust in a present, some sort of different diverse workplaces. You have to deal with teams. You can't deal with the individual. That hierarchical dealing of supervisors, managers, etc., etc., is gone now. So, the context in which this world is working, is situated, is different. So, some may be successful, some may not be successful. We can't be stagnant. We are all, the system is an evolving system. We should not compare with the past. That is my philosophy. I don't compare my way of living with my children's way of living. You see the way I used to dress, and they see how your child dresses now. You see how your child behaves with you now, and how we used to behave with our children. You know, how we used to travel. We used to use cycles. Now the children use. Then they started motorbikes. Then they started cars. Then they now most of them only fly. Okay, they aspire to fly. Context is changing. Okay, but the overall, and now you have so many things on the internet, self-learning packages. We never had this opportunity of having MOOCs, smoocs, swayam, nptel, all this. We never had an opportunity. If an IIT professor comes to my institution and gives a lecture, means the whole hall used to be crowded, overwhelmed with that crowd, and you are very eager to listen because you hardly get an opportunity. Now you go to YouTube, you can listen to anybody you want to. Okay, you have these MOOCs, do whatever courses you want to. It is your spacing, your learning. So we have to, this is what the present system works. This is the context in which the present system works. So whether it is conflicting or not conflicting, I am not telling. Any policies, you have to say whether they are regulations or guidelines. Please understand, there's a lot of difference. UGC always, AICT gives it as guidelines. Regulations are different from guidelines. Okay. So they can't decide what outcomes you are going to give. And what is your definition of a credit? First of all, you should understand that. Okay. So, there is a lot of debate which goes on here. So that is why I said what I have talked in my context of my understanding of what is NEP, which I told in my first slide. So what I have talked may not be your opinion. Okay. May not be your approach to implementation as well. Okay. Thank you. I don't know whether I was able to answer again. Again,
Okay,
this is my
madam.
opinion.
Fine. I respect your opinion, madam. Yes, we do have a structured way of arriving at the number of credits. We have been doing that. Only thing is, I have a little bit. Okay, I made a note of one point from your discussion that the maximum number of credits, there is no bar.
Yes.
Whether I understood it properly, madam?
Yes, there is no bar on that.
Fine, madam. My query is resolved. If there is no bar on the number of credits, maximum number of credits, okay, madam. Fine, madam. Excellent lecture. I have been listening to you every word, madam. I made a note also of all the points you taught.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
May I take permission of Professor D.G. Jha to take 2 minutes more with Madam? I know you are waiting from a long time. Madam, thank you very much for this enlightening delivery. And each and every word you said, I was forced to listen it very carefully because most of the portion is important for the study we are conducting nowadays. We are in the process of developing a model. Yes, you mentioned that there is an issue of change management. People are still in the statistic quality control and statistical process control system, which was introduced in 1920. And you said that the orientation is... Hello?
Yes, sir, I'm listening.
Yeah, madam. You stressed upon the need of orientation, which certainly matching with our suggestions that for the developing a quality system or quality culture in an organization, orientation plays a vital role. But basically, madam, in our suggestion, after taking inputs from different scholars, administrators, students, academicians, researchers, we developed a model, which is a circular model that suggests to develop the quality culture in an organization, we should go for orientation, followed by training. And since the human nature is to forget, repeated reminders. And following these three will gradually develop a habit among the components of organization to adopt quality and to conceive the core concept of broader common organizational goal. But when you were talking about orientation, I observed that you had a hitch about training. May I know the reason? Because that is something forcing me to rethink about our, yeah.
See, my experience says teachers don't like training. They hate it. Okay, they feel that they are not to be trained like any, animals, or their students need training. We are very mature. What type of training we need? Okay, so it's whether orientation or training doesn't have any difference. You transact the same material with them, but the word impacts their psychology. They don't like. If I am called, you come for a training as a senior administrator, what training do I need? Okay, what training do I can do myself? My training I can learn from, that type of mental setup, that type of attitude we have. But that is why if you say orientation, okay, we are getting oriented. We need not read through the policy document. Somebody is telling us they have done our job and they are telling us what they understand the policy document. So let us listen to them. Let us see what they are talking to. So, that absorbs, that gives them more comfort zone. That's it. Nothing beyond that. You can call training, that procedural things, when you talk of OBE, I never try to talk of Bloom's taxonomy. Because now understanding Bloom's taxonomy is not everybody's cup of tea. We should try to understand that. And if any OBE expert will start telling, implementing Bloom's taxonomy, you have to develop this is the steps in Bloom. By the time you finish your explanation on Bloom's taxonomy, their minds are out. They get so bored that they don't want to be on board at all with you. So try to make them comfortable so that they come to you, they accept you, and how will you take them on board is what is more important. And at least, I see my audience and I say whether I should tell training or orientation. If I'm talking to a teacher educator, if I'm talking to a BEd faculty, then I'll talk of Bloom's taxonomy.
Correct.
Okay, I'll start my OBE with Bloom's taxonomy. But if I have to talk to a normal science faculty or a normal teacher from an engineering college, I should tell them what is employability, how do you decide employability, what are those words. Don't tell Bloom's taxonomy, you are talking the same thing. I'll tell if it is a verb, it is considered as this, if it is a noun, it is considered as this, then don't talk that English also. You tell in simple terms. This is what, this is employment. This is what you should fix in OBE. These are the 4 components which should come: your skills, your employability, your application, your knowledge. Tell in simple words, they're happy. See, you have to take them. Our objective is what? Take them to the process, make them accept the process. How you make the things more acceptable to the and convincing to your audience is what my philosophy is. Okay, approaches. I'm not a professional trainer, nor I am a professional counselor, nor I am a professional consultant. I work on QA with my passion. That's it. Okay, so I look at my audience that they also should work with passion and they should get engaged into the process. Their engagement into the process will give them the understanding as they move through the process. And that is what will develop the culture. If you force them that I will monitor you, I will train you, I will orient you, I will see whether you understood or not, whether you applied or not. If you sit on their head, even the students will not be happy. They'll not do. This is my experience. Okay. So that is how I work with it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We really lost all of our track of the time. Thank you so much for giving your valuable suggestions on behalf of the IQAC team and Dean Ramakrishna sir. We thank you from the bottom of our heart once again, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you for patient hearing. Thank you.
Now, I take it as a privilege to invite Dr. K.V. Narasimha Rao Garu, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, sir. Welcome, Dr. D.G. Jha.
Thank you.
I apologize on the part of us.
Absolutely no problem, sir.
But Madam was in a flow, and I'm sure, we all enjoyed her listening to her. So we didn't want to stop her, sir. Please don't mind. Sir, with your permission, I will introduce you in a very brief manner. Sure. And I also request you to limit your talk to 30 minutes instead of 40 minutes, sir.
Absolutely, no problem.
Little time we'll save. And sure. Sir, Dr. D.G. Jha is the chairperson of ASCSB KJ Somaya Institute of Management, Mumbai. And, he is the colleague of my classmate, Dr. Monica Pati Amritlal. She's who is now recently identified as one of the 15 most important women, influential women in the field of education in India. It's a privilege or an honor which she got, and Dr. Jha happens to be her colleague. And upon our request, sir has come to be one of the resource persons. First of all, thank you very much, sir. Dr. Davendranath Jha earned his PhD in management from University of Mumbai. Earlier, we used to call it as University of Bombay. He is currently working as professor and area chairperson, the head of the Department of Data Science and Technology at KJ Somaya Institute of Management, a constituent academic unit of Somaya Vidyavihar University. He is also the program coordinator for 2 years MBA program in data science and analytics. He is currently mentoring the AI CSV process at the institute as its chairperson for accreditation process. Dr. Jha is the coordinator of IAQHEI at the business school and also the member of IAQHEI of the Somaya Vidyavihar University. In fact, this is what brings Dr. Jha to our program as one of the resource persons. Professor Jha published a book titled Computer Concepts and Management Information Systems, published by Prentice Hall of India. The book has been revised, second edition, has hit the stands in March 2013, almost about 9 years ago. He has several publications to his credit. His area of interest in research includes information technology enabled cross-functional applications, information systems, data-driven decision making, data science, and analytics. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome to you. Sir, with your permission, I will just go and take one PG class and come back, sir. So I'll be missing your session also. Thank you so much, sir.
If I'll just share my slide, I'll try to share. Thank you very much, Dr. Rao, for introducing. Absolutely no issues, because the previous session has made my job very easy. In fact, it was taking through entire cycle of what quality accreditation is. What I'm going to do is, thank you, madam, for that. Dear members of the panel who are there presenting today, dear student participants, the faculty participants, and all other stakeholders, what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly talk, and I try to stick to the time of 30 minutes, which you have said. I'm going to speak from the personal experiences that I have gone through over the last 9 years when I'm into this quality accreditation process. How we organically build our organization, how we got into the quality journey, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to do quickly, I'm going to share my screen with you. Let's see if I can work on to it. I'm just trying to share. Can anybody help me to share? Because I don't, just let me check. I want to share my PowerPoint slide.
Sir, you can do it, sir.
I don't know, I'm not allowed.
Permissions are there for all presenters. Please press on the share and then share your.
I'm not able to do that.
Okay.
Because if I say applications,
Nagesh, are you there?
I'll just try, sir. It's not giving me the window which I want to share.
So click on that window, then you go to the desktop.
I'm trying to do that.
That goes round and round. Don't bother about that. You click on.
It's giving me the same screen again.
Yeah, now you got that screen, no? There
no,
you.
I'm not getting. I'm getting the screen which I'm currently working with. I'm saying those names again. My own photograph there.
Got it. You just click on got it.
That now you are sharing your entire screen. Please click on the PPT, that will open.
Okay, let me check.
Yeah, you have shared your entire screen.
Are you able to see my screen now?
No, sir. No, not it.
That's what I'm saying. I must see. I'm getting screen and application. So I should click on what? Application, right?
Yeah.
But then application
or you can even switch on screen.
Only screen.
Then in the screen you display your PPT. It will come.
Okay. Let me check. Is it now coming? Just
yeah,
check.
It's coming.
Lovely.
Yes, sir. It's done.
Okay,
Done.
thank you very much. I'll make sure that I keep the time. Thank you very much, Dr. Rao, for introducing me to the audience and for a wonderful profile reading of mine. I'm deeply humbled. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about these four things which I practiced in my organization, and it has helped us along. I'm to talk about what role the stakeholders play, how do we look at them, what are the various processes that we need to understand as a backend, because once you strengthen your internal processes, definitely you will be able to deliver the goods. As my predecessor madam who talked about it, it takes time to build in the culture. Yes, we need to give organic growth time to foster, and therefore it will bring in the quality re-engineering. And one thing we did it was created a canvas in our institution, which we keep upgrading every quarter to add and delete some of the points. I'll take you through my own experience and work onto it. um, Maybe this could help. I will take this more as a workshop mode. So if my faculty participants and colleagues have some notebook and pencil, they can just note it down, few finer points, and maybe they can use it in their organization to work onto it. The very first thing is we normally talk about so many outcomes, so many learning. I'm glad that madam used the word Bloom's taxonomy. Those things doesn't make sense initial stages. Later on, it definitely works. What we want to simply put across it is we need to understand what exactly our specific objective or goal is. How do we measure them? Look ourselves internally. Is it achievable for us? Is it realistic, and is it time bound? And we did that, and we were successful in our journey. So keep this smart thing in mind, and then go ahead in every lecture, every aspect of your quality journey. If you keep this as a model, it's going to help us work onto it. Now, for example, if I look at these two goals, I'm just mentioning it as an indicative. You can obviously change, add, delete, modify, but it's always better to address one or two goal at a time and think, brainstorm, and work onto it. Say, for example, for this discussion today, I take two goals. One is quality teaching and learning, which madam also stressed on a more. And from the management perspective, say positioning, because ranking also equally plays a very, very important role. The students get attracted to your institute based on the ranking that you have, whether it is a national ranking, international ranking, private newspapers, magazine, NIRF, whatever you call it. But ranking is also important. So we need to position our educational institute. So if I take these two goals, there are two contributing factors to it. We always call it as, it's not a big term, so don't worry onto it. Deterministic is something which is formula based. That means if I've got 100 students and 90% of my class is getting 85% and above, then they are very good in academic performance. If I've got 100 students and there is a 99.9% placement, it is wonderful. These are all deterministic factors, we call it. And it's very simple to measure, simple to indicate, simple to understand the impact of it. Yes, that does contribute to the positioning onto it. But the most important is non-deterministic. What happens inside the classroom? What happens beyond the classroom? How do the student exchange their ideas amongst themselves in that peer review thing? How do the teachers and the faculty interact with the students after the class is over? What is the availability of it? During this pandemic time, we could see the teachers uh, interacting with the students even at 11 o'clock in the night, because students felt comfortable exchanging ideas over WhatsApp and internet media. But that's how the things happen. So the contributing factors are both, because perception in the market is more on non-deterministic than deterministic. But I'm no way undermining the deterministic, because if your institution is having a 100% placement, because I come from a B school, and placement happens to be one of the leading factors for the students to get attracted to you. Return on investment is what they call it. Okay. Now, how do we put across it? I'm not saying much about it. What I'm trying to convince you here is, as an institution, we may have some goal. For example, suppose let's pick up the clue from the previous one. Say ethical responsibility is our institution level goal. Now, we need to look at some courses or subjects where this institution level goal is getting addressed. how it is getting assessed, and what is the instrument being used. If you just do this small exercise, you will be on a way towards quality journey. Example, program level. That means suppose I'm doing a data science MBA. Say I'm taking that example because that's what my program is. And I say critical thinking is what I'm looking at, because if you look at all NEP and other things, they give you these goals. So if I say critical thinking is my program level goal, then the courses I teach, say maybe say R analytics, if R is a programming language, then how I'm going to address this, how I'm going to assess it, and what is going to be the instrument. Maybe I'll say I'll give them a data set which will address and assess critical and analytical thinking. Just put that in words and you will be able to understand it. Don't get into complexity of how do we put into exceed expectation, meet expectation, below expectation. शुरू में कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. You don't have to do all those kind of things initially. You need to just work on this part. So identify your institution, and this the best document from where you can get is your mission and vision. Every university, every school has some mission and vision, and from there you can pick up these goals across it. So first exercise is pick up as a program coordinator, as a program head. Maybe if you're offering a BE mechanical, or if you're offering a BE civil, or if you're offering a BE computer science IT, this is your program. Just think about what are the 2 or 3 goals that you need to achieve during this current academic year, which are the courses where you're going to put across it. But this goal should match with the mission and vision. That much you keep it in mind of your organization. Here is a very, very important thing. A lot of people are talking about it, and my topic is strengthening people, program, people, and processes. So I thought I'll just stress a little onto it. We need to understand who are the people who directly or indirectly get impacted by what we do. Remember the counter clerk who is collecting the iCard of the student, okay, while he's getting into the library, okay, is equally important than is equally important and very important for the institution as is the departmental head or the dean or the director or the principal or the vice chancellor or chancellor. You need to understand this fact, because any one's unsatisfied faculty employer will lead to unsatisfied students. So that's something which we need to understand. But the very important point is a lot of things happen. I'm a technology guy, and a lot of people are talking about technology driven and all those kind of things. So here's a very important point for all of us to understand. Tom Peters, who has written a wonderful book, In Search of Excellence. It's a very popular book in the management parlance. I'm sure quite a few of you must have already heard and read it. He says very clearly that for any quality journey, 5% is technology, 95% is psychology and attitude. And this has been harped upon in our NEP as well, in our internal quality assurance documents as well. Okay. Here, therefore, I say, look at the top-down approach. Look at your people first. Look at your processes next. Think about the technology, how you're going to work onto it, and you're going to meet with the success. And I can say that with confidence because we have done that. Okay, I'm just talking from my experience. So who are the stakeholders? I'm just putting some names here. Management, obviously there are stakeholders, directly, indirectly. Okay, regulatory authorities and accreditors, they are our stakeholders. Our aspirants, current and the future students, they are our stakeholders. Parents are our stakeholders, students are our stakeholders, faculties are our stakeholders, support staff are our stakeholders. The technologies and consultants with whom we work, they are our stakeholders. Corporate sector, of course, for lot many reasons are our stakeholders, and most important are alumni, because they are the true brand ambassadors of it. So if you look at it, just put on a bracket, why do you think they are your stakeholders? Now, if you understand this part, you'll be able to work on your quality journey. For example, of course, managements are our sponsors. Okay, to have our checks and balances as place, regulatory authorities and accreditors are our very important stakeholders. Our pool is current and the future students, current and the future aspirants. Parents are the caregivers and the first educators of the child, so they are very, very important stakeholders. Okay, though at undergraduate level, parents are ultimate decision maker, because 18-year-old 17-year-old boy or a girl is not in a position to take a decision they feel, and therefore they say nahi aapko engineering karna hai, aapko medical karna hai. But since I come from a postgraduate management college, most of the students are mature, quite a few of them are work experience. They feel they can take their own decision, but still for us, their parents are equally important because they're the true caregivers and first educators about that. Students are a continuous seeker of our knowledge. Now, that is something which is very, very important for us. Faculty, you, me, everybody, we are the generator of those knowledge. Support staff, administrators, and facilitators. These are the truly backbone of our organization. Technologies and consultancies help us in automation and continuous improvement. Teaching, learning inputs and placements is what we get from the corporate, especially when we say that we want students to be industry ready. The placements team, when they come, they say, okay, fine, we are looking for an analyst, we're looking for a marketing. Sorry, I'm using the B school terminology here. Okay, the reason obviously is since I come from B school. Uh, Nurturing our alumni is the best way for positioning. Our alumni are the true brand ambassadors, all right, and they are also our future aspirants. The reason is, when you say lifelong learning, we must offer something to our alumni who can come back and upgrade their knowledge with us. They come back not only for delivering some of the courses and projects to our current students, but they may come back and attend some programs and courses for their own upscaling and upgrading. So if we are able to design on these kind aspects, we will strengthen our people part of the entire journey. When we come to processes, it's very important for us to understand what are those core and value added processes. Now, I want to make one point here. I know I have a limited time over here, and therefore I'm trying to speed up the things, but maybe I can give 5 minutes to question and answer in case you have. Now, there is two views that we need to understand. One is a department view. Yes, that's okay. You have a mechanical, computer science, IT, civil, those. Perfectly all right. They are wonderful departments. They have done wonderful job over the years. They work in silos. But we need to understand that there are some cross-functional processes which contribute to the quality of the institution. Like, for example, admission process. Now, it's going to be definitely a very important process for us. Teaching and learning process, your evaluation process, your placement process, your alumni process. When you have a co-curricular handling process, uh, employee engagement process. Okay. Now, what I mean by this process is, whenever there is a process, it has to be defined in terms of steps. Make step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So, for example, when you say admission process, preparing an admission calendar could be one of the first step. Okay. uh, Releasing of the calendar could be the second step in the process. Okay. Further down the line, putting an advertisement in the newspaper could be the third step in the process. Not only indicate the processes, but in your own words, in your own language. Don't go as of now, as Madam says, about any taxonomy and other thing. What do you expect deliverables to be? So if you have uh, 20 courses, if you have 20 programs, if you have 5 programs, then what is the total number of applicants that you're looking for? What will be your ratio? 1:10. Okay, these are the things that you can put across it. Same thing you can do about all of these process. Now, but how does it help? It helps that build up the team culture. Now, when the team of faculty, if possible, include your senior students as well. If the team of faculty from various functional combine together, like in IQAC we do it, okay, it helps them to share their ideas in a cross-functional way. So that's the first thing. So process view gives you a team view of the entire organization. Well, when you say department, it is actually a departmental head who is the responsible and accountable for it. Here you have process owner, and this process owner can be rotated. So if in the year one for a particular evaluation process, a department A is given a responsibility, next time we can give a department B the responsibility, and so can put across it. What's the advantage? Since it's a cross-functional, you will have a lot of people, some of the people who keep track of the market requirements, and you will be responsive to that. There will be a great number of communication collaborations between the various functional areas, and obviously you will be able to align your measurement process along with the process goals. For example, uh, one aspect is very simple. You have standard and expected outcomes. I'm not talking much about it. But the problem is actual outcome. So at the end of the trimester, at the end of the semester, at the end of the course, are we in a process? Are we in a process, or do we have a process which measures the actual performance? Okay. Once you have an actual outcome, you then try to look at the gap, and it's the gap tells us if we expected 75% of the students to know this answer and write it this way, but only 66% has given it, good enough. Okay, but if we expected 75% of the students to write the answer for this question in this way and only 20% of the student has done it, it's for we teacher. We don't have to publish it, nobody publishes that. But we as a teacher would like to know कि ये हमारा expectation 75% was there, but only 20% of the student has, everybody attempts it, but only 20% of the student has attempted this question in this particular way. This gives us a chance to improve upon in the next cycle. Do we bring in more exercise? Do we bring in more practical? Do we, and if it's a success story, we can publish it. If it is a failure story, we can say there is a gap and there is an improvement required across it. Minus is, yes, there could be duplication of task. I may also do a task in my department, somebody else will do. It increases the complexity. There is a warning here. The reason is different departments will try to pull the process steps in their own way. So collaboration and understanding is very important. So we need to work on that. Here is what I'm trying to put across it as a last part of my discussion here. Okay. If you look at it, pick up any process that you have. For example, it's a teaching and learning. It's a process. Now, obviously, if I have to ask you a question, is it a core process? Obviously, being an educational institute, it is a core process. Just check with the next question. Is it benchmarked with the best practices? Now, where do we get that benchmark? Either yourself, you decide on your own benchmark, or if there is a quality standard somewhere stated, you pick up that. Or if the regulatory authorities have specified some benchmark, you pick up that. Or if you have any other great role model from other institution, a great teacher, a great Nobel laureate, or whoever is, if his practices are the best practices, benchmark yourself with that. If you feel yes, you do it yourself. Continue to do it yourself and keep benchmarking with the best practice. If it is no, you're not benchmarking with the best practices, you can go for a continuous improvement process. Now, here is what you comment. You go for a more training, you go for a more MOOC courses, you go for a Coursera, you try to understand more cases and put across it. And again, keep benchmarking. So this entire thing, if you look at this entire part is a cycling. And remember, you allow organic growth. No management should expect that these will happen overnight. It takes almost at times 5 to 7 years to mature these processes. So it's very, very important for us to know this. But this is interestingly well planned, and it works, and I have we have implemented in our institution, and it has shown the result. We started this process in 2016, and even during the pandemic, we could sustain, and that's how we got across it. Okay, when you look at the, suppose you select a process, like let's look at our process of something like conducting a entrance test. Now that is definitely may not be a core process for us, but is it a value added process for us? The reason is yes, because we need to conduct those entrance test interviews, because that's the only way in which the students can get in. But the point is here, when it is a value added process, and if it is necessary requirement, then I can't help it. But if it is something which is an co-process for somebody else, like for example, in our institution at our B school, we don't conduct our entrance test. We use the CAT score, we use the GMAT score, we use the ZAT score, we use other organizations conducting
Sir, sorry
tests.
for the interruption, sir.
Sorry.
Ja, sir. Sorry for the interruption. So we could not see the slides changing, sir. It's
Oh,
static.
so far you have not been able to see anything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, you should have intervened me. Okay, now can you see?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now
sir.
we can see that.
Oh God, you should have told me. I was trying to. You are getting only this screen.
Yeah, the main the theme
Oh
page.
God,
only
oh
we are
God.
able to
Okay,
see.
don't worry. I'll take hardly 2 to 3 minutes to just connect with you.
Yeah, sure, sir.
All
Thank you
right,
so much, sir.
don't
Thank
worry,
you so
don't
much for the
worry. I
positive.
thought it's
Thank you.
changing, and that's why I want to know flow.
No, sir.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
issues. Give me.
We will appreciate if you can share your slides after the session.
Absolutely, absolutely. But give me just
Thank
three
you.
three more
Yeah,
minutes
take your
to
time.
finish
Take your
this.
time.
I can take 3 minutes, sir.
Yes,
No
please
issue, sir.
continue, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So see, this is what 4 things I'm going. What I told was that whenever we are talking about, I'm so sorry. Okay, mark these words. No need to have an extraordinary statements there. Just make a specific goal that I want to achieve. That 75% of the student in my class should be able to answer this question in this possible way. Okay, is it measurable? Is it achievable? Be very realistic and time bound. That means I'm going to take 3 tests and decide upon that. So all your internal statement should be smart oriented. Point number 1. In your educational institute, you decide upon 2 goals: quality teaching and learning, and positioning could be one. I will share the screen definitely. When I say deterministic, it is formula based. I mean, you have 95%, 80%. When it is non deterministic, it is psychological based. It is the interaction that you have amongst the faculty, it is interaction that students have, peer review that they have. I talked about it as we moved across it. Okay, when you look at goal identification, every organization is mission vision. So decide upon one particular goal that the institution is looking at. Like for example, I said ethical responsibility. If that is an institution level goal, there must be a course or a subject which is addressing it. There must be the way of assessing it and what the instrument that you have. When you're looking at program level, I said that if suppose critical and analytical thinking is my program's goal, then R programming is a subject which I will address, and I'll give a data set for them to do the critical analysis. So just build up this process and you'll be able to put across it. So if in a mechanical engineering program you have a kind of a course which gives you the management knowledge, or which gives you a course like something like instrumentation, which helps you to understand precision and calibration, you can build your goal around that point and put across it. Okay, so that's one. We always feel that our program should be managed through people, process, and technology. Okay, I've talked about this. Remember, Tom Peters very categorically says 5% technology, 95% psychology and attitude. Always remember to look top down. Don't always try to bring in technology and then think about processes and people. Think about people, processes, and technology. Okay, I listed some of the stakeholders who are very, very important for us, and I said these are the reasons for them to be important with us. Okay, so sponsors management, right from this, I talked about this to you. I think you should be able to work onto it. My sincere apologies for not having the screen share, but paucity of time, I'm just running through it. Just I think you can pick up 1 or 2 here to understand. These are some of the processes which you can understand. For example, compliance is another process that we have to work on to it. But compliance is not single department's responsibility. There should be people from all departments who should come together and collaborate onto it. So what is the advantage? Advantage is it's a team's responsibility. The process owner can be a department or individual. Whatever market changes, market when I say here, I mean even our regulatory authorities. If there is a it changes requirement as far as NEP, we need to do it. Okay, it will lead to a lot of complexity. And I was coming to this task. So here I want to spend a minute for you to understand. Suppose I select a process. Let's say my process is teaching and learning. Can you see this screen now clearly? Can anybody confirm?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So if you just select a process, a teaching and learning is a core process. It has to be core process in an educational institute. Concentrate on these last 2 slides, and I think I'll be able to provide the entire gist. Once you concentrate on a process, classify whether it's a core process or not. If it is a core process, try to see whether you are benchmarking with the best practice. Now, what do you understand by this? You benchmark yourself, how good you were in the previous year, how good you are going to be this year. Or you look at the institutional head of the department or somebody who is very senior, known professor, you benchmark with him. Or you look at any other external agency who is practicing this, or any source that you feel like, national or international. If you feel you are benchmarking with that best practices, continue doing it yourself. If you feel no, then you have a chance for continuous improvement. So CIP stands for continuous improvement process. Come back, keep measuring it periodically, and remain in this cycle forever. Believe me, you will continue to improve year on year, semester on semester, class on class. However, if the process that you have selected or you're part of it is not a core process, like I was saying, conducting an entrance test is not a core process for our institution, because we use CAT, ZAT, other organizations' entrance score for our students to get into our B school. So we said, okay, okay, but those are important. So those are value added process. So what we have done, we explore both the possibility. Can we do it ourselves, do it yourself, or we outsource? Since it is cost effective, less stressful, we decided to outsource. You need to take your plan. The third thing is eliminate. For example, we have a process. I'm sure engineering colleges also have a process where we ask the students to create those project reports, black book as we call it. Now, from the faculty point of view, it's very, very important. But preparing that black book, if it is not a core process, it may be an value added process. But why do we need to have a printed copy? Can we introduce a process where the student can get into a digital mode? Because it can then get into our library forever, and we can then classify it and keep it for future reference. If printing, I mean saying paper printing of a book is a process in our place, we can easily eliminate it and we can decide that we can go for a digital. I'm just taking a simple example of printing. There could be n number of such processes which we can easily eliminate and concentrate on some other processes which can add value to it. As a last part of our exercise, what we did was we created a simple canvas, and I'm going to share this screen, this slide with you. What we did is we did this as a ready reference canvas. We asked, there are certain things which we do it. What is the legacy that your institution has? 40 years, 50 years. What are the milestones that your institutions has achieved in terms of accreditation, in terms of academics, in terms of placements, in terms of whatever you want to add it, you add it. Okay, what is that your institute is known for? Okay, what is the vision of your institution? That means it should focus on what you want your institute to ultimately become. Mission is what you are currently doing to achieve this. What should be your primary focus? Is it academic? Is it learning? Is it extracurricular? This can keep changing because mission vision may not change, but this can change. What is your primary role? Our IQSC says that each department, each process, each activity, each task, all of us should have a quality objective. What is the value that you're giving to each of the stakeholders? What kind of mindset you want? What ultimate values you want to bring in? How do you create those values? अभी जैसा मैंने इस स्लाइड में आपको बताया, who are our key stakeholders? So if you look at our key stakeholders, these are our key stakeholders. So I'll put that details here. Who are my key stakeholders? In order to address the issues of the key stakeholders, I'll require key resources for it. Some we may have, some we may procure. We may, it's very important for us to we have what are we proud of, service to the nation. For example, we conduct a lot of courses for INS Hamla, the Navy guys, and we are proud of it. So we may ensure that we mention that and it floats across the organization that service to the nation is one. Or every institution has one or two activities. What are your key processes? If you look at it, this is what I have looked at, the processes that we have identified in our organization. Out of which, currently, what are the key processes that you're focusing on? What are the key pedagogy? Are you concentrating on case learning? Are you concentrating on practicals? Is it that you're giving an add-on supplementary courses using MOOC or Coursera? Okay, you just put those pedagogy inclusive. Okay, and finally, what is that road ahead? What you are right now, what you want to put across it. For example, your road ahead could be you want to drive technology-driven courses. You want to make it more prominent. Now, if that is a road ahead, write it down here. Once you create this canvas, this will keep helping you understand कि okay चलो अभी हम यहाँ पर है, यहाँ हमको जाना है. So when you put across it, we can. And once you achieve this, you add that into a value and add new to the road ahead. I again repeat, my dear friends, and dear faculty colleagues, all my senior, all my educators, it takes time. So please allow organic growth. It is a simple, humble request for the top managers that we must give time. Like for example, just last 30 seconds, in our institution, even when somebody used to publish an article in a newspaper around uh, 2002, 2003, that used to get appreciated. All right, and we allowed that, and today you find that there are a lot of faculty who are publishing in A class, B class journals across it. Now that is also getting acknowledged and appreciated. So every work of intellectual contribution is recorded, and we then try to give some points to them. The point is not for PMS, not for thing. Those are all institutional processes at place, promotions and other things. There are guidelines across it. But when you have a self-realization, self-actualization, those points helps. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about it. Sorry for the inconvenience. I hope I have not taken much of a time. I didn't maintain the time there. And thank you, and I'm open to the questions if any. Quickly, if you, I can stop sharing,
Yes, sir.
and
Thank you so much, sir.
I'll definitely forward the slides, and you can put across it. So I just tried to put across it.
So definitely your speech has brought new insights from current research. Your talk always motivates our staff to stick to their work, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable suggestions. And we hope we would be implementing whatever suggestions given by you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions from the platform so that sir is ready to give his...
If we have time and I'm not eating into anybody else's time, please.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you for
this
considering.
is what I want to say. Since the time is limited and our time management team is repeatedly signaling, I have a lot of doubt. If you permit, after the conference, I would like to interact through mails or through phone, whatever way.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. If you can have, if you have a 2 minutes, you can quickly ask, and I'll try to respond as fast as possible.
No, sir, my
Oh,
doubts are
then you can
it
please
is
interact with me
thought-provoking
later.
session.
Sure,
Certainly, it shaped all my ideas.
Okay.
So I have to spend some time.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhakrishnan, sir. Thank you so much. So now may I invite Dr. Radhakrishna Sharma, sir, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our next keynote speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lata madam. Once again, you have put me in trouble. The time management team is signaling to cut it short and give a brief. But introducing Dr. Muhammad Abdul Madar in brief will also take 20 minutes minimum. So I will just give a quick introduction of Dr. Madar. Well, Dr. Madar is Program Director of Business Administration courses in University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nijwa, Sultanate of Oman. Dr. Madar is a well-known personality internationally when it comes to the program and curriculum development and implementation. We don't need any introduction in this field. He is having 30+ year experience, if I am not wrong. His research interest is diversified. He is in entrepreneurial development, neuro-linguistic programming, finance, education, knowledge management, program development, Islamic business ethics, emotional intelligence, and so on. I can't read the full list. He has 40-odd papers at the reputed platforms published and presented to his credit. His contribution to development of higher education processes and procedures in Sultanate of Oman, India, and some different countries is appreciated and recognized by the stakeholders. He is chief editor of Al-Munar Journal of Oman Business Focus, published in Oman. Okay, my apologies. I have got the last warning. So I will stop here and I will hand over the stage to Dr. Madar. Thanks, Dr. Madar, for accepting our invitation and adding value to academic world at large. Over to you, Dr. Madar.
Thank you, Dr. R.K. Sharma. In the name of God, most beneficent and merciful, respected Dean, Kehl University, and associate deans of various programs, and learned faculty across the campuses, and scholars and dear students, greetings from Sultanate of Oman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. God may shower his choicest blessings, happiness, peace on all of you. With the sweet greetings, I like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. R.K. Sharma and other and administration for giving this chance for me to share part of this particular conference. We are honored, very much humbled in front of you. Actually, this is the program, Business Administration Program. It's one of the prestigious program of Sultanate of Oman. The higher education in Sultanate, just 3 decades old. Originally, there is only one national university, Sultan Qaboos University. There are some private, private universities also there. Now, last year, they are going to already there. It is declared. The degree was passed, royal degree. Our institution and another ministerial institution, we are forming the huge national university with more than 50,000 students, around 50,000 students. That is University of Technology and Applied Sciences. So we are here. I represent, our Indian faculty. We are doing our best. We're trying to add a lot of value for the society. The Oman is actually, the growth is very rapid. The real mantra is the quality. When I landed in the year 2005, that day itself, I know that we are using e-governance. A lot of issues we are dealing with just with the one card, the electronic card for migration, everything like that. So Alhamdulillah. So before that, I'm giving my presentation. Let me share this window. Okay. So here we have, let me share it here. Yes. The topic of the day, importance of effective risk management governance. So let me have some idea what we are. Yes. These are all the key points we like to cover today in a very brief manner because time is running short. Some overview about Oman AAA and what are the standards governing risk management, and also some idea about the risk management, what we are today concerned about, and how the universities are dealing that issues, and some of the frameworks, as well as some of the quality report from our Oman AAA. Inshallah, we'll try to conclude. The Oman AAA, that is Oman Academic Accreditation Authority. This is the institution which is concerned about quality assurance of Oman from the year 2008. This is similar for NAC in our country. I was there in India at the time. I was involved in quality assurance process also. So here you can see there are totally 9 standards. The governance is the first standard, having 13 criteria. Totally there are 79 criterions. So each criteria having a number of, I can say, some of indicator. We call it KPI, key performance indicators. Just I get the excerpts from that that material, the criteria 1.8 risk management, it is dealing with identification, assessment, and treatment, and also monitoring the risk. This is the statement of criteria. There are some indicators. You must have some plan, and also you have to address those issues, and you have to have appropriate delegation of authority for take care of the risk factor, and also you have to monitor and do some remedies. These are all the indicators given in risk management. In general, we know that what is the risk management? This is a continuous process. We have to identify the risk. We have to assess the risk. We have to make some priorities because the resources are not in abundant. We have to use the resources what we have it. So there are things mentioned. We have to follow certain process to implement this risk management system in our higher educational institutions. The risks are in a variety of forms. It is predictable, but some cannot be avoidable. We cannot avoid it. There are unexpected, but we can prevent and we can mitigate the effect and degree of the risk. So there is a need to understand and assess the risk. That is very, very important. Here I can show you with a simple diagram. It is starting with the identify the risk, then assessing its intensity, then try to evaluate, study the risk, so we can have the better control mechanism. So this is somewhat same like what we are doing in IAQHEI process, approach, deployment, results, and improvement. So this is a continuous process. We have to have it in our educational institutions. Here I'm giving a simple diagram which shows the airbag system in our road automation. Here, having this system, we got it because of we predict that yes, there are some risk in our road traffic and road system. So here, this can help us to minimize the risk. Same way, there are certain risk elements in our educational institution which we can minimize it, even though it is unexpected from our part. There are certain type of risk in general which are applicable for the university concern. One is strategic risk. That is, we can say, what is our goal of any educational institution? We have to achieve the educational excellence and good delivery, and have a suitable assessments, etc., etc. So these are under stake some particular situation. So there is a need for having a plan how we can avoid this kind of outcomes. So there is a need for focus on whenever we formulate the strategies, we have to understand, is it feasible? Then what are the factors are going to affect this objectives, something like that. It may be the operational. You can say this is something kind of the main business of our institution. Our main focus on education, that is learning and teaching and learning aspects. So this is come under the governance. The people who are in charge of developing the strategies, they have to take care this aspect. And financial risk. Today, this is very common. Most of our universities are, especially private universities, are facing this issue because they are, getting the tuition fees or whatever may be. This is affected because of the sudden pandemic. So how they are managing that particular situation, how they are going to fill the gap, the financial gap. So it may be the investment options for them, or how they are getting the returns. If anything happened to that return, how they are going to manage it. So much planning needed in this aspect. Without finance, yes, we cannot do anything in our campus. So basically we call it assets, not only financial assets, beyond financial assets, so many other aspects are there. Then operational risk, which affecting ongoing management process. How to say, such as some of the systems what we have adapted recently. We are using huge budget for that particular system. But unfortunately, there are certain issues we are not able to take forward. Otherwise, there is some lapses in it. So how we can manage it? Because it is directly connected with your operations, your registration, something like that, or it affects your financial elements. And compliance risk, of course, we are very much working along with the internal and external regulations. There are certain regulations may affect your day-to-day operations of the university. For example, you take, the Gulf region. Of course, every national, their main focus will be on giving priority for jobs for the nationals. It may be Omanization or Saudiization, something like that. In that case, the recruitment is a major, a role of a major component which is going to determine your delivery, quality of delivery. If any delay in recruitment, if any change in policy of the government for the recruiting expatriates, it directly affects your quality of delivery. So there is a need for, you have to plan many things. You have to bring resources within your framework. You have to plan it. You have to send the students for higher education, keep them ready for replacing the expats, something like that. So the compliance may be within the four walls of the university, or it may be come from outside. This risk is also very, very vital one. We have to take care when we are talking about the university concern about. The reputation risk. There are so many factors which may affect your reputation. Even a very small thing may affect our reputation. You never expected that actually. Okay. Even some of the cultural things, or it may be a psychological issues, anything, it may affect, even though you are having very good quality, very good faculty. Okay. You have open management system. The dynamic management, so many things. Even a small issue may affect the reputation of the university. So in that case, how we are going to handle the issue? So there must be some kind of crisis. The alternative options we have to keep open all the time. So these are all the things one can see in the university setting. I made some research on literature on some of the reputed journals and all. I got some of the points from here. So university assets go beyond the physical and financial, not just the faculty, not just the finance, it go beyond that. That is something special in our HEI, higher educational institutions. So we have to take care also strategic, operational and financial compliance. And higher educational institutions need to address huge variety of ever-changing risks. What is that? There are certain risks which are emerging suddenly, and reputation, it affects the reputation. So there is a need for insurance coverage and claims, and you have to avoid certain issues like cyber security and natural disaster. What happened in pandemic is the best example today. So these are all the things, the research findings are showing that we have to give as much as focus on this aspect, that is risk management in our higher educational programs. And also, most of the risks originate within the university due to aspects such as unpaid students' loan, ineffective leadership, and procurement practices, and network integrity. Just, we have everything during last 1 year. Suddenly there is some issue of connectivity, then it became it affects your day-to-day operations badly. So how we are managing this kind of variety of issues. So these are all the things we have to take care in our governance. When we plan, we have to have proper planning. We have to have the committees, and we must have some the leaders to take care of the risk factors. And some more research. There are certain research which are inherited to a particular operation, but we are not doing business. This is something special, you can say. The issues are something different from normal business setting. So there is a need for focusing on those issues, that what this literature says, and increase the livelihood of achieving the university objectives. Please, 1 minute. Yeah. The likelihood, there are certain things are very much, prone for the universities. We have to allocate the resources. We have to keep the transparency. So that will be maintain the competitiveness and have the competitive advantage over our other fellow players in that field. I mean, the other universities. We can have the sustainability and we can maintain the reputation and we have better effective management system. So these are all the practical things what we have come across in the research paper. And also we have to have the continuous assessment of the risk, because every time it is changing space, it's changing, things are getting different. Same risk having different intensity. So there is a need for continuous supervision and you have to improve your system. And it requires some time and resources. That is very important. Today you can say we are not giving much focus on research, the risk management system. One of the main reason, resources. We have to have a lot of resources. Just imagine, if it is a physical resources, for example, they're expecting some natural disaster or fire, something like that, you have to spend millions for creating this kind of even infrastructure. So the resources are the major issue, not just planning. It is connected to the resources. That is the reason what we saw, many of institutions, they don't have risk management system on place. So these are all the certain literature. This is the last thing we would like to discuss. This literature from China, it is talking about the coronavirus, and the universities are acted beyond their campus, not within the risk within their universities. They were part of the society and help the community to avoid, to curtail the spread of the coronavirus. So they have this kind of preparedness to help the community also. You can see here, jointly discover the spread of COVID-19. There are some universities are involved in it. They only came out with that yes, there is a deadliest virus spreading. Also, they are part of certain kits to detect the virus, which are rapid kits. The universities are worked on it. And also there are certain universities, they were working with the government and other bodies, providing significant support to control the epidemic. So these are all the things go beyond their campuses, and they are work with the government and other agencies to curtail the spread of the virus, which is one of the that we never ever have such kind of pandemic in our life. So it shows that how the how the HEIs around the world are reacting to various risks. Normally, the next topic, the risk drivers in university, which are actually pushing the risk. One is provision of academic excellence. Yes, we have to maintain the academic excellence. If I don't maintain the academic excellence, I'll be out. So there is the fear. There is one of the driving force which make you and me to create some risk management system. And also the overall quality of higher educational sector. Today we are not alone. We are globally, we are competing each other. People are trying to compare, I mean, the universities with global universities. So there is a need for us to improve further and compete with our fellow players. So there is a need for, you can see that is the reason we are driven by certain, we have to have proper risk management system. And also performance in higher education, it directly connects with the economy, of course. They are very much influencing the economy. So having a better risk management system would ensure that also. And another study shows that increased responsiveness and accountability. Being a member of higher educational institution, any stakeholder, we are accountable for the society, because expectations are very running high. You have to fulfill it. So how we can do it? There is a need for better risk management system. Tomorrow you should not have any excuse for that. You cannot say because of that it happened, we could not manage this, that, not like that. We have to make ourselves equipped so it will be better. We can fulfill the expectations of, and will be accountable for any social compulsions. And broader student expectations. Of course, Madam also mentioned it. today's new generation. Their expectations are entirely different from you and me. They are getting a lot of inputs, but they want something pragmatic. They want the results. They don't want just to have the only knowledge. They want something pragmatic and an outcome in their curriculum and during their studies. So how we are going to manage it? So being the people part of the higher educational institution, we have to fulfill the expectations of today's generation. When we are trying it, yes, we will be much prepared. We are thinking of each and every aspect of governance. The governance having more than 12 points as per Oman AAA, maybe same like NAC also. We have to focus on each and every point, not to leave any one of it, especially risk management system also. The competition increase, yes, there is a competition around. We are lot of global market players. We are one among them. So that is the reason we have to take care the risk management system. It's as a priority. Then external security scrutiny. Yes, there are a lot of things going around. Madam talk about the new education policy. So you are not allowed just like that. There will be a lot of focus on you. You have to fulfill various criterion. So there are, it may be from the government side, maybe from the other side, or maybe the expectation of the government, parental and social expectation, anything. We have to take care of, we have to expect so many scrutiny from external sources. And one other thing, at the end of the day, we are also, we are trying to push entrepreneurial culture, and we are also just like, we have to manage our resources and our activities. So there is a need for partnering with other members, maybe other universities or commercial establishments. That is the reason we have to have better quality system placed in our universities, which is not possible without proper risk management system within our campus. The impact of information technology. Today, what happened? Most of the sectors lost their business. They stopped their activities. They take the tourism and hospitality industry, totally shattered. But thank God, the educational sector still keep going without any break. We are able to deliver our job. We are actively involved in day-to-day activities, and students are not leaving any semesters. They are able to complete their courses. Everything all happened because of information technology. The great credit goes to information technology. The organizations, the institutions who are already having some amount of, the base and infrastructure, logistic, they are escaped easily. They are managed the situation. The past 2 years, things were in favor of them. So today, you know that most of the things what we are having registration is fully automized. Even today, face-to-face classes started, but our management, our authorities are telling us, please keep some components as virtual mode. We are trying to deliver 10 to 20% of our delivery still through the virtual mode. We are using some of the the tools for assessment like Blackboard and Noodle, something like that, models and all. So this is what I'm trying to tell here. There is a need. We are maintaining ourselves. We try to update our risk management system because these are the drivers today. We have to have it. There is some research. The framework we have to follow it. One is how to approach this system. Analyze the business. Our business is what? Education, teaching and learning. We have to analyze. We have to approach it that way. Then identify the risk. There are certain preventable. There are some which are unavoidable. Whatever may be, you must have some planning for it and assess its effect, how it affects you. So based on that, you can prepare yourself for it. And you have to have response planning committees and how you are going to transfer the risk. Are you going to take advantage from any other external sources or taking the insurance, something like that? All things you have to deliberate and you have to decide. Also, there is a risk monitoring committees and to maintain the sustainability of your the particular planning process. So it must go on. These are all the things suggested from our side to maintain a better risk management. So finally, I like to see the report. This is a public document from Oman AAA. After conducting the auditing, they are giving their recommendations, affirmations, and commendation. I could not find a single commendation, I mean the comment, all are recommendation or affirmation. It means that still the universities are not able to adapt the risk management system. That is the reason I can see only recommendation, only few affirmations. There is no commendation. So there are, you can see here, they are asking that institution, this is a public document. There are more than 40 such audit reports you can find out in Oman AAA site. They're asking them to have proper implementation of institutional level risk policy and initiate actions, something like that. Here they affirm that yes, there is some quality assurance system on place in this college, but need to enhance the risk management framework. The framework is not enough. You have to increase it. Program level risk assessment more explicit. So these are all the few things just for your sharing these points with you. It gives an idea for you what is going on in Oman, the name of quality assurance. Really, quality is a very prime factor. The government is giving a lot of focus and emphasis on quality aspects. And quality assurance, the particular Oman AAA doing a good job. You can see that these kind of reports are transparent and it's available online also. It shows that things are going well. So all these recommendations shows still universities are behind. They have to have proper risk management system in their campuses. That is the message what we understand from this research. And as a conclusion, with positive note, I like to conclude this session. The COVID-19, the pandemic affected all sectors except HE, higher education institutions, especially the stakeholders like staff and students. They are actively involved in their day-to-day activities, even during the pandemic. That credit goes to the preparedness of higher educational institutions and their risk management system. They already have some risk management system. That is the reason they're able to handle this bad situation. We hope that having an effective risk management will ensure quality, stability, and growth in the campuses. With a few words, few points, I like to conclude my session. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you once again. Back to Dr. Madam Lada.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Your presentation has itself proved that whatever country we are all striving for the quality system in our institutions. As you have rightly put, quality, stability, and growth are the main agenda for our quality assessment, sir. Thank you once again for your wonderful and fruitful presentation. We are happy from our end. So the same way, the audience are also very much enthralled with your presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this chance. Thank you, Dr. R.K. Sharma. Jazakallah. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I take it as a privilege to invite Dr. Wahid Shakil Ahmad, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our speaker for the morning session. Thank you.
Everyone, good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Lata Ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to introduce a dynamic international speaker, Dr. Tahsin Anwar Arshi, as a keynote speaker of this international conference. Dr. Tahsin Anwar is working as a Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at American University of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Previously, Dr. Tahsin worked for as well as Australian University. In the rest come for his credentials, Dr. Tahsin certified in entrepreneurship educator and external reviewer with Oman Academic Accreditation Authority as well as National Academic Accreditation and Evaluation of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Tahsin is a member of Global Entrepreneurship Network and Data Center. And Dr. Tahsin specializes in designing technology enhanced curriculum, and research interest or in entrepreneurs' rights and startup business models. Dr. Tahsin has authored for several Scopus indexed publications in premium journals and case studies. Then Dr. Tahsin is awarded PhD from University of Bedfordshire, UK. He has come for MBA, University of Wollongong, Australia. In addition to this, MPhil, MA Diploma in Management from India. Now, this is the time to invite Dr. Tahsin Anwar Arshi to share his views on the governance dilemma of quality, innovation, international benchmarks. So please, Dr. Tahsin sir, please address this guidance.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just
Thanks.
sharing my slide. I hope you can view the slide.
Yes, it is, Doctor.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. And you can hear me well. So I realize that I stand between you and your lunch. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. And thank you for the nice introduction. And thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I've been listening to various speakers and really enriching our knowledge and sharing some practices, best practices that's happening around the world. So I'm indebted especially to Professor Radhakrishnan Sharma for his invite and making me part of this conference. And distinguished guests and deans and registrars from the KLF University. I would begin with my presentation by providing a forum for reflection. Actually, I thought I will make this session as a reflective session for all of us to think on an issue that I have identified through my experience as various reviewers with multiple accrediting agencies. So the title for my study is The Governance Dilemma of Quality and Innovation, International Accreditation Benchmark. So what I mean by is that there is a dilemma between quality and innovation that we need to address. And hopefully through this presentation, we'll try to find some possible solutions to this. So I have organized this presentation. See if I can share that. Okay. I've organized this presentation in this way. First of all, we'll try to understand what is quality and innovation in education briefly and how they interact to create the dilemma. Then we'll try to understand, do accreditors want quality or innovation, or they expect both? And then what are the international benchmarks related to governance and quality, particularly related to innovation and quality? And what type of governance and quality strategies can deal with this dilemma? And what do we learn from this experience? So what is this dilemma? I'm asking a reflective question to all of you. Are innovation and quality two different and possibly a diametrically opposite mindset? Because if you look at on the right-hand side, the quality assurance from a very operational perspective, it is a process of checking to see whether a product or service satisfies the customer requirements from customer point of view. Whereas innovation is the change that unlocks new value. So quality is about conformance and innovation is about breaking rules. So how do these go hand in hand? If we expect innovation in education, are the accrediting bodies ready to accommodate the innovation within the quality framework is the reflective question. Three concepts that I'm discussing here are all borrowed from different fields. So education is the core field. Innovation is a separate field altogether that is applied in education. And quality is also a separate field from operations that is applied in higher education. And all these three together contribute to high quality of education that we all aspire to provide to our students. And it involves multiple stakeholders and multiple paradigms at various levels, at the organizational level, which is governance and elements, leadership, structure, strategy, resources, culture, at the individual level, that to show that innovation, individual and team level, and quality through measures, attitudes, management teams, and so on, and processes. So all these three paradigms must come together to provide high quality education, but they ask for they have different demands, and that also contradicts the basic tenets of quality. So what is innovation in its pure sense? I'm not going to read the full definition for you, but I'll just highlight the novelty part. So it's novel, it's something new. And it's new methods of production. So new methods of production in education is new methods of, for example, delivery, new methods of program design. It's about invention, it's about creating a meaningful impact through invention. So these are very path-breaking expectations if we just focus on innovation in its purest sense. But why innovation is important in education? Why we can't deal without innovation? Just focus on quality. Look at the competition that is happening in the higher sector. I'm sure there is a lot of competition in India. For example, in Dubai, there are 70 different universities in one city. And these universities are a mix of federal universities as well as international universities having their campuses in Dubai. So there's a lot of competition. And there is a traditional image of academic institutions that we are not training students enough to be creative and innovative. We are training them to be employees rather than employers or for self-employment, for innovation. So we have to break free from that traditional image. For that, innovation is required. And the new opportunities emerging in the field of education, new fields of study, such as artificial intelligence, data science. All these fields of study are requiring programs to be more innovative, deliveries to be more innovative. There is a lot of training and consultancy and industry input into education that is required today. So we have professors of practice teaching students coming from the industry. So different type of changes or trends are taking place that is requiring innovation within universities. Look at the classroom scenarios: student-centered classrooms, flipped classrooms, technology-led teaching and learning requires innovation. So there is an overall increased levels of innovation in education. And that is why innovation is important. We cannot ignore innovation in education. So how does quality accommodate innovation? Allow novelty, allow new things to take place within institutions. And there's a nice quote from Powell who says that universities might become the real drivers of creative change. How can universities become real drivers of creative change if the accrediting bodies and various stakeholders do not provide adequate room for novelty and newness and challenging the status quo of what is happening in the universities today? That's the dilemma we face, especially at the governance level. In 1995, Ball asked, "What the hell is quality?" Pardon me for the language, but that's what was his exact words. And 30 years later, those in higher education are still trying to answer this question. And defining quality continues to be difficult, with some asserting that quality can neither be defined or nor quantified, because quality is subjective upon individual perspectives. So if it is subjective, then who defines quality in education? Who has the authority to define quality in higher education is the question. Is it the quality department? Is it top management? Is it the students? Is it the accreditators? Who defines quality? And that's the question asked by American Society for Quality. Because there are multiple stakeholders in quality. This was touched upon yesterday as well in one of the by one of the speakers who says that there are three key stakeholders quality in higher education. The first key stakeholder is, say, for example, the users of the product. The users of the product, the students. Here, students and employers who are users of the output. What we produce, they use it. So do they define quality? Or is it the academics and administrators? Or is it the accreditors, funding bodies, and the community largely that defines quality? And especially between administrators, academics, and accreditors, to conform or to digress. We can't digress. We have to follow the standards laid out by the accreditor. So it is the responsibility of the accreditors to understand the requirements of innovation within the education and define the standards and provide room for invention, for novelty in the universities. And then only we can see that universities will become the real drivers of change. Right, what's that? Sorry, I just used the annotation. So just to give an example of different perceptions of quality, this is a very interesting illustration. So basically, what happened here, if you start with number one, the marketing people thought that this is what quality should look like. So they installed a swing for the customer in the park that looks like this. But the management thought that's a very expensive proposition, so they approved a swing that looks something like what is you see in number two. And then the engineers said, no, that's not possible. Let's redesign it, re-engineer it, and they provided a swing that looks like what is in number three. And the manufacturing actually produced, not according to the design concept, but they manufactured what it looks like in number four. And the maintenance, that's a very risky swing. So they installed some support and created something new. And then after all this, they found that the customer wanted a swing like what we see in number six. So quality is subjective. Quality differs from different perspectives of different stakeholders. Different stakeholders have different perspectives of quality. And especially education, in education, we have so many stakeholders involved. So that a nice model, serve-qual model, I'm sure you're familiar with this model, shows that there are gaps in quality, in terms of communication of quality, in terms of delivery of quality, in terms of perceived or perception of quality. So there are various gaps, gap from gap 1 to gap 5. And what is delivered to the customer is not as per the expectation of the customer's expectation of quality. So for example, there are accrediting bodies that say, okay, so this is what you have to do. How do students understand that aspect of quality? Is the question. We implement that quality. We satisfy our accreditors. But what about other stakeholders? So this value chain should be aligned in a way that all fall into the same quality expectation. So there is a level required. The previous speaker, I think Dr. Jha, spoke about re-engineering. There is a need for re-engineering, not only for what happens at a institutional level, but what happens in the value chain across institutions in the education system. And then there is an issue of costs, quality costs. We're trying to prevent errors, defects. We are trying to put, say, for example, measures of in place so the students don't cheat. So there are plagiarism processes, there are examinations, there are various tests. And we are trying to train students for education, for their life. And at the same time, we are appraising the current quality through quality processes. So if we have a plagiarism check system, that's a prevention. And then how this system works, we are appraising that through continuous monitoring of data. Just an example. So there are costs involved in quality. We must understand the gap and we must understand the cost, especially at the governance level. And what are the costs of errors in quality, which are so at internal failure and external failure. Defects found before students graduate. So we find the student performance is not up to the standards. We have defined performance standards of students. I'm sure most of the universities do that. For example, at our university, we defined measures for student success, student graduate achievements. What if they are not fully prepared to go into the market? Do we want to send to the market half prepared, half baked? An external failure, defects when found by employers. So we send graduates to the market, and the employer survey says, oh, they lack initiative, they're not innovative, they're not enterprising. Oh, but we taught them the courses and they passed those courses. Yeah, but that was for their graduation, not for their life. So we train students for life, for success. We set them up for success. So there are costs for quality that we must be aware of. And my previous esteemed speaker spoke about risks. What are the kind of risks that that are there that can affect the quality? At the governance level, we should be able to prioritize and mitigate and categorize those risks and actions clearly. Let's come back to defining quality in higher education then. And I found 13 broad definitions of quality in higher education, because I said this is borrowed from operations quality concept. And some definitions are primarily standards driven, and that's what accreditation or accrediting bodies define quality as, standards driven. We have to fulfill certain standards. We have to meet certain standards. Meeting predefined set of standards and specifications, requirements in pursuit for excellence and exclusivity. That's fine. But to meet excellence, excellence is again an open-ended concept, continuous improvement. So it should not be bounded by standards and predefined specifications. It should allow room for that. Okay, so I'm not sure about India, but here especially in the Gulf region, there are two forms of assessments by accrediting bodies, which are institutional assessment. What previous speaker talked about OAAA is the institutional assessment, and then is the program. Every program is then accredited. We cannot operate, for example, in the UAE, any program that is not accredited by the CAA, which is accrediting body here under the Ministry of Education. So these two forms of accreditation takes place. Institutional takes place more towards looking at governance and quality measures and strategy and processes and resources. Program is more specific to the program's learning outcomes, graduate attributes, student success, student satisfaction with the program, and so on and so forth. So the focus of this are slightly different, which is more narrower for the program. So what are these four broad definitions? Four broad definitions are purposeful. So most of the one category of definitions for high quality says should be stated, mission, vision, standards should be clearly defined. That's one category. The other category I've highlighted slightly green because it allows some innovation there, which is exclusivity, that exceptional differentiation. So they try to encourage institutions to be more exclusive through innovation. And the one which is in dark green is actually very good because it allows transformation. It is transformative in its approach. And it calls for a positive change in student learning and personal and professional potential, which is very good. That's what we need. And then finally, accountable. Institutions are accountable to stakeholders for optimal use of resources, delivery of accurate educational products and services with zero defects. That's very operational perspective of quality. So if you see, these categories I have combined based off maybe on, say, more than 50 definitions. But these are the broad categories that I could thematically organize for your ready reference. So again, the dilemma is revisited here. The same problem happens, or same challenge we face about innovation and quality. Let's come to governance and quality. So what should be the role of governance and quality? And I see the role of governance and quality in four areas, which is leadership, providing the right vision, strategies, processes, structure of the institution, and the culture of the institution to support quality and innovation, both. First of all, strategy and positioning. The institution should define where it stands in terms of quality. We have moved, in quality from error detection, that's a basic inspection approach, to more of a quality assurance approach where there are quality systems, quality costing, quality planning. But we have to move higher to total quality management, where quality is everyone's responsibility. And we see that in some of the accreditation standards, we see that. So in the entire university is involved in quality. Quality is everyone's business, not just a quality department. There's teamwork, there's staff empowerment. And quality also involves customers and suppliers. And it's very interesting. TQM is a Japanese concept. It's not for in education, but I try to study that in the education sector. And if you see on the right-hand side of the screen, I published a paper which says student participation in quality in higher education institutions, panikia or placebo, whether it's possible that students contribute to the quality enhancement of the institution. But the dilemma here is the students are students customers of the institution. If you're a private organization and you care about tuition fee of the students, then they are your customers. How are you going to satisfy your customers? If you fail a student, of course, customer is not satisfied. The students are not customers, theoretically, from educational perspective, but from an operational perspective, they are. So there, if they can contribute to the enhancement of quality by their best, then that really improves the quality of the institution. It's not just the processes, it's not just the structure or the strategies. It's a way how various stakeholders contribute to the enhancement of quality, and that is what total quality management calls for. And that is the approach that we should be using in higher education. Once we apply the approach, how do we measure quality? And this is what the accreditation bodies, or like NAC in India, they are looking for, or in CA in UAE and other countries. Which approach, which methodology do you use to measure quality? They want to look at the cycle, right? Have you defined clearly? Do you measure different parameters? Do you analyze the data? Do you improve based on data? And do you control various processes? So that's one methodology that should be. So when we when we evaluate, as an evaluator, we apply this approach in evaluating. And we find that most of the universities, have defined, they measure, and somehow we cannot find how they analyze to improve the data. So that part, the lower part, is most of the time missing. So we say, yeah, we have a process in place. We are measuring, we are doing feedback, we are taking surveys. Okay, so what about the data, and how that data informs your improvement is what closes the loop. Another approach is called ADRI, which we use regularly, where we see what is the approach, what is the vision, mission, what are the standards defined, what are the specifications, objectives, measures put in place, what resources are deployed to achieve those objectives, how this vision and mission and these objectives are communicated to various stakeholders, not only internal but external, how different stakeholders are involved in the deployment of these resources, how it is implemented, and how the review is done based on the outputs of data and trends, and improvements are done, what learnings take place, what adaptations, what modifications. This is a good approach for allowing innovation, because when you want to improve based on data evidence, every reviewer will agree with the innovation that you bring in, because then says this improvement has come based on the feedback. We are trying to improve based on the data, based on the trends. So it allows for accommodation of innovation. So I was looking at various accreditation bodies, starting with India. So the NAC, I looked at their objectives, and very interestingly, and I was happy to see that number 3, they states that their objective is to encourage self-evaluation, which everyone does, accountability, which everyone does, autonomy, and innovation in higher education. That's an excellent objective that many of the these accreditation bodies miss on. So this is what will promote innovation. So you are in a privileged position because your accreditation body allows for innovation. So go ahead and do it. And I like the canvas presented by Dr. Jha, where he says that what you're proud of, so put in the canvas your innovations there. You're proud of the innovations that are in this, because that is what will differentiate you. That will what will make your brand. That will what will improve your goodwill. Okay, so this is nice. Contrarily, on mission-based accreditations like SAC-COC and IAQHEI'2022, they're very mission-oriented. So you state the mission, and you have to demonstrate how are you going to achieve that mission, and what are your strategic plans. So there are milestones, strategic plans, so very structured, mission-oriented approach of these bodies on accreditation. So I just summarize, of course, these slides will be shared with you later, but I've just summarized the international benchmark from 5 different countries. I didn't include Oman because I knew there's many speakers from Oman. They will be touching upon that. So I've included one. So the NAC is very quantitative in approach, but it has, related to governance and quality, talks about vision and leadership, talks about quality strategies, resource mobilization, which is very important. Resource is a barrier to innovation. If the universities provide adequate resources, then innovation takes place. Or because innovation and creativity by nature does not happen automatically. It needs a mindset. It needs resource mobilization. So that's a good one. IAQHEI' focuses on transparency, and this is only for the standards for governance and quality. Focuses on transparency. Of course, they call it by different names. Institutional planning and effectiveness. Effectiveness is nice in IAQHEI' because, and especially, and also By SACS COC, effectiveness is where they talk about student success, how we can design strategies. Quality assurance in the UK is highly qualitative, and it's very different from all the other bodies here, because it is an outcome-based approach where they're not looking at the program itself, they're not looking at the institution or vision, they're looking at the qualification characteristics and holder characteristics. So they are looking at, okay, a student graduating with particular degree, what characteristics that student holds or demonstrates, and then work backwards how that was, embedded, and holder characteristics. So it's a very reflective. There's no, in this UK system, there's nothing like you're accredited or you're not accredited, you pass, you fail. There's nothing like that. It's just a platform where standards are defined for people to, or for the institutions to reflect, and they have something called quality code. The NAC Saudi Arabia also talks about wider participation, staff empowerment, and they also bring in something interesting called performance of leaders. So they are also focused on accountability of leaders rather than just other, different layers of management within the institution. So that's what makes it stand out. DHR in Bahrain focuses on common things, but benchmarking and surveys. That's what they're saying is that the governance of quality should take into consideration benchmarks and surveys as parameters of excellence, and then define their strategies based on that. So their focus is on that. And in the UAE, the CA talks about governance and management. Especially, it talks about continuous enhancements, which is again allowing some room for innovation. This is a summary of the international benchmarks related to governance and quality, and you can look at them at your leisure. And what I've done is also have done a visual for you, where you can we can see that a themed analysis. You will see that all these points that I put in the table are connected to each other, and you can see it visually. And all these bodies are here. For example, if you see AACSB, UAA here, and NCAA. So NAC, if for your interest here, NAC. Sorry. Second. Here, so if you see NAC here, their focus is on empowerment, faculty empowerment, and that's how they account for innovation. They want to empower faculty for innovation, because without empowerment, innovation will not take place. NCAA also talks about wider participation and other themes here. And AACSB, as I said, is more of a mission-based, administrative focus, transparency, whereas QAA is more of outcome-based approach, and CA is somewhere in the middle with governance and management focused on continuous enhancement and defining academic standards. So in this way, they talk about the same thing, but in different language with different focus, but they are quite closely knit. So the last part of this presentation is what are the possible solutions? So if there is a dilemma, how can we resolve that? How can we reduce the gaps? Who are the people involved? As I said, in TQM, quality is everyone's responsibility. So for gap one that I showed you earlier, we have to ensure that there is a consistency between internal quality specification and expectation of all stakeholders. And it is an issue of governance, and top management should ensure that all stakeholders understand the quality expectations, and it's well communicated to all of them. Gap two, ensure that internal specification meets intended concept design. quality and QA processes should ensure that once expectations are clear, standards are defined, it's the same way the quality processes and department aligns itself with that, and processes are designed accordingly. And then the important role of faculty and staff to ensure that the delivery of this quality and understanding of this quality to different stakeholders, particularly students, are aligned with the top two gaps, or what is defined earlier. And gap 4, marketing also plays a role, because many times what happens in private universities, the marketing department tries to overclaim things that the university is not actually providing or is not sufficiently providing. So again, they should ensure that this gap does not take place and the delivery is exactly the way it was promised or according to the expectation. So if expectations are met, gaps are removed, accreditors and stakeholders are aligned, we can see more quality taking place in higher education institutions. Finally, I know, am I running out of time, Doctor?
Sir, anyway, you have said finally, so no problem, sir.
Okay, yes, I'm ending in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Thank you,
I've
sir.
defined the roles of everyone here. I wrote a paper called An Architecture, Designing an Organization for Innovation, and especially the organizational architecture, which is part of the governance framework. So leadership, what is the role of leadership in promoting innovation? I have laid down certain parameters here for creating a culture for innovation and quality. Of course, market-oriented culture is important, but quality-oriented culture, everyone believes in quality. Everyone lives quality, total quality. It's everyone's responsibility. Innovation-oriented culture. And there's a climate and resources for creativity and innovation. In terms of structure, we have flexible organizational structures that are fast, that take ideas forward, less hierarchical, flat, team-centered, lower power distances, informal networks, decentralized and empowered. We talked about some of these earlier. And in terms of strategies, so innovation will help for differentiation, bringing new competencies, developing new processes that can help quality. Sometimes what happens is that our core capabilities and competencies actually become our core rigidity. We are so good in something that we do not look beyond it. We have to look beyond for new competencies, new capabilities, because the trends, the changes are happening so fast in higher education. So think about those innovation strategies. And finally, if you have programs which are innovative, we are thinking of first to the market. For example, in the UAE, our university was one of the first to launch programs on artificial intelligence, robotics. So first to the market is also part of the innovation within a higher education institution. That's also relates to strategies. So with this, I would conclude with these some possible solutions to integrate quality and innovation in the light of the international benchmarks that I've shared with you, and I hope that some of the information is useful for your reference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a fruitful session. There was an overwhelming response from the participants and the audience. So we will be mailing all the questions that has been posed by our presenters or the audience. We'll be hoping to see you in the near future very soon, sir. Thank you so much once again from the IQAC team, Dean Ramakrishna sir, for taking your time out of this busy schedule and being with us in this virtual mode. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Dear participants and the audience, we will be breaking for lunch by 2:15. Our afternoon session will be beginning, and we have our valedictory program at the end of the session. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. And the theme for this session is quality in 3Ps. 3Ps are programs, people, and process in higher education institutions. Now I request Dr. Dama Kiran Kumar, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yep, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IAQHEI, innovative mechanisms and the standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions, I'd like to express my gratitude to the presence of all delegates, speakers, and participants in the conference IAQHEI. And a warm welcome to you all. Today we have about 360 foreign and local participants making this fourth conference jointly being organized by IQSC Internal Quality Assurance Cell and ASC Academic Staff College of KLEF, One Year Lakshmi Education Foundation, to a truly international one. I find immense pleasure in introducing our honorable speaker, Dr. Renaldo, who does not need any introduction in international academic and research community. He is a chartered manager and chartered fellow of the Chartered Management Institute UK, chartered scientist of the Scientist Council in UK, fellow of the Institute of Science and Technology UK, and fellow Higher Education Academy UK. Currently, he is the head of the department in business administration at University of Technology and Applied Sciences, CS, in the former colleges of Applied Sciences, Oman. Prior to this, he was an associate professor at University Utara Malaysia in Malaysia, where he also served as deputy director of its Executive Development Center, MBA program coordinator, and deputy director of the University Teaching and Learning Center. He also taught and held senior managerial roles at the West Visayas State University, Philippines. Dr. Ronaldo has been involved in quality management and quality assurance initiatives for more than 2 decades. He was a delegate in the 2018 Harvard Project for Asian and International Relations and Business and World Economy Track at Harvard University, USA. We are very grateful to Dr. Ronaldo for accepting our invitation and making his presence here out of his busy schedule to address and gain synergize quality as convergence of people, programs, and process. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ronaldo to enlighten the audience with his talk.
Am I audible and visible?
Yeah, yes, sir. You're audible.
All right, yeah, great, yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Kiran, for such a generous introduction. It's really my pleasure to join the university, and I'm very happy for inviting me here. I'm so thankful indeed, and hopefully I'll be able to shed some light on the topic assigned to me. And of course, this is an opportunity also to network and collaborate hopefully further, yeah, in areas of quality management and other domains of research. Special acknowledgement to my dear friend also, Dr. Radha Krishan Sharma, who's been instrumental in this participation of mine in this particular conference. Let me share my screen so I can start my presentation. Is it clear? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Well, doctor.
Yeah.
All right, good. Yeah. Okay, so let's start the ball rolling. My topic today is the title Quality as Convergence of People, Programs, and Processes. Yeah, and that happens when giants synergize. And these three Ps, people, programs, and processes, are the giants that are metaphorically used in my presentation today. All right. My session will be consisting of the following subtopics. First, I'll be reviewing a little bit on the concept of quality as a something that is very nebulous and very fragile, so to speak, in the context of management and higher education and other areas of research and management endeavors. And then I'll be talking about quality journey through and with the giants that I've mentioned, namely people, programs, and processes. And then after that, I'm going to have some concluding remarks and see the future in terms of making use of people, programs, and processes as we develop our institution. So I'd like to anchor on these three giants in my presentation today. And I will want to highlight their roles in development, research, and in all aspects of organizational functioning or organizational productivity. All right, so let's begin by looking at the concept of quality as a nebulous concept. And when I say nebulous, I'm talking about a concept that is debatable, something hazy, something open to various interpretations, and the like. Now, in business, manufacturing, and engineering, the term has a pragmatic interpretation as the superiority or inferiority of something. It also refers to a product as fit for purpose, while at the same time satisfying customer or consumer expectations. Quality is mostly subjective and perceptual attribute, because different people may not have the same understanding of the meaning of the term. Quality means performance upon expectations and fit for functions as defined by some experts. And I think we all know about it probably. A product, for example, is said to be of good quality if it satisfies the customer requirements in terms of performance, grade, durability, appearance, and intended use or intended purpose, among many others. So if you see in the diagram here, even Crosby also mentioned that conformance to quality is the ability of the material or the component to perform satisfactorily in the application for which it is intended by the user. So here, quality of a product means conformance to customers' requirements. And based on this definition, this is very much related to the manufacturing industry. According to Deming, quality is defined as a predictable degree of uniformity and dependability at low cost. The senior management is also responsible for majority of the problems at work and focus on an overall approach towards continuous improvement, which also means eliminating goals. Furthermore, performance standards can be measured using statistical process control, which should also be used in the purchasing process in an organization. He also says that there is no optimum cost of quality and that employee participation in decisions is necessary. Juran, or more precisely known as Joseph Moses Juran, coined the phrase fitness for purpose, as many of us probably are aware of. He also rejected the Crosby's approach, known as like zero defects or conformance to specification, and argued that the law of diminishing returns applies to quality control, and that quality is not free. Jurit's approaches place a strong emphasis upon teamwork and a very people-oriented approach. It also summarizes prevention rather than the traditional inspection and testing procedures. According to him, quality is a metaphysical concept which we each have access to. It exists on its own as a resource. And we all know that quality is, but we seem probably not be able to define it, let alone do so based on our individual epistemological assumptions. Also, quality is a subject that can be contemplated on and that can result in enlightenment. Quality indeed is one of those tricky, slippery words. Apologies for the terms, but that's probably how we can describe the word. That changes definition depending on the context. You'll hear very different answers if you ask, what is quality? In a group of, let's say, engineers versus a group of regular folks, or let's say academicians. In everyday use, quality is a nebulous word. It denotes something that a person likes and considers that they can use without minimal disruptions. Typically, it meets the needs and some of the wants of the organization. It can also be aspirational, something that we can't afford, but we can highlight because we need to mention here that there's this importance to pay attention to the subjective and everyday definition when we're approaching quality from a professional and more objective viewpoint. And again, we may ask ourselves, why is this so? And I would say that this is the understanding of quality that a lot of our end customers may have. And therefore, we have to keep that in mind. If you see the perspectives of Mike Robinson, it's about meeting requirements. It's being able to meet requirements in a more objective definition or in a more objective perspective. The vagueness in meeting requirements.
Sorry to disturb you, doctor.
Yes, please, doctor.
Your PPT is coming blank. Can you reshare it again, please?
Oh, really?
Apologies to this. Yeah, right. This is perfect now.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Is it showing now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So what is in the screen before? Nothing?
Nothing, doctor.
It's visible,
right.
sir. Your slide is visible
Okay.
now.
All right. Thank you. Okay. What about if I
Now it's
move?
going blank.
Oh, really? I don't know why there's a technical.
Now it's okay, sir.
This one. Is it all right?
Yeah, I can see this.
All right? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Good to go, doctor.
Mm-hmm. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, good to go.
All right, good. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was like talking about Mike Robinson, yeah, and he was like talking about meeting requirements, yeah, and I was like saying that the vagueness in meeting requirements comes from two issues, which are, like we may have to ask ourselves, what are the requirements? How do we measure meeting those requirements? So these might seem nitpicky points. However, a lack of understanding here can negatively affect a business. And anyone who's worked in a customer-facing roles can tell you that customers often have unstated and unexpected requirements for the most mundane of items. So a person who orders, for example, a sandwich may complain that it wasn't toasted when they didn't specifically ask for it. Or a person who buys the cheapest available computer will complain that it performs badly at running a resource-intensive game when they didn't specify that's what they wanted the computer for. Here, the key point or the key takeaway is that requirements can be nebulous or concrete, and the terms for meeting them can be measurable or not. Let me move on to the next slide. See, I hope it will be fine. Okay, is that right? Okay. So here, in a more practical sense, especially in the context of higher education, adequately defining quality requires both a broad strategy to target central goals and outcomes have been achieved. It also requires various consideration of stakeholder perspectives. As you can see here in the figure, the core of the model reflects the importance of soliciting stakeholder perspectives, which should drive the definition of quality and the indicators used to measure quality. The next portion of the model contains 4 broad conceptualizations of quality, in particular quality as first, purposeful. We say purposeful because institutional products and services need to conform to a stated vision or mission or a set of specifications or standards or requirements. Then it's also said to be transformative because institutional products and services affect positive change in student learning, for example, and their personal and professional potential. And third, we say it's exceptional because institutional products and services achieve distinction, and accountable because institutions are accountable to stakeholders. Here you will see the outer portion of the model, which contains examples of quality indicators that could be used to assess each of the broad conceptualizations. In summary, the model depicts the importance of a multifaceted approach to defining quality, which requires eliciting stakeholder perspectives to develop a broad conceptualization of quality and to accurately select specific indicators to measure that conceptualization of quality. All right, let's move on to the meat of the presentation. I mean, you know, I'm going to highlight here the 3 giants, the people, the processes, and programs. Okay, so when we used to describe people here, it refers to a distinctive characteristic or attribute that they possess. Engagement of people here is very important because we need to ensure that all our employees are striving towards meeting the objectives of our organization. There is a strong need for them to be fully involved, and involvement of our people will enable their abilities to be used for the benefit of our organization, and we'll see many of other positive actions by our people. And these may include a sense of ownership and responsibility of solving our problems. Our people will be actively wanting to seek out opportunities that will enhance their competencies, knowledge, and experience, increase knowledge sharing between our groups and teams, and there will be a strong focus on creating value for our customers. And of course, there will be more satisfied workers who are enthusiastic and proud to work for our organization. So think about it. Our staff know their processes inside and out. Many of them were probably working there for years, some before the senior management team. And they've seen management fads become hot, then disappear without trace. They know what goes wrong. They see patterns. They know exactly who in your organization is lacking in training or experience. They know which people really have a grip on things, those individuals who can quickly and precisely cut to the heart of the problem. And well, newer staff also have much to offer. They have seen how things worked and probably didn't work on, let's say, the factory floors of the suppliers or competitors. And yet, a few quality managers ever ask staff what they think or know or see. Once a year, during an audit, they may ask a few questions or 2, but most of the part of the matter is that our staff's knowledge and experience is never drawn upon. Instead, managers tend to spend most of their time talking with each other or asking questions of their peers on sites like LinkedIn and others. So examples here All right. So here examples of engaging people would include like, I was reminded of sharing of an experience recently when talking with a friend who is a quality manager of a local factory. And when he started first his job, he was knowledgeable about the quality management system, but he lacked any practical experience. He was a young guy starting out, and his challenge was big. He had to introduce a new quality management system into an established manufacturing site.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
So your screen is blank again.
What about this one here?
Yes, sir. Now it is okay.
Mhm. Yeah, probably because, it's like, okay. Just talking about this one here. Okay. Is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have to put it somewhere in the middle. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's okay.
All right. Okay, good. So I was talking about a friend. Yeah, he was a young guy starting out, and his challenge was really big because he had to introduce a new quality management system into an established manufacturing site. And if that wasn't tough enough, he had a spanner in the works in the shape of an older man who had worked at the place of years. And this man had influence, but he also didn't give serious attention about quality management system. And not only didn't care, he was also a master at bucking the system, at subtly and not so subtly undermining any attempts at change. He was really belligerent and he was intimidating. He had the potential to stop the QMS in its tracks, and he knew about it. So my friend's response was simple. He went to the Gimba, and it's a Japanese word which refers to a place where value is created. So in manufacturing, the Gemba is the factory floor. So in other words, he went to seek the truth. He walked the manufacturing floor every day, and each day made a point of talking with this man. They discussed the man's fears that he might lose his job, that he might be asked to do things that he couldn't do, that he may be made to look a fool. So they talked about the principles behind quality management system and about the various issues that employees had with it. So my friend asked a lot of questions, and they did a lot of listening. And over many years, or over a certain period of time, the older man learned that he could trust my friend. And with that, his behavior did a 180-degree turn. So the belligerent, negative QMS hater turned into a staunch advocate of the system. So the man who had been against the very idea of a quality management system became its very vocal cheerleader among the many other employees. So my young friend gained a lot of respect from the other workers and from the management for being able to turn around such an influential naysayer. So the QMS has gone from strength to strength and is deeply embedded into the organization. So the company has finally reached ISO certification and is regarded as the leading QMS among the corporate group. So it could have so easily been a very different story. Yeah. So what is the takeaway in this particular story that I'm sharing? So only good things can come from engaging our staff. If our staff are involved, they are more likely to take ownership of the quality management system and hold each other to account. So there's this sense of accountability. So make the most of our organization's assets and be sure to engage our people every single day. So leaders at all levels, through their role modeling behaviors, can use organizational resources to endorse and encourage relationships at all levels between staff, between residents, co-workers, and even families. Yeah, especially those organizations that are relationship centered or care centered for families, and that constitute learning opportunities for staff and encourage quality as experienced by residents and families. All right. So here in this particular slide, the roles of HR related to quality management are highlighted. Of course, I can use other models, and HR is also one of one of my areas of research, and so I'm very much into HR as well. Yeah, and of course, I'm trying to relate, or I'm trying to highlight the importance of HR in quality management or in quality, especially in the context of higher education. So here I could sense, I could mention, for example, selection and recruitment of the new employees. This is one of the most strategic tasks, which is done by the HR managers of the company, in which out of the entire pool of the applicants, only the individuals who fit the role, as well as the job, in addition to being strategically fit for the objectives of the company, are selected. So it is very important for the companies or for the organizations, or in our context, higher education institutions, to choose the right base of employees in the current, organizational world or business world, whatever context you are referring to, which is intensely competitive, and the responsibility of the same lies with the HRM department of the organization. Then we also have induction of new employees. So after a selection of the new employees, it is necessary for the company to ensure that the employees are given right induction to the company, which sets the tone of the organizational work culture and ethic in the mind of the employees. So the same is also managed by the HRM department of the organization. Then also comes training and development of the employees for skill enhancement. So here, the basic endeavor of the activities of the HRM department of the organization is to enhance the productivity and effectiveness of work of the employees of the organization. So one of the major goals for achieving the same training and developing the employees for acquiring and sustaining various work skills will be the challenge for the HR department of the organization. Then comes managing the motivation of the employees through rewards and recognition. So the other significant work, which is done by the HRM department of the organization, is the management of the various activities through which the work done by the employees of the company are recognized and, of course, rewarded. So I feel that these really help in developing and sustaining the motivation level of the employees, and eventually increase effectiveness of their performances, especially those responsibilities that relate to the challenges of quality management or quality management education, quality management system, and so on. Then managing also the exit procedure at the time of employee cessation. So post the cessation of service by the employees, the exit procedures are also managed by the HR managers and the department for a smooth transition. So one important aspect of this work is the succession management for the company, which decides how to fill the void if any significant senior leader of the company ends his job tenure with the company. All right. So here I wish to highlight the PDCA model, which can serve as a practical framework for QA programs and processes in general. So I will elucidate it briefly based on a case in point of a higher education institution which implemented it some time ago, not from my institution, but from elsewhere. Because we have to protect, of course, some of the confidential things or processes that we're currently doing at the moment, because we're still waiting for some top level decision. So I'm instead giving an example of another institution. And here I want to start by saying that the planning of teaching and learning are guided, of course, or is guided by the institution's strategy, pedagogical policies as well, and the research and development policies, as well as by the institution's joint objectives. So the identification of education needs, such as an entirely new degree or continuing education programs, is done as part of the strategic planning process. So we can anticipate competence needs in the processes for strategic planning, curriculum work, and planning of selection criteria. So the institution's curricula are said to be competence-based. And of course, when planning for education, they strive for constructive alignment and implementation and put this something into action, and on the basis of the principles of blended teaching. So when I say constructive alignment, this means that the learning outcomes, the content, The teaching methods and assessment are in line with each other, and they support one another. And blended teaching here refers to like contact studies, online studies, and authentic exercises at the educational institution and practical training. So the key documents related to the planning of studies include the curriculum, the implementation plan, and even the lesson plans. So in the curriculum, the institution describes the general and professional competencies and learning outcomes of the degrees or programs offered. So the implementation plan contains more detailed information on the implementation method, evaluation criteria, and the student's workload. Whereas lesson plans contain, for example, the detailed content of the course and facility needs. In a higher education context, we call it like the course guide, here in Oman and elsewhere probably. So the course guide, contains everything from A to Z about the course and how it's being delivered. So work on curricula is supported by a curriculum guide, which brings together the principles, procedures, and instructions of our curriculum work. So the working group on curriculum development leads and coordinates all the curriculum work. And the head of education presents the feedback, summaries, and the preparatory work of the working group on curriculum development to the education steering group, which outlines priorities of the curriculum work and launches our curriculum process. So when drawing up the curriculum, the institution takes into account the pedagogical objectives of the institution and the issues arising from feedback from students and the working life. All right, so here we can even mention that the education steering group discusses the curriculum proposal, and when necessary, the steering group will return the curriculum to the working group on development for clarification. So if necessary also, the institution makes use of national expert networks in the planning of curriculum education and ensuring the quality of its implementation. So there's a whole bunch of, QA-related stories and success stories related to the implementation of a particular program of this particular institution. But anyway, in a nutshell, the PDA, or the Plan, Do, Check, Act, is an iterative 4-stage approach for continually improving processes, products or services, and for resolving problems. It involves systematically testing possible solutions, assessing the results, and implementing the ones that have shown to work. It is based on the scientific methods of problem solving, and as we know, was popularized by Deming, who is considered by many to be father of modern quality control. So the PDA cycle here provides a simple and effective approach for solving problems and managing change. It enables businesses to develop hypotheses about what needs to be changed or what needs to change, test these hypotheses in a continuous feedback loop, and gain valuable knowledge and learning. It also promotes testing improvements on a small scale before updating company-wide procedures and work methods. So as you can see here in diagram, so it involves the following processes like plan, as we need to identify the problem, collect relevant data, and understand the circumstances or the problems that are being faced by the institution. And then we also have Do, which is about development and the implementation of a solution. And we need to decide upon measurement to gauge its effectiveness, perhaps test also solution and measure the results. Then Check, where we need to confirm the results through what we call like before and after data comparison. So we need to study the result, measure effectiveness, and decide whether the hypothesis is supported or not. And of course, Act, where where we need to document the results, inform others about process changes, and make recommendations for the future of PDA cycles. So if the solution was successful, then we implement it. If not, then we need to tackle the next problem and repeat the whole cycle. Yeah, all right. Let me move on to the next slide, which is about programs and processes. Yeah, okay. So one imperative for organizations trying to create meaningful enterprise quality measurement systems is to use measures as part of an effort to embed quality in the organizational culture. So the more ingrained quality standards are in work processes and activities, the higher quality the organization will naturally achieve. So how measures are used drives people's behavior and attitudes toward quality. So here measures can include here. Can I see my slide? Is it clear? See anything here? I don't know. Okay, so I was talking about. No, it's okay. All right, yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, I don't know why it's like on and off something. Okay, so I was talking about measures, yeah, that are used to drive people's behavior and attitudes towards quality. So measures can push people away as they resist change, or measures can also help people understand what quality means in the context of their job. So it depends on how the organization introduces and approaches measurement. So people pay attention to what is measured, and many employees naturally think, like, for example, if X is measured by the quality program, then X must play a critical role in quality. So measures highlight exactly how employees contribute to quality and help them understand how their actions affect organizational outcomes and profitability. So employees often feel motivated when they know the specific ways in which they influence the success of the business and when they are rewarded for positive contributions. All right, so let me highlight the practices. Perhaps I need to go back to some of the slides I mentioned earlier to move further. Okay. So here, going back to what I wanted to say about foundational practices, organizations really need to celebrate quality practices and achievements in some ways, because for example, they can have high-profile annual awards for rigorously evaluating functions or teams, and many organizations also have less formal monthly or quarterly recognitions of team or individual quality work. So even more use monthly newsletters to report on quality practices that have saved money, streamlined processes, or positively affected customers. So in many organizations, celebrating quality encourages people to pay attention to quality principles in their daily work. So we can also use enterprise quality measures to influence the culture and improve performance by creating challenging goals. So collecting, analyzing, and reporting quality data at least quarterly will allow leaders to frequently adjust goals and improve upon the status quo. So this in turn sets a cultural expectation that the status quo is not enough. As some experts would say it creates a culture of relentless improvement. Then comes here what we call emerging practices. So for the exemplary organizations, quality is not just a set of tools, concepts, or policies. So it is the way the work is performed every day by everyone, and enterprise leaders cannot dictate or mandate quality, but they can influence the culture of quality for their staff. So quality improvement efforts will involve creating daily opportunities for staff to interact with the enterprise quality data, and often in real time. So we have to, let's say, do some practical problem solving. Create practical problem solving teams where quality issues are not just a problem for management, and often solutions come from operational staff. So to tap into this wealth of knowledge, companies can train all staff on basic quality concepts. So all employees are part of practical problem solving teams that meet frequently to solve quality issues. And in some cases, customers and suppliers also work on these teams. Then I mentioned about Gemba walks, and this is done in some manufacturing companies, which involves managers and quality personnel teaching and talking with staff on the production floor where quality problems are visible. So organizations need to believe that the best solutions stem from seeing the issues firsthand. Then we have like standard leader involvement, where through a set of weekly meetings, quality personnel may work closely with operational leaders, such as those in procurement, manufacturing, or sales, or even finance, on quality issues. So our takeaway here is that from an employee's first day on the job, an organization needs to instill the principles of quality culture. Yeah, introducing people to the systems and processes that contribute to enterprise quality. So personalizing the measures and connecting people's daily work to quality help the workforce understand and appreciate quality and what it means to the organization's success. We need to use measures to foster a welcoming, positive atmosphere that motivates people to achieve higher levels of quality. All right. So let me just highlight or present to you some concluding remarks. Yeah. So quality here, or quality itself, has been indeed defined as fundamentally relational. So I mentioned the 3 P's here, which form the very foundation of quality. Of course, there are still many other P's. Yeah, I'm not negating the reality that these 3 are not enough. Yeah, we have to explore more because quality is an ongoing process of synergy among people, programs, and processes, plus, I would say. Yeah. So these are intricately linked with other elements of the whole QA super system, including the building and the sustaining of relationships by assessing, anticipating, and fulfilling stated and implied needs. So even those quality definitions, which are not expressly relational, have an implicit relational character. So why do we try to do the right thing right on time every time? So to build and sustain relationships, why do we seek zero defects and conformance to requirements, or their modern counterpart like Six Sigma and so on? Although it's not my area, but I know how it works. I mean, how we can apply it in the organization, but the details of which, of course, are beyond my scope of expertise. But we need really to build and sustain relationships through some of these tools that are available other than the 3 P's I had mentioned. Why do we seek to structure features or characteristics of a product or service that bear on their ability to satisfy stated and implied needs? Again, that's to build and sustain relationships. So the focus of continuous improvement is likewise the building and sustaining of relationships. So it would be difficult to find a realistic definition of quality, like when I started about reviewing the concept of quality, because I find it really a nebulous concept. Of course, for the sake of defining it, we define it according to our context, according to our structural orientation, and so on. Yeah. So here it would be difficult really to define quality, and it's implicit within the definition that we need to have a fundamental expression of how it may build and sustain relationships. So as we continue to carry out our QA-related roles and responsibilities, we also need to search for and build more dragons, I would say. Okay? So I end presentation. So thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for the technical glitches here and there. Thank you very much.
The floor is open for questions. So there are no questions. I think the concept is very well understood by all the participants.
Yes, it is crystal clear.
Yes, please, doctor. Someone I think wants to say something.
No, it's clear.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for making us understand about the quality concept and also the roles of HR related to the quality management and the PDCA model for curriculum work. Thank you for enlightening us, saying that quality is an ongoing process of synergy among the 3 P's in the higher education institutions. Thank you once again.
Yes, you're most welcome. Yes, thank you indeed. Yeah. And have a nice day, everybody. Thank you.
So moving on, I request Dr. P. Isaac Prasad, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Please accept apologies from Professor Isaac Prasad.
Yeah, sorry.
Actually,
Radhakrishnan sir, please.
Yeah. Apologies on behalf of Professor Isaac Prasad. Suddenly he got stuck with a very important work. So he assigned this responsibility to me to introduce such a dynamic personality. When we enter in a hall of gathering of academicians and researchers and start searching a seat for us, we always found one personality sitting in the front row, that is Dr. Vibha Bhandari. She don't need any introduction. However, as a custom, this responsibility is given to me to sum up her introduction in 5 minutes, which is, for me at least, not possible. So I will just give a quick statement about her. She is presently associated with the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nijwa, Sultanate of Oman. She is coordinator of corporate social responsibility over there. She's actively involved in program development, review, improvement, and implementation, and developing the innovative pedagogical methodologies. She is a dedicated researcher. She is reviewer of different journals of repute, and she is a very frequent visitor of institutes of prestige like IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Calcutta, and this is a long list. If I will not stop myself, the time management team will certainly fire me. So with these words, I am handing over you Professor Vibha Bhandari. Professor Bhandari, thank you for accepting our invitation. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Am I audible?
Yes, Doctor, very loud and clear.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. At the very outset, I would like to thank the chairman of the KL University, the conveners and co-conveners of this conference on innovative mechanisms and standards for assuring quality in higher education institutions, IAQHEI 2022. I would like to extend my special appreciation again for Dr. Radhakrishnan Sharma for always extending his academic support and for his keen initiative in this conference and having invited me to speak at this event. Today I regret why I did not attend yesterday's sessions. I'm sorry for that I could not attend. But since today morning, as I have been attending these sessions, I have seen some of the brilliant minds in the academia articulating their views on various quality assurance topics, right from Dr. Rama to Professor Jha, Dr. Abdul Madar, Dr. Tehseen, and the latest talk by Dr. Rinaldo. These sessions on the national education policy, risk management, 3Ps framework, implementation and strengthening have been very insightful and thought-provoking. I would now like to take this journey forward. As Dr. Rinaldo and Dr. Jha rightly highlighted the importance of the 3Ps, people, programs, and processes, Indeed, they are very, very important for quality assurance in the higher education. So, taking ahead this insightful journey, I would like to focus on the important aspect of the quality assurance process, that is the people. People who are the stakeholders. And you know why I am interested in the stakeholders? It is because I very strongly believe and I have a deep penchant for corporate social responsibility. And as you all know, we all know that corporate social responsibility brings in the important aspect of recognizing who the stakeholders are, what are their issues, and what is the role of the corporates in fulfilling its roles, fulfilling its responsibility towards the stakeholders. So I would like to take ahead from here and discuss the role of stakeholders in quality assurance in higher education. Just give me a moment to start my presentation. Just a moment. Is my screen visible?
No, ma'am.
Just give me a moment, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Is the screen visible?
No, ma'am.
I am sharing my screen. Where is it? Still not visible?
Madam, not visible, madam.
Ma'am,
Yes, please.
Can you share your PPT to us so that we can share it from our side?
Just a minute, madam. Just a minute.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Bandari, madam.
Yes, sir.
You can open your PPT and share your entire screen, madam, so that it will be immediately appear to everyone.
I am doing that, sir, but I don't know what is the issue. It is not working.
Madam, don't take any risk, madam. You just mail your PPT to us. We will display. You can go on speaking on
Okay,
that,
sir.
madam. We will change the slides.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. You please send it. You can mail or you can send it through chat box, madam. Whichever is easier for you, that you can adopt.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Is my screen visible now, sir?
Yeah, perfect, madam. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Thank you, madam.
So I would like today to speak upon quality assurance, transformation of knowledge and society, and what is the role of stakeholders. So I would be going through what is education, its importance, the education system that we have in majority of the countries, the higher education, quality assurance, meaning and importance in general, quality assurance in higher education, the stakeholders in the higher education, and the role of stakeholders in higher education. What is the role of stakeholders in higher education and how can we transform knowledge and society? And my concluding would be way forward. So I would first like to start my presentation with a quote from our former president, Dr. Abdul Kalam Azad. He had rightly said that when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. And when thinking emanates, knowledge is lit. When knowledge is lit, the nation progresses. So as he has said rightly, and as we all are the providers of knowledge, it is the knowledge alone which helps a nation to progress. And we see that education is the bedrock of civilization. It is the bedrock of the society. It is the bedrock of the progress and development of a nation. So when we talk about the education, we need to see the education system. When we see the education system, we also see that the education system could be divided into two parts, basically, the school education system and the higher education system. When we talk about the school education system, there are three components, pre-primary, primary, and secondary, which prepares the young minds. Like I have written here, playgroup, nursery, LKG, UKG, 10th and 12th, these prepares the young minds for their higher role in the society. So when we talk about their higher role in the society, this color automatically changes to dark green, which means they are ready to meet the requirements of the society. And these requirements of the society could be provided either by professional institutions, universities, by vocational institutions, or by institutions of distance learning. So when we are talking about the higher education systems, I am going to talk about these four aspects of higher education system, which are the professional bodies, the universities, the distance education, and the vocational institutions, which are running in many of the developed countries. Many, or what I can say is majority of the developed countries. So now, when we look at the education system, we say that literacy is important. Primary education is important because it lays the fundamentals, or it lays the foundation of a progressive nation. Yes, literacy is important. Primary education is important, but they are not adequate. For the nation's progress, we need something more. And what is that something more? That something more is the higher education. This higher education is the key driver for growth, performance, prosperity, and improving the competitiveness of the nation. The higher education is important because it identifies what are the existing skill gaps, what is the society, the industry wanting, and what are we providing, what are the gaps with respect to the changes in the ecosystem, what are the gaps for the knowledge seekers, knowledge providers, and the knowledge users. And accordingly, they create special programs and build the right skills that can help the countries to improve their economic prosperity. And when I say economic prosperity, along with it brings the important component of social cohesion. When we are talking about the education, the higher education aspect, it helps the adaptation of the workforce development to the economy, and it recognizes the changes in the demand of the new skills, the requirements of the society, and accordingly develops relevant skills and activate to the increase in the supply of skilled manpower to the society, and thus it supports the transformation of the society into a knowledge-based society. And when we say knowledge-based society, the two important aspects are technology and innovation. These technology and innovation drivers would help us to find solutions to various challenges and conduct research in the priorities areas, the areas which require our attention. So when we are talking about higher education, this is the importance of higher education, not only from a student perspective, but from the perspective of the entire nation. But what has happened is there has been an increased concern about nations, from the nations and international organizations related to education for all. So the primary thrust for long has been on providing the basic education, on making the people literate. So it is important. Yes, I agree. It is important to make the people literate, to have them, to give them access to basic primary education. But when we talk about the layers of education, one layer of education is connected to another layer of education. So when there was increased emphasis on making people literate or providing primary education, it resulted into shortage of funds for the higher education system, outdated regulatory mechanisms, lower efficiency, and a laid back attitude from the higher education system. But as I said before, the layers of education, they are related to each other. So if you are not making any innovations, you're not improving the higher education systems, then as a result, as a consequence, your primary education system will also have setbacks. The nation will also be pulled back. So when we talk about the laid back attitude towards the higher education system, in many countries that halted the transformation and innovation of knowledge, and it proved very costly for the society. If we look at the history of development of nations, it is like the progress of society, the progress of nations was halted because the higher education institutions were not progressing. And if you look at the history of other developed countries also today, they are progressing based on their progress in the higher education system. So when the higher education took backseat in some of the nations, the casualty was the quality. The quality of education, the quality of people, of the students, of the graduates who were being educated by these higher education institutions and who were later being absorbed. So when there is a skill gap, this skill gap was widened. So when I am talking about quality here, let us understand what is a quality. When I say quality, as Dr. Rinaldo said, it is the characteristic of the object, of the process, of the service that a customer wants. So when I talk about quality, we automatically come to the point of quality assurance. So what is actually quality assurance? It is a systematic, structured, and a continuous attention. This is more important. Continuous attention to quality in terms of not only maintaining the quality, but also improving the quality. You see, the customers, when I'm talking about a manufacturing world, the customers are looking for different types of products. So when we are talking about a manufacturing world or an engineering institution or a service provider, we say quality assurance mechanisms would help to reduce defects. They are going to help to maintain high standards of manufacturing and ensure that the results are consistent. The customer base is satisfied and they keep coming back to you. They keep bringing you their own requirements and you continuously innovate. So when you are continuously innovating, naturally you are becoming better. So now let us move to the quality assurance in higher education. So when we are talking about the quality assurance in higher education, we are talking about the processes that are set in place to ensure that the qualification which is earned by a graduate or which is earned by a degree holder or which is earned by a pass out is valid, and what is that he is going to get when he is being awarded, that this degree, this qualification is valid. Valid in terms of the knowledge provided and the use of that knowledge for the society. When we are talking about quality assurance, it is also systematic management and assessment procedures to monitor the performance of higher education institutions. So when we are talking about quality assurance, we are here talking only from the perspective of a learner. Here we are talking about the providers of the quality, providers of higher education. So it is not a single or a one-time or a unidimensional concept. Quality assurance in higher education is a multidimensional, multifaceted, and not once in a lifetime concept. It is a dynamic concept. It keeps on evolving. It keeps on changing. It keeps on making things better, aims at making things better. So when we are talking about quality assurance, we are talking about embracing all the functions, activities, all the kinds of teaching programs, academic programs, and not only teaching and academic programs, we are talking about the research, the scholarship, the staffing, the students, the basic infrastructure, and everything that is going to provide service to the community and to the academic environment. So when I talk about quality assurance in higher education, I am talking about a holistic approach covering all the processes which is an indispensable tool for strengthening the higher education system in order to serve the stakeholders with the expected quality standards so that desired changes and outcomes can be achieved. So when I talk about stakeholders, who are they? Again, I would like to say that these are those persons, those institutions, those organizations, those bodies which are directly or indirectly going to get affected or are going to affect an activity. So they are either going to get affected or they are going to affect an activity. So, just a minute. So, when we are talking about stakeholders, we need to understand for higher education systems, the stakeholders are direct, indirect, internal, external, densely connected, remotely connected. So based on my understanding of stakeholders in higher education, I have tried to club them into various brackets, and I have identified 3 types of stakeholders, and in the following slides I would like to bring about what is at stake, why are they stakeholders. So when we talk about stakeholders in higher education, the first category are those who are the recipients or who are directly involved with the receipt of higher education. So when I talk about these categories, this involves the students and the prospective students, the parents and the sponsors of higher education, parents of the students and sponsors of the higher education, and the alumni of higher education system. So when I talk about students and prospective students, why are they stakeholders? What is at stake? Why are they a stakeholder? Because they are learners who have left, who have foregone other activities, sometimes activities which were monetarily more beneficial. They have left their jobs maybe, or they have foregone any employment opportunities or opportunities to make money, and they have involved themselves to undertake the study in higher educational institutions. Then the second are the parents of these students and the sponsors. Maybe if you are working in an organization and the sponsor is sponsoring your education at an institution of higher education, then they are investing financially and personally with you in the higher education. And the most important part is they are providing these students and prospective students and parents and sponsors, they are providing the intake of the higher education system. And the next part, which is again important, is the alumni. These parties are going to represent the higher education system in the corporate world or in the society, in the community. So these are interested in the reputation of the institution that is awarding them with their degrees or qualifications. Then the next set of stakeholders is the staff, the educational providers, the professional associations, and the regulatory bodies of higher education. So when I talk about staff, they can be the academic staff, the administrative staff, whose livelihood is dependent upon the quality of higher educational institution. When I talk about educational institution providers, these are generally private institutions or public institutions who have invested money, who have invested funds, often for business sustainability, many times if they are private institutions, or for betterment of the community, public institutions, and also for the enhancement of their reputation, their role in the society. And when I talk about the professional associations, the regulatory bodies, they have vested interest in the quality of higher education, because professional associations, the Chartered Accountants Association of India, or if you say ICSI, or the Institute of Engineers, or the Indian Medical Council, they are more concerned about the quality of the professionals that are going to pass these exams or that are going to become members of these associations, because they need to be really ready for the upcoming challenges and to work in the field. The next set of stakeholders are the quality assurance agencies and other bodies, the government and the industry, or you can say the employers. When I talk about quality assurance agencies and other bodies, it is their stake to ensure the standards and the registration of higher education qualification. When I talk about government, in case of public bodies, in case of providing the framework, it is providing the funds and the needs of educated populace. It is looking at the needs of the educated populace, and it forms the way forward, policy, the direction of higher education. So when we are talking about a national education policy, this is what it is about. How we are going to take things forward, and the ultimate absorbers or a kind of absorbers of the output of the higher education system are those who are going to employ the degree holders. Or in this case, maybe we can say those who are going to use the output of the higher education institutions. And the most important part, the most important stakeholder in higher education, whether you like it or not, is the community. The community is the set of people, the society at large, who are aware of what is the impact of higher education institution and their pass outs, their degree holders on the community. And this is the community which is going to either benefit or suffer from the services provided by the higher education institution. As I had said in the beginning also, a nation's progress is depending on the progress of higher education institutions. So if we see the development of nation, higher education has played a very important role. So when we are talking about the community, this is the set of people who are ultimately going to be benefited or who are ultimately going to suffer from the services provided by, not only provided by the higher education institutions and also by the users of the higher education institutions. So they are the people who are going to bear, I'm sorry to use this word, who are going to bear the output of, or who are going to benefit the output of higher education institutions. So their stake is actually the highest in the higher education system in any country. So when we look at these stakeholders, what we find is that these stakeholders, they have different perceptions of quality. Their views, their requirements from the higher education system are diverse, and at times they are, what you can say, going in different directions. Diversity is okay, but they are going sometimes in opposite directions. So when I say opposite directions, I am saying here is that the students want to pursue a particular field, but the parents might not like the students pursuing that particular field. The students may want to achieve some kind of qualification, but the system itself is not providing that kind of qualification, or the government is not willing to accept that kind of qualification. So when I talk about the stakeholders in higher education, I am talking that the stakeholders are plenty and their expectations are also plenty, but their movement, their chain of thoughts is diverse and not moving in the same direction. So what is the role and how they can fulfill their role or their importance in the higher education system? So I would like to first point out here that there are these stakeholders. When I talk about these stakeholders, I am talking about the students, the teachers, the academic staff, the researchers. And these are the pool, these are the stakeholders who have the concentration of talent. They are the essential providers of knowledge. These aspects, the academic staff, the teachers, the students, and the researchers, They are providing the research output, the academic output. And how are they going to work? They are going to work successfully only if there is the availability of abundant resources and favorable governance. So where is this abundant resources going to come from? These abundant resources are going to come from the education providers. They are going to come from the government. They are going to come from the professional bodies. So when I talk about the abundant resources, basically, how are you going to fund the education? How are you going to allocate the public budget, the resources? And according to an estimate, after defense, or you can say in line with the defense, majority of the allocation of government budgets is towards higher education or education. So how much is the budget being allocated for higher education? What are the endowments, research grants, tuition fees? How are we going to make available these resources? Not only resources, but what kind of governance structure are we going to provide to these higher education institutions? So when I say favorable governance, we are talking about a supportive regulatory framework, not an orthodox regulatory framework. When we are talking about, I would like to talk here about the emerging changes in the technological and the financial landscape. I have worked on fintech also. So we see that there is a lot of requirement of people with diverse capabilities, but our regulatory frameworks are outdated. They do not permit such kind of combination. So we need to have supportive regulatory framework. We need autonomy. We need benchmark. So when I say framework and benchmark, regulatory framework and benchmarking, I also need academic freedom. I need autonomy, I need academic freedom, I need the right culture of excellence. There should be a strategic vision to make your institution, to make your higher education of the highest quality. And for this, there is a vision that is required from the leadership team, be it a private institution or a public institution or a government body. This all are going to help to bring in the technology transfer. So when I talk about the role of higher education, this is what is going to be achieved through a supportive role from the higher education institutional stakeholders. The next part, the next slide, I would like to concentrate upon the other aspects or the other roles of the stakeholders. When I talk about the professional associations or the regulatory bodies, their role is, as I said before, their vested interest is to assure that the quality of their professionals who are going to get associated with these professional bodies, they are of highest standards. So their role is to assess the knowledge, the competence, and the values of the aspiring professionals to ensure that education and the training, the internships provided, the kind of on-the-job training or on-the-site training is suitable, so that when they tomorrow go in the real field, the chances, you can say the chances of making mistakes are minimal, because when we are doing a training or when we are studying, mistakes can be ignored, but when we start going and doing work in the real field, real jobs, those mistakes can sometimes prove fatal. So these professional associations and regulatory bodies, they are or they should ensure that the mistakes are minimized. I always believe that if you work, you will make mistakes, but in the professional field, you make an effort to make the mistakes minimum, or what I say is 6 Sigma or a zero defect policy. When I talk about industries or the employers, their role is very crucial because they are the ones who are going to employ your educational output. So they have to provide a very supportive role for providing collaboration opportunities, for providing internships. And when you are talking about providing opportunities and internships, it is also necessary that they themselves are engaged in this whole process of higher education, in the whole process of provision of higher education. They communicate what is required. They communicate what is their what is their expectation from the providers of higher education. And the most important part, how do we fulfill or how do we make sure that all these stakeholders play their role to the maximum of their capacity? The onus lies on the quality assurance agencies. So their role is not limited. Their role is very vast. So they are working towards accreditation of the programs, courses, and colleges and universities to safeguard and achieve standards. So their work is tireless. So they should work for safeguarding and achieving the standards and improve the quality of higher education in any institution. And their work is not one time, their work is dynamic, their procedures, their programs are dynamic and ever evolving. So, how are we going to transform the knowledge and how are we going to transform the society? So, these stakeholders have diverse expectations, these stakeholders have different ways to fulfill their roles. But when I talk about the diversity, I talk about the difference in roles, the difference in expectation, one thing is common, that there should be a cohesion, that there should be a synergy. And this synergy between all the stakeholders is what is going to lead us to greater knowledge, and greater knowledge in terms of innovation, greater knowledge that will result into innovation, that will result into progress, and innovation again would transform the society, would transform the existing knowledge in the society and help to sustain the requirements of the society. And when I talk about this wheel that is going to constantly evolve, the wheel that is going to constantly move, we are not going to stop with transformation, knowledge, and innovation. As Dr. Rinaldo, again, I would like to quote him, he suggested, we plan, we do, we check, we act. And again, we reinvent the wheel to see whether we are moving in the right direction or not. So all this is possible, the transformation of knowledge in society via the quality assurance of higher education is possible if the roles of the stakeholders are performed with full integrity and full force. Only then the nations can march forward. So I just spoke about a very I briefly spoke about the education, the quality of higher education, and what are the different stakeholders, what is their role, and how their roles can transform a nation's knowledge and society. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you for a patient hearing, and this is my email ID. If you have any questions, you are welcome. I would be happy to answer them.
So the floor is open for questions. If any of the participants is having question, they can ask now.
I think there won't be any questions because the way Madam has explained everything is very clear. And thank you, Madam, for your valuable information.
Thank you once again, ma'am, for making us aware of what is quality assurance in higher education and the role of stakeholders in higher education. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Moving on, I request Dr. Dama Kiran Kumar, Associate in Quality, to introduce our keynote speaker.
Can anyone let me know, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Dr.
doctor.
Yep. Good afternoon, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IAQHEI, I'd like to express my gratitude to the presence of all delegates, speakers, and the participants in the presence of IAQHEI. A warm welcome to you all. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our honorable speaker, Sri Srinivas Garu, who is a founder of Abhinav Bharat Group of Companies. He's an entrepreneur, director, CEO, and professional management consultant. He's also a trainer in the areas quality and business excellence, Six Sigma, project management, management system standards, CMMI, and process improvement initiatives. He has over 22 years of corporate experience in various MNCs, multinational companies, and various roles like a software programmer, software engineer, quality manager, product manager, corporate director, and CEO successfully. He has consulted various organizations for successful implementation and implementing various business processes using a Six Sigma, CMMI, and product management. He also implemented and assured various organizations of their ISO standards like ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 27001, and CMMI for the organizational effectiveness and efficiency focused on excellence. As a professional management consultant and trainer, he was the resource person for various IT organizations like Accenture, HCL, Honeywell, HP, IBM, Infosys, Oracle, Susskind, Citrix, TCS, Wipro, and so on. And for engineering organizations like Bosch, GE, Susskind, Toyota, Wipro, and so on. In addition to these IT and engineering organizations, he's also acting as a resource person for various non-engineering and banking domains. We are very grateful to Sri Srinivas Garu for accepting our invitation and making his presence here out of his busy schedule to address on quality and excellence at higher education institutions using Lean Six Sigma and OKR framework. Now, I'd like to invite Sri Srinivas Garu to enlighten the audience with his talk.
Thank you, Mr. Kiran.
It's my pleasure.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone, and it was a wonderful session, and I was listening to all the speakers, and they're bringing the various perspectives of implementing quality in the higher education institutions. So here I try to summarize and take you through whatever earlier speakers have covered. Some of the points I will try to summarize. And also I try to introduce the new standard for educational institutions, which is ISO 21001, which is recently published in 2018. and also try to implement how to implement Six Sigma and OKR framework along with 21001 in higher education institutions. I'm not sure how many organizations, education institutions in the worldwide have implemented 21001. This is a new standard, and I'm sure this KL University and any university in India, I'm not sure there's any institute as certified for this. Recently, I've seen a couple of schools are going for the certification of 21001. So here, pardon?
KL is certified, sir.
Certified for 21001?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are complying.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
This particular certification is aiming at not only the quality management compliance, but how you stakeholders' needs and requirements are also fulfilled by effectiveness and effective implementation of the standard. So here, my stress is I look into the university as an organization here, whether it's a college or a university campus or the school or any training organization of a corporate. So here I'm representing only higher education in the presentation, but some of the slides we also go into school segment also. And also the private organizations where training departments are included. So some of the points are also covered in that. And though the previous speakers, they try to stress more on the organizational perspective, but here in my presentation, I will be taking more an implementation view. So how an organization, whether it's a university or a campus or a college campus, how the staff can implement these standards effectively through a systematic management of their resources, processes, and objective management. So let me go through the slides, and I'll see that if you have any questions in the middle, because I'll be taking more practical implementation approach. And if you see any deviations or any observations you make, please you can ask me in between so that I can answer those questions then and there itself. So when you look into the education, so education is a bedrock of transformation. So as a human beings, when we try to look into education, we always try to see that education is to change the societies. But it's not only to change the societies, it's also about changing ourselves. So as a human beings, our greatness lies not so much in being able to remake the world as in being able to remake ourselves, as rightly said by Mahatma Gandhi, our founder of nation. When education, you are implementing a quality management system, you are actually trying to transform individuals and societies. In the universities, especially in India, the focus more on creating employable students or employable resources in the country. But we also have to see that the university should also be creators of the knowledge. So university should really act as a facilitators. It's not only transferring the knowledge, but also acquisition of knowledge. So by facilitating the learning and acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, morals, and beliefs and habits, the educational institutions can act as a bedrock of personal development and they can help to build a sustainable societies as a nation and as an international community. Now, UN also have taken the goal for sustainable development. The institutions need to really look into how institutions can contribute to sustainability goals of United Nations. Here they have to focus in this particular presentation. I will be looking into the sustainability goals of the organization also, whether they are satisfying the needs of the environment, are they satisfying the needs of economics of the nation, are they looking into the environmental aspect of the nation and surrounding around the institutions. So that is also covered as part of the presentation. So when you say what is quality, here the quality is as defined in the standard, it's a degree. It's a degree to which set of inherent characteristics of an object fulfills the requirement. Here the object can be a university by itself, or it can be a process, or it can be a product or a service. So how much you are fulfilling the requirements of the stakeholders. So here we are looking into organization as a whole. Suppose the KL University as a whole, whether the university is able to fulfill the requirements of all the stakeholders. How successful are they in achieving those objectives? If you look into the success and excellence framework, we have to see, are they able to repeat the performance every year? Are they able to demonstrate that they are able to achieve the results again and again? Are the stakeholders are satisfied continuously every year, every quarter, every semester? So we have to see that in the excellence point of view, whether the university or the college or any training institute or the corporate training institutes or even the school, are they able to achieve the results again and again every year with a focus that to achieve an outstanding performance? So here when you look into the excellence as a business excellence or an organizational excellence, the main objective of the organization is to repeat the success. And the success is at what level? We are looking at a world-class level, and outstanding performance is what we are aiming for. So the universities need to focus in achieving the organizational performance at a world-class level. And while they are achieving the performance at world-class level, they also have to focus on, are they achieving the performance by practicing ethical standards, the professional standards that are required? And are they acting as a role model for the society? That also they have to consider. And now, if you look into the quality and excellence at the universities, we have to see the staff performance, we have to see the learners' performance, and whether the universities are able to comply with the conformance, or the quality that they are delivering is as per the learners' requirement. So if you see the quality dimension, various the parameters we have to consider, and these parameters can be because the universities are delivering a service, the service quality attributes we have to look into. Are the universities are really responsive to the student requirements, whether the staff are competent, whether communication standards are maintained with the stakeholders, whether the environment at university is really tangible, whether it's meeting the student expectations. Are they providing data security to the courses that they're producing, and is the certificate that they're issuing is credible? So we have to look into various attributes and see how the university is fulfilling the various dimensions of quality. And this quality, by achieving, are they really benefiting the community? So if you look at university point of view, what are the benefits that they get by achieving higher quality in the organizations? See, from the students' perspective, the students need to satisfy the value that they're getting from the organizations. Whether the universities are giving an increased value, here the value can be in terms of the ability to get a better job, or the knowledge that they gained is really helping them to set up an organization, or they are able to produce a research output in terms of creating a new product, or it is satisfying the parents' demands in terms of good income for their childs, and is a government requirement in terms of creating a good society. So are they really achieving the benefit of the implementation of quality in the organizations? Here, if you look into organization, here the university, our main objective is we are looking into improving the quality in the higher education institutions, but the real management is really committed to achieving that. There's a critical and continuous need that we observe in the Indian universities, that are they really satisfying the needs of the learners, and are they really working to improve quality in the organizations? How they measure? Here, if you look into the higher education institutions, are they really implementing various database decision-making techniques? Are the methodologies are they using? If you see what are the requirements, ISO 9001 or ISO 21001 is asking is, are the satisfaction of the learners is the institute is measuring? Is the staff quality they are measuring? Is the satisfaction of staff really? And the administrative teaching staff, these are the various parameters. Number of patents the university is producing, the innovations the researchers are producing, the number of programs are carried out. So these are various parameters and various KPIs. The universities need to measure and see that the organization really is able to achieve the quality. Here, my main objective of this presentation is here. I'm going to take you through improving quality in higher education institutions and what are the issues you can handle by implementing ISO 21001. So if you see the major issues and the challenges the higher education institutions are facing today is, especially in India, many universities, they are suffering with funding issues and they have infrastructure facility issues, the number of quality staff issues, and especially student dropout rates. And some colleges, they have less placement ratios. And there are some non-functional boards in the organizations, especially most of the universities are set up through a trust, and these managements may not be participating in the organizational execution activities on a day-to-day basis. So if you see these major challenges, how universities are going to address these challenges and implement a structured quality management system. So what are the various standards that universities can adopt today, and also and various frameworks they can implement, and the methodologies that the organization can adopt to implement and manage management systems in the organizations, and then to improve the organizations here. If you see, there are three that I'm going to take it through. One is ISO 21001 standards, the OKR framework, and Lean Six Sigma as a methodology. What are the standards applicable for educational institutions in India? Not only in India, international standards. If you see, there is a ISO 21001 is a one major management system standard for education institutions. Along with that, where there is informal education, we have a ISO 29993, that is the other standard that is available, along with ISO 9001-2015 and ISO 9000-2015. These are the major standards that education institutions can adopt. Along with these standards, if you look at the various processes the companies can, just take a minute. So how the universities are able to assure quality in the organizations, if you see any campus, a college or a university campus, they need to assess on a regular basis their quality, whether it is a first party audit, second party or third party. If you see the certification framework demands the internal quality assurance team or the cell of the universities, they need to conduct regularly the internal audits, and they need to assess the university's quality management systems and the educational organization management system, the UOMS, meets the requirement of the ISO standards. And not only that, it benchmarks its performance against the criteria set, whether it can be a national regulatory body like NAC, or it can be an institute ranking framework. So the institutions, as a first party, they can continuously measure and monitor their organizational performance against these goals. But most of the universities can also adopt a second party audits, though this is not practiced worldwide most of the time. But students also regularly can participate in the evaluations, and as a parents, as suppliers, they can also audit as a part of the interested parties. They also can look into various aspects of the universities, and they can give a feedback. So using the feedback as a second party feedback, the universities can improve their quality. And the universities can also look into the criteria set by the accreditation boards. Now, it is a mandatory that most of the universities are already, it's a mandated that universities have to go through an NAC framework. And most of the universities are also going through a ranking framework. But NABET, National Education Board for National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, is also certifying all the educational institutions against ISO 21001. So these are the assurance systems that the quality management systems are providing. So all the universities need to adopt these, and they have to ensure that their management systems are satisfying the standards requirement. If you look into some universities who have not adopted the UOMS till now, they can adopt ISO 21001:2018 as a management system. And this will ensure that a consistent quality is maintained throughout the organization. So now many universities, there are international QS rankings, whether it is a NAC rank, NIRF rankings. If you look at that, they all offer a different criteria. So when any institution is trying to assess their effectiveness of their management system, what is required is they need a consistent standard which they can verify and they can base upon as a reference. So ISO 21001 standard will help the universities to develop their management system based on international standard. And it also helps them to consistently implement management systems so that they can stand on par with the worldwide community of universities. And by implementing this, they can ensure that it is one form of assurance to all the stakeholders that universities are meeting the requirements of the stakeholders. So it is in terms of they have the ability to teach, there's a competence in teaching, learning, and research. And this is standard can be adopted by any size of the organization, whether it is a small organization, whether it is a large organization, whether it is a school, a small school, or it can be a large university of lakhs of students. The standard also gives, earlier, the previous speaker, Dr. Vibha, she mentioned about stakeholders and their involvement in the university's improvement. If you look into the ISO standard, it talks about 4 types of stakeholders, mainly the learners are the primary stakeholders. But if you see other beneficiaries, the government, the labor market, and the parents and guardians, these are the other beneficiaries. What is the difference between ISO 9001 and ISO 21001 is ISO 9001 mainly talks about meeting the customer requirements. Here, learners are the customers mainly. But when you look into ISO 21001, it's not only learners meeting the learners' requirement. It is not only learners, it is also about the other beneficiaries. Here, the government, they have their own expectations. The labor market, mainly the industry, is looking for a competent resources. And the staff, even the requirements of the staff, they need to satisfy with their teaching outcomes in terms of their salaries, their welfare, and the contractual staff. And the management may be looking into the reputation of the institutions. Even the suppliers will be looking into the preferential treatments, the alumni networks. So if you look into the quality management system and the management system of the organization, they have to ensure that the stakeholders' needs are satisfied. So if you look into the ISO 9001, it's all about meeting the customer requirements. But if you look into 21001, it stresses that all interested parties' needs and requirements also need to be satisfied. So whoever is responsible for implementing management system in the universities, they need to give additional emphasis as an integrated management system that all other stakeholders, other than the learners, needs how the university is satisfying, that they have to verify. And when they are implementing 9001 earlier, and now currently the 21001 standards, what it mean to the institutions? What it say, I'm 21001 certified. What it actually mean? What it actually mean is the institution has the ability, and it has a demonstrated ability, that the institution have a competence to provide teaching, learning, and research, and it is able to satisfy the learners and the beneficiaries and the staff, and it has a ability to improve the processes and the systems that will assure the learners and other beneficiaries on a continuous basis. So this is what it means by ISO 21001 certification mean. So that means you are demonstrating, you are assuring the stakeholders that the institution management system is capable and it has the ability to address the needs of all the stakeholders. And UAMS provides a framework of plan, do, check, act cycle. The previous speakers have already covered this topic. But if you look into UAMS implementation in any university, it is very important. The internal quality management team, I don't know, the IQAC is one department, but most of the universities may need to set up a specialized team that look into systematic development and management of management system in the organizations, whether it is adopted through technology or it can be a documented system. And they have to ensure that all the processes are properly documented and then they're defined and documented, implemented and established throughout the university campus and the colleges and the affiliated colleges, and see that all the stakeholders' requirements are satisfied. So it is one of the requirement. And when you're implementing UOMS, that is Educational Organization Management System based on 21001 standards, this can also integrate 9001 standards, and it can also be based on 9000 terminology, so that the same terminology can be adopted throughout the organization and throughout the documentation, and the same thing can be implemented so that no separate systems are maintained. Most of the universities, they look into one particular, let's say Indian universities, there is a criteria that is set by National Assessment and Accreditation Council. So there is a documentation that is prepared to meet the requirements of NAC.
but there is also a requirement of QS standards and NIRF benchmark, NIRF ranking standards. So most of the universities, they may create documentation, they may create processes as per the to meet the just criteria requirements. But what is the advantage of implementing EOMS in the universities is, or even in colleges and schools, they can have a single reference. That is, there is only one documentation, and that can meet each and every organizational need. So that means it is not inconsistent towards, so the universities are not creating a management system for each different purposes. One single consistent documentation to meet the organization needs, whether it is an assessment through self-assessment requirements, whether a third-party assessment requirements, whether it is a benchmarking requirements, or to meet supplier requirements, or to meet the organizational goals, or to meet the student requirements, or it can be a specialized program needs. It is very important all the universities should adopt a single, a consistent EOMS. And this will ensure that all the stakeholder needs are satisfied, and it will set a kind of a referential standard within the organization. And that will ensure that this documentation helps universities to drive the energies towards achieving the vision. Now, ISO 9001 and ISO 21001 standards, when you are implementing, you have to see that the organizational culture is meeting the requirements of the standard. When you say we're talking about culture, it is every university based on the national approach, the previous history of the country. Especially if you see in India, there is some certain kind of a background for most of the higher education institutions where they are converted from colleges to universities recently. Most of the universities, some of them are deemed universities. So when you look into the culture in that campus, they still behave like a normal regular college. But suppose they are deemed universities and they're trying to handle student base from, let's say, 1,000 students to 10,000 students, and tomorrow to 1 lakh students, the organization management has to adopt to changing needs of the organization. So they have to ensure that professionalism is brought into the universities, and their organization is taking into consideration of all the stakeholder needs, and they're believing in that principles of management, especially satisfying the learners' requirements. So are they really setting the vision and mission of the organization is based on the founder's objective, or the mission and vision of the mission and vision of the and policies of the institution is based on the stakeholder requirements. So this is one of the change that is expected, especially when you're going into 21001 implementation. The universities need to adopt the mission statement and the vision statements based on needs and expectations of the stakeholders, here the learners and other beneficiaries mainly. So that means you are not drafting your vision statement based on the founder's opinion, but it is not only founders here. The universities need to adopt the vision statement by consulting with all the stakeholders. So this is one change that is expected, and they have to adopt to the 21001 requirements. And universities need to demonstrate a visionary leadership. What is here the visionary leadership mean? The visionary leadership mean the consultative approach. That means they need to take into account the various stakeholders, and then they need to create a policies to meet those requirements of the stakeholders. So it is not that I'm just setting a goal that my university should rank number 1 in NAAC 4 or 4 out of 4 in the NAAC accreditation, or it can be my university should be #1 in the India. So that is not the visionary leadership here. The visionary leadership is the university need to set their mission and vision statements, and they have to ensure that their policies are meeting the learners and other beneficiary and other stakeholder requirements, and how they are achieving that in a more sustainable manner. So to achieve that, they have to ensure that to become a visionary leader here, they have to engage the people, they have to interact with the stakeholders, and they have to come up with unified mission and vision statements, so that it sets the purpose for the whole organization to achieve. And they also need to adopt process approach, system approach to the organization, and they have to go into database decision making, and they have to adopt a social responsibility of making sure that the courses that the university is providing are meeting the inclusive requirements. So it is nowadays, it is not an earlier requirement of the standard, but 21001 demands inclusivity. So inclusivity here is the poor students and the rich students both can access the courses provided by the organization. So the university should be able to create different types of educational products and services which are accessible, and it maintains equity and inclusiveness society. And while education is delivered as a service to the stakeholders, the university need to adopt ethical conduct, professional approach, and whatever documents and products that they're creating, that also need to be secured. So these are some of the principles that ISO 21001 expects the organization to implement as part of their management system. So how universities can drive the goal setting process, and how to make universities more effective and efficient in meeting the needs of the stakeholders. If you see, the strategy ISO 9001 and ISO 21001 provides is you achieve your vision through continuous improvement by involving your organizational stakeholders, and also creating a unity of the purpose. So the policy, which include the mission, vision, and value statements and the goal statements, can be driven throughout the organization by effective management system development. So here the strategy is through continuous improvement of management system, and the continuous improvement is again divided into continual improvement. So the universities need to adopt a management system which is documented, which is implemented, and which is established throughout the organization, and it is reviewed on a regular basis, and objectives are set throughout the organization, and these objectives are reviewed periodically, and these objectives are achieved, and then they are improved as per to meet the requirements. So if you see the strategy deployment process of university, so universities need to establish a mission and vision statements, and they need to set goals, which can be annual goals or quarterly goals. But if you see the mission and vision, which is generally achieved over 5 or 10 years, or it can be even much more lifelong period. But if you look into the annual goal setting process, which is generally one academic year, but most of the time, one academic year goal is enough, and most of the staff, they may not be involved in achieving those goals, or the goals of the departments may not be aligned with the strategic goals set at the university level. So what is expected in 9001 and 21001 standards is when you are involving stakeholders to set the goals, so your goals are aligned with the needs of the stakeholders, and these goals can be achieved by dividing the goals into team level goals, department level goals, and they can be reviewed on a periodic basis, and then the activities can be carried out. But here we have to see these goals are not necessarily the staff product process related goals, or it can be the activities of the staff. The main purpose of strategic deployment is there is an alignment that is achieved, where when an individual team member or a staff achieves their goals, then the department achieves their goal. And when the departments are achieving their goal, then the organization is achieving the goal. So that kind of a strategic alignment one has to achieve as a part of their goal setting process. Here, we can use OKR framework and SMART framework. Earlier in olden days, we have a MBO process, that is a management by objective. But this management by objective, which was introduced by Deming in 1930s to 1940s time frame, was outdated, or it can be modified, you can say, into SMART goals, where the organization can set a SMART goals in terms of specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. And nowadays, even the SMART goals looks, the implementation is not really happening. And we need a very simple, effective process. And that's where this Intel has launched a modified SMART goal approach called OKR. And this OKR nowadays, most of the organizations, including Google, LinkedIn, Facebook, most of the organizations are using OKR framework as part of their strategic deployment. What is OKR? OKR is objectives and key results. So it is a very simple, effective process where one can look into their objectives at an individual level, or one can look at a department level, or it can be university level, and they can come up with and how they are going to achieve these key results. So they need to set a periodic time-bound manner, like 3 months, quarterly targets, and they can look into achieving those results through systematic projects or activities. So most of the universities, I'm not sure whether they have this kind of framework. Definitely, universities have goals and then the objective to achieve. But this kind of targeted based action-oriented objectives one need to set. When you look into OKR framework, what is OKR? So it's a goal setting framework. So it can be used by individuals, teams, and organizations, and they're measurable. And it's focused on tracking outcome based. And OKRs, when you are implementing, the objective need to be significant. So generally, a significant objective we take into account, and it can be achievable in three months time frame. It's not generally 1 year. So most of the universities may go for annual goals. But when you implement OKR, we look into quarterly goals so that we can put a sufficient effort to quickly achieve it. But some of the goals you cannot achieve in 1 quarter. Then you can divide a larger goal into a smaller goals, and you can set objectives. And these goals need to be clearly defined so that the people involved have understood it and they can implement quickly and they can work towards achieving those. And every objective can be achieved by the achievement of objective can be measured through results. And these results, it can be 3 to 5 results. One objective may have many results, small results, but few key results that we take into account. And using those results, we can measure whether objective is achieved or not. And the results are generally the success criteria and action oriented, so that when you perform an activity, the result is obtained. So objectives should inspire and it should set the direction to the organization. And when objectives are achieved in terms of key results, so that we can see the progress in the organization. And to achieve the result, organization need to take initiatives. So if you look into the university can set its own goals, and then the departments can set its own OKRs, and the staff can set its own OKRs, and finally student can set its own OKRs. Now the question is, can students have the objectives? Yes, students can have research objectives, students can have participation objectives, extracurricular objectives. The staff can have not only the teaching objectives, they can have research objectives. And the departments can have the conference organization, the industrial collaboration objectives in terms of new program launch objectives. And the institute can have their own branding reputation objectives. An institution can have benchmarking objectives in terms of international and world rankings. So if you look into the implementation, one need to involve all the staff members, both teaching and non-teaching staff, and also they need to involve the students, even the interested parties, even the external suppliers, even the parents. They can involve, government bodies they can involve in setting and achieving these objectives. So that means OKR as a framework, when an organization is trying to achieve the OKR implementation, can really improve the performance of the system, and OKRs need to be reviewed quarterly. So we have a organization vision, which can be reviewed on a periodic manner, let's say annual basis. And the departments can focus on quarterly reviews. And departments can look into organizing a quarterly review meetings of performance achievements. And the individual also can review their performance achievement in terms of quarterly. So OKRs, when you implement, some of the examples of implementation of the OKRs. Example, launch a new online course successfully. So this is a one OKR. And to achieve this one objective, there may be many results as a part of this. So one key result that you can look into is the success of the course. If you want to measure, maybe admit 1,000 students in 3 months period. It may be a sales objective. And maybe train your admission management team at least twice in 3 months time. Or maybe students who have admitted, review their performance at least for 10 students every week, or generate some revenue, $1 lakh or rupees on a particular time period. So this is one kind of measurement of the achievement of that object. So key results will tell us whether we are moving towards achieving those objectives. So another example, if you take improve college reputation. So if you take as an example, so how to improve college reputation? So we can measure the achievement of improving the college reputation by conducting maybe an international seminar on research and innovation, and publishing papers, and ensuring that there's a sufficient quantity of papers are published in a particular period, or the capstone project program is implemented, so that by involving various sponsors. So this is one way of ensuring that the object is achieved. Other example, if you take improve college staff retention. So one look into staff retention is based on one is their performance and how much salary they're getting. Are they satisfied? So if you measure these.
Sir, sorry for interrupting you, sir. Sir, sorry for the interruption, and the next speaker is waiting for the next session. I request you to please conclude in 2 or 5 minutes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. So here, as a university, they can set the goals and they can achieve the goals through a OKR framework. And to achieve the goal, one need to set the process approach, because each goal achievement is through an activity. So university staff they have to involve in achieving these results. And when they are achieving the results, the university staff need to apply a process approach. So they have to see that the activities that they are planning to achieve these results are in a systematic manner, and they identify which process where these particular these process and dependencies between, and generally any activity that you want to achieve, the process need to be efficient, it should be effective, and it should be adaptable. So we need to look into effectiveness of the process and efficiency of the process. And to achieve this process efficiency and effectiveness, we implement Lean Six Sigma as initiatives. So these initiatives will help us to improve the performance of the universities. And what is Six Sigma? Six Sigma is a management framework, a zero defect philosophy, and a quantifiable, a quantitative system. And it ensures that the process capability is improved. So here we talk about Lean and Six Sigma and the Lean Six Sigma. Lean is mainly focusing on eliminating the waste, and Six Sigma is reducing the variation. When you implement Lean Six Sigma as a methodology, the universities can adopt a quantifiable statistical approach towards quality improvement. As part of OKR achievements, the team can look into the activities that they are doing, and they can define which are the value-added activities and non-value-added activities. And by removing the non-value-added activities, they can improve the efficiency of the process. And some of the NVAs include overproduction, inventory, underutilization of talent. And they can also use the statistical tools, and using the DMAIC approach, they can improve the process. So various tools of Six Sigma can be adopted. And by implementing the Six Sigma, what they're trying to do is they're trying to identify the root causes for an underperformance. And by identifying the few root causes out of many, they can quickly focus their efforts and achieve the performance that our nation is looking. So as a Six Sigma strategy, what we do is we identify a few vital variables and use these vital variables to improve the performance of a process. So they need to achieve higher performance as set by the objectives, and they can look into statistically also whether they are able to achieve the performance, and the process is capable in meeting the requirements of the process and the stakeholder requirements. So the universities need to have some kind of leadership demonstrated, where they set up the team to look into the overall quality improvement. So they need to create, they need to train their staff into different levels, and they need to even consult master black belts. They can look into black belts, green belt, this kind of responsibilities they can develop. So they can train their staff at various levels of their, in terms of involvement, and they can see that the staff are trained in Lean Six Sigma, OKR framework, and the standards. And these participants can undergo a training for 2 to 10 days, depending on the level of involvement. And they can be trained as yellow belt, green belt, black belt, master black belt. And they can, black belts mean they undertake the projects, and the green belt means they undertake the activities at team level. And yellow belt are the people who support the organization. And a master black belts can act as a overall champion, overall program managers for multiple projects at university level. So universities can adopt Lean Six Sigma as a strategy to improve the performance, and they can have the top management, especially the deans and the department heads, can act as an initiative leadership, and they can act as champions. And the staff members can undertake the projects, and they can participate in executing those projects. Especially what is required in implementing Lean Six Sigma in the organization is there is some kind of a change is required in terms of a database approach, and it also involves some kind of attitudinal change. So they need to know that they need to improve their performance, and especially when they look into their performance statistically, so they get a little shock, and then they need to realize it, and then through proper training they can improve their performance. A lot of time they measure on an individual activity basis, but in Six Sigma we are not talking about individual process, we are talking about university level activities, and we measure the performance using KPIs. So the change need to be brought in a systematic manner. And we also need to look into the culture of the universities in terms of performance improvement, whether they are able to measure the performance in terms of savings, or it can be in terms of additional revenues. Lean Six Sigma projects mainly look into significant change that they need to bring in, and the significant change is always in terms of money, or especially universities are funded with less amount. Universities are already facing a fund shortage. So what is required is, by implementing Lean Six Sigma, the universities can really save those funds and can divert these funds wherever required. So to improve the university's performance, Lean Six Sigma projects can really help them. And who are involved in Lean Six Sigma project implementations, especially the department heads or the staff, they need to be trained on statistical methodologies. And what are the goals that universities can take up? Just some examples. Increase learners' average satisfaction rate. So definitely they will be measuring the student satisfaction rate, but let's say 80% or 70%, and let's improve it to 80% or 90% and by period of one academic year. They can also take up dropout rate reduction from 15% to 5%. And they can also take up a project like complaint resolving time reduction from 5 days to 2 days. So these are some of the examples the universities can undertake to achieve the performance goals of the organization. So if you see, no initiative is successful without recognizing the staff, whoever participated in the activities. So universities need to develop a quarterly and annually review and recognition models where they publicly recognize the staff performance, and department heads also talk to the staff individually. And then there is some tangibles like gifts and rewards. And then there is an issue of certification to the staff. And most of the universities may link these project initiatives and goal achievement as part of their promotion framework. And universities need to maintain the repository of all the projects that they have undertaken, and they can share that achievements to other team members. And doing initiatives, taking up initiatives, achieving organizational objectives, and improving those objectives and acting can be a role model in the organization. That means the staff can act as a role models within the organization. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Moving on, now I request Dr. Wahid, sir, Associate Dean Quality, to introduce the keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, madam. Thank you, Dr. Pujita, for giving me this opportunity to introduce a dynamic speaker of this conference, that is Sri Gadavilli Srinivas garu. Right now, Sir is Srinivas ji is working as a CEO of Atal Incubation Center at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University at New Delhi. Dr. Srinivas was awarded a management graduate from Utkal University. Totally has 20 plus years of experience in a cross-functional practice in project management, incubation, startup engagement, operations, sales and marketing, and public listening, and networking with intelligence in administration and people management. G. Srinivas, having confidence for socio-economic development sector, has leveraged experience in skill development to identify the gaps in social building and structure, and has fostered a strong network of capacity building avenues to realign with neglected and designed with the mainstream. Being a member of International Visitor Leadership Program, Alumni Initiatives, U.S. Department of State on Professional Exchange Program, is actively involved in number of social initiatives in the sectors of education, environment, agriculture, and human rights. Now, I would like to invite the Gadavilli Srinivas garu to share his views on a qualitative analysis status of 3Ps in higher education institutions. So, over to G. Srinivas sir.
Now, state based decision making techniques are the methodologies that they use are state international US rank. For this presentation, what are the benefits learners and assuring systems. So here they have used yearly certified for 21,000 dollars. See the innovations and they can give a feedback. So using the feedback along with the itself. Organizations is also acting as a resource person for various non-engineering and banking domains. We are very grateful to Srinivas garu for accepting our invitation and making his presence here on his busy schedule to address on quality and excellence at higher education institutions using Lean Six Sigma and OKR framework. Now, I'd like to invite Srinivas garu.
Sir Srinivas sir, please continue, sir.
Sir, your voice is not audible. No, sir, you're not audible.
Srinivas sir, you are not audible, sir.
Now I'm able to, like, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible. Srinivas sir.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's some connectivity issues because I'm there in Jorhat. So I thought, fine. So I'm just starting. So mine is, I believe, the shortest presentation I'm giving. Hope I will not able to you can actually. Are you able to view my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead, sir. Perfect.
Yeah, sure. So today I'm just able to take a few slides about a qualitative analysis. The status of 3Ps in higher education is basically about programs, people, and the process, which basically comprise the important pivotal part of equality and how basically the quality assurance, you can say the quality is very much essential and how we are going to evaluate those quality in terms of these three aspects of programs, people, and process. So let me give a different take since I come from a non-academic background in terms of I am kind of an odd man out from the illustrious league of academicians whom I'm talking to today along with two of my co-speakers. So what basically this is the entire slides which I've compiled and collated after talking to different stakeholders and different incubators who are our different academic institutes who are basically running an incubation program and incubators across different parts of the country. So this is just I wanted to share my thoughts on that. So programs a different take when I say is how you introduce the program into the education institute, how different it need to be, and this is more or less aligned with the National Education Policy 2020. So it's introduction of a problem-solving programs or papers. So how innovative it need to be, and it couldn't be a kind of a primitive way or a very traditional orthodox way of you can say the programs being run in those academic institutes. So it's more it has to be oriented towards having a problem solving program. Second is a program which speaks more about introducing digital literacy. So digital literacy is something we have been talking and aware of the last a decade or so, and where we can find a lot of people and a lot of unicorns coming from these kind of areas where digital literacy is one of the main touch points. Third is the logical reasoning. So when I say logical reasoning, when you see globally where India stand in terms of the education and the education pedagogies, we still are in a very bad shape because my apologies, but I must really honestly and brutally admit that we don't involve too much of logical reasoning that is comprising of verbal and non-verbal in any of the programs as a subject in most of the higher education institutes. And that is the reason when you see most of the people passing out of the education institute, they go to the different coaching centers and try to iterate, try to reiterate, try to learn, try to unlearn different practices or different best practices, different knowledge to get into any kind of say jobs or entrepreneurship, etc. So that's the reason the important point is introducing a program which basically speaks about the logical reasoning, which could be verbal and non-verbal. The fourth important point is the vocational exposure. So we still are like figuring out and in fact doing a kind of a firefighting where we basically don't give or rather we don't involve any kind of a subject or a curriculum which speaks about a vocational programs or which gives a kind of a vocational exposure. Unlike Germany, so Germany is a country which basically you can say entails most into kind of an programs which are basically utilized in most of the daily activities or the routine works. So you can be any academic institutes, the higher academic institutes can get into having a vocational exposure program like photography, paramedics, naturopathy. Then you have even kind of a carpentry. So it's not that we should be into only into a kind of a curriculum which speaks about polytechnics or ITA, but it should be a kind of a part of the day or the regular curriculum which most of the higher education institutes need to adopt and follow. And the fifth one is multidisciplinary. So multidisciplinary is like you should want to have a student need to be get engaged in the holistic exposure. So he or she who comes into the program must be aware of the entire facets of what the program is all about, or more about what he or she is going to expect from the program and how they are going to contribute to the best of the society moving forward. So the dissemination is very important, and this has to be multidisciplinary. It's not that you are confined to a kind of a 4-year program or 3-year program. And I really applaud the government that after introducing National Education Policy 2020, it's like you have to get into credits, 1-year program you run, 2 years to get into diploma, 3 years to get into a degree, and fourth is like a specialization honors degree, and the 5th year also you can get a degree which is known as more into research oriented. And the last important point, I believe the list is very indicative, it's not exhaustive. So I'm just touching the final points. The other important point is let the medium be vernacular or regional. So we have put a lot of stress on the English because the more important, we wanted to still show the colors of our colonialism, the legacies of colonialism are still there. And thankfully, I'm also a part of that colonialism, which otherwise I could have been spoken into regional language. So regional language or vernacular is much more essential as a medium of instruction. So these kind of programs need to be actually introduced in higher education, and the quality need to be essentially substantiated. Now coming to the other P is the people. So where we have the people, when I say the people, basically you can basically say that the part of the entire education institute who are the different stakeholders. So for them, it needs to be a continuous learning graph. So you cannot learn, you cannot cease to learn, saying that okay, fine, I have done my degrees, I have done a postdoc, but fine, I am not learning high. But that is something which basically says that you are able to, you are into a world of paranoia where you don't want to get into any kind of learning which is essential for your growth as well as the organizational growth. So the continuous learning graph is very, very important. That is through research or peer learning. So that's what we say basically. You basically have some kind of a complementary learning in any of the exercise which we talk about, we speak about while we talk about continuous learning graph. And of course, second important point is abreast with latest developments. That is the information, knowledge, avenues, policies. So when I say policies, it's not only confined to the Indian subcontinent or the Indian country, but to the entire world. Somebody has to be updated about this kind of latest development information. That's very essential because the faculty, the teachers, the disciplinarians rather, are basically, you can say, the knowledge guide to the students, and they carry the badge of the learning process in academic institutes. The third is the innovative pedagogies. I believe most of my previous speakers have touched points and touched bases on this pedagogies. So just I wanted to share my thought on that. So innovative pedagogies, when I'm saying, because I basically come from kind of an incubator, and we have been like running a lot of incubation programs like accelerators, and you can say road shows and boot camps. So we have found that any of the student coming out of this kind of an you can say alma mater, they find it that's very, very important that their particular institutes have been teaching in a very different way. It's very collaborative, activity oriented. I'm using technology as a platform. And I believe thanks to the COVID scenario, now we've got into kind of a blended learning systems where you have offline, online happening. But still, again, India has to wake up to the call of having a online medium as a kind of a platform to get the knowledge base from that alma mater to the student. So that innovative pedagogy needs to be taken care of. And of course, the other important point is intermittent engagements and programs aligned to entrepreneurship. Why I'm saying entrepreneurship? Because since we have been speaking more loud and clearly that it's a make in India, stand up India. So it's more that we try to see that we have an engagements or programs aligned to entrepreneurship. If nobody is like getting into entrepreneurs, only the premier B schools or the premier B colleges only say that we are promoting people who are into MBA and what would be the terminal competency for a student who pass out from that kind of a business school. It's not that everybody takes up the kind of a hook and gets into entrepreneurship. So that entrepreneurship has to be taught from the day one, from when they go into the higher education institute, because that's where you start to prick your brains and you start to see that there's a different world waiting for him. It could be harsh, it could be more harsher also. So it's more important. We need to have those programs getting introduced in the, or maybe or the people or the academic you can say the academic the academic teachers and the faculties needs to introduce those programs which are aligned to entrepreneurship, and they also need to get into these kind of programs and courses where they find that the entrepreneurship is an option, entrepreneurship is a way ahead, entrepreneurship is a kind of a plot for them to see that they disseminate these entrepreneurship model to the students who come into their academic institutes. And finally, you have to have a kind of an recruitment mechanism where you find the people who are getting onboarded in academic institutes and faculties. You should have an integrating objective criteria. That means their particular learning is not should be only ideally in the degrees which he or she possesses or which they possess, but they have some kind of an objective criteria. They should be objective oriented towards in kind of a way where it basically shows in the way they basically teach their students or teach in the academic institutes. And of course, the exposure to relevant industries. I have seen in different parts of the world where you find a lot of faculties, a lot of teachers, a lot of professors coming from different industries and taking classes. They can be a part of a very vital strength or vital pool of those faculties where they already have spent good amount of time in their respective industries. That's the reason they are termed as subject matter experts. So I mean to say, I'm not meaning offensive to any of my academic friends out here, but just this is what the world is looking for, that we must have some kind of a relevant exposure to the industries and not take a plunge in the academic institute, so that the right kind of information is disseminated to the students, so that the students can pick their brains from the day one and accordingly can evolve themselves going out from their alma maters. And of course, the last one, P, is the process. So when I say process, because process is something basically interlinks both people and basically the people, basically interlink the people and the programs. So basically why I'm saying programs, because for us, everything is all about product. So when I'm saying the process basically interlinks between the programs and the people. So what basically is the process is all about we're talking about? It's like creating value internally and externally for the entire, you can say, the people who are involved with that, and as well as the programs which are being taken care of, or the programs which are being rolled out of this entire academic institute. So that basically has to be some kind of an value in that entire process. So how the process is basically you can actually evaluate. So it has to be well-defined inputs. So when I say well-defined inputs, it means the management of the institute has to give a very strong inputs, predefined inputs, as a way to see that it goes on to the, it percolates down to the academic teachers or the academic faculties, that this is the information, this is the material, that this is what we need to be done. So that's something which has to be very tangible and very driven down to those people. It's not that fine, this is what your subject is, they're going to be taught about. So the information shooting out from the top management to the people who are delivering the program should be well defined. And of course, secondly, the systematic management of scheduling, organizing, and performance monitoring. This is very, very important. As a some kind of an indicator, some sort of an KPIs when we talk about. So the importance of planning your academic calendar as a process, organizing, and of course the performance monitoring. The performance monitoring has to be done in a 360 degrees way, where the teacher performance is also monitored, as well as the student performance also is monitored. So this is something which has been missing in our Indian academic institutes, in our academic altars. Still, we are in a very nascent stage. You actually go to any kind of an first world country and find it out. So there, it's like a 360 evaluation of performance monitoring, the students and as well as the faculties involved in the teaching process. And third important point is the continuous improvement by applying feedback from measurements. When I say measurements, so you have to actually like plan or put some metrics into the place, which basically speaks about the performance indicators as you have for the student, the so is for the faculties. So those are the processes which have to be laid down, which has to be planned in advance, which has to be scheduled, which has to be well defined. So those continuous improvement by applying feedback from measurements would actually you can actually shoot up a very healthy practices of creating a value-based processes in place. And the fourth important point is, in fact, the last one is we have a continuous development of quality. This is process qualifications in fulfilling objective and needs. And second, about under is efficiency. When I speak about efficiency, it has to be efficient utilization of resources in organization. So when I find that most of the academic institutes are saddled with lot many of work, or maybe they don't have anything to do. It's like just have to have manage a class. So that shouldn't be there. It should be a proper kind of an play, proper kind of an, you can say, plan, a proper kind of an narrative where the resources in organizations has to be efficiently used so that the optimum can be used and optimum can be exploited. Rather, I must use the word exploited, and optimally they can be taken care of so that it could be a satisfactory and mutually rewarding association between the students, between the teachers, and between the management. So here where the process has to be well defined in this way also. And of course, the other important point on continuous development is adaptability. So adaptability is like you cannot be what you call reluctance towards change. You cannot say that fine, I don't want to accept the change. No, you have to get along with the world. With there is a change, and change is nothing but change is constant. So adaptation of process with changes. That's where I say process creating value internally and externally. And so how do you basically, like, what are the quality, when you say quality, what are the metrics to evaluate quality? So when I find, so basically from academic institute perspective, it's like the employment and number of entrepreneurs. I just wanted to use the word number of entrepreneurs, but when you actually face to the stark reality, which is actually the truth, that the employment scene is very confined to only some sectors. So it's now more important that entrepreneurship should be given more importance, so that I believe already KL has started this initiative of having a incubation center as a TBI. So it's more important that the metric should be more the number of employment of the students or the number of entrepreneurs getting out of that particular institute, or for that matter of any of the academic institute. So that basically speaks about the quality and speaks about the kind of programs that are getting delivered or rolled out in that academic institute. And of course, the credit scores in exam study, I believe, is like a kind of a plot which is there every day in a routine way. Third is the practical exams. When I say practical exams, even everybody is very much aware that most of the time we have uh, people who are passing out from the academic institutes are not industry ready. Industry again takes a time to actually prepare them to get into the job. So that's basically time consuming affair. So we need to be having some kind of a strategy where you have the practical exams which are totally aligned as a kind of a case study. So rather not getting into a process of having exams, make live cases or some kind of an, you can say maybe some can be included some kind of an e-sale or entrepreneurship activities, or maybe kind of employment activities which can be taken care as a case studies which carry some credit rankings going ahead, and which can actually assess the quality of the entire you can say the academic institute. Now the fourth is assessment. It's basically assessment simulation scores comparing progress before and after the learning experience. So this is basically what my personal thought. I believe a lot of people will beg to differ with me, but it's very important to have some kind of an assessment or some kind of a simulation exercise where you need to have some scores coming out before coming on to the college or before coming up to the academic institute, before coming to the higher institutions. So once you know that he or she has scored this much, post that particular course or post that program, where again somebody has this kind of a score, so those two scores can actually relatively like give us a kind of an evaluation whether this particular program or the people involved in that or the process which basically binds the two pieces is qualitative or not. So whether the quality has been maintained or not. So the entire thing is that the scores which basically come out will speak volumes about the quality. And of course, the other point is ideas to prototype. So I am saying ideas to prototype, let people prick their brains, tingle with lot many ideas. So I'll tell you one thing, in a very simple Indian language, when we talk about entrepreneurs, nothing but jugaad. So when you say that there is a problem lying in front of you, you try to like do some kind of a rude way of finding a solution. So let this be organized way, coming with lot many other ideas, coming with a very strategic way of doing those particular ideas into different business strategies, or maybe to ideas to prototype. That's what I'm saying. The initial stage, let everybody be given basic. Maybe they can think about some ideas, then they can develop these ideas into prototype. So this is some way where you can evaluate the quality of that. This is the academic institute where they give a platform so that anybody can actually twinkle their brain and get into ideas and generate into prototype. And this is the last slide of today's presentation. And of course, the other quality, as everybody is aware, more I believe than the best of the brains who can know more better than me. So the ranking of the institute is NIRF and NAC accreditation bodies, which basically give a lot of rankings to those academic institutes depending on defined parameters. And of course, the other important point is number of partnerships one academic institutes get into, like CSR, then academia, then collaborations with other similar-minded academic institutions. And of course, the research papers and patents under the institute, because this has become kind of a very important point when you have IPs coming out from academic institutes and where students also get benefited being a part of this ecosystem, where they also get associated with developing research papers and patents and filing for intellectual property rights under any of the institute. And fourth important point is stakeholder satisfaction. When I say stakeholder satisfaction, it's like everybody getting engaged. Like whoever is there as a part of the academic institution, maybe the student, maybe from the non-academic guy, the academic guy, the head of the institute. So everybody is equally coming in a platform or maybe are in the same page or getting the satisfaction into the same rank and file into the same percentage. And of course, the students as ambassadors, they speak very good about the education or the academic institute. So that basically is one of the important metrics to evaluate quality. So with this, I basically conclude my presentation, and I'm open to taking questions on this.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs and information.
Thank you, Dr. Pujita.
So though it is very hard to announce, still I take the privilege of announcement of valedictory function of the 2-day mega conference on quality in the name of IAQHEI 2022. I request our beloved Dean, Dr. K. Ramakrishna Garu, to deliver concluding remarks of the conference. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all of you. Is my voice clear?
Good afternoon, sir. Clear, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I am happy to share that we have successfully come to the valedictory function of this today's program. So almost out of the registered candidates, I could see that around 600 participants have attended the all sessions continuously for the past 2 days, and they have given the feedback on the speakers also, and it is observed that almost highest rating is given for all the speakers in the 2 days conference. Anyhow, that data I will share in the report at a later date to all of you. Today's session started with a keynote address by the chief guest of this function, Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Public Grievances and Government of Karnataka. She said that the country's progress and prosperity are linked to the highest quality standards that the higher education institutions are maintaining. And she also emphasized that such kind of seminars on quality will definitely contribute to the elucidation of innovative methods for raising standards in these institutions. Followed by her, Dr. B. Rajasekhar, former Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad, spoke on issues and challenges of developing quality assurance system standards and policies. And he emphasized on the ranking framework and raised the questions and doubts regarding why the Indian universities are not appearing in world rankings, etc. He stressed the need for quality standards and quality publications by all higher education institutions. He also touched the problem of brain drain in Indian environment, the role of various stakeholders in enhancing the quality in public higher education institutions is also clearly explained by Dr. Rajsekhar. Dr. Wang, Professor of Finance and Banking, University of Malaysia, has spoken on quality assurance in higher education, challenges in sustaining continuous quality improvement. Madam spoke on the role of governance in quality sustenance and quality maintenance of higher education institutions, and she rightly pointed out the difficulties being faced by the faculty community in the process of discharging their duties and in assuring quality higher education, being burdened with both academic research as well as administrative roles in the present scenario. Next, Dr. Ramji, Harate Associate Professor, Lebanese American University, has spoken on developing an effective and sustainable assessment system, followed by Mr. Sundar Rajan and Mr. Ramesh Venkatraman, spoken on excellence in higher education, and they addressed it from an industry perspective. Sundar Rajan and Mr. Ramesh Venkatraman spoken on excellence in higher education and addressed the gatherings on from an industry perspective. They brought a different kind of aura to the conference. They started with the definition of quality and outlining the basic principles of total quality management. The uniqueness of service organizations, particularly higher education institutions, is highlighted in terms of quality maintenance. They concluded with a citing that hallmarks of an excellent institution. Dr. Anand Upadhyaya, the director of CBFS, Muscat, Oman, spoke on implementing research teaching nexus for quality of teaching and learning in higher educational institutions. And the day is concluded by Dr. Sujit Kumar Sharma, the chairperson of doctoral program and research at Indian Institute of Management, Trichy, giving a lecture on quality research, requirements and tips for publications. He emphasized the need for quality publications by all the faculty and the tips he has given for the institutions as well as for the faculty in maintaining quality in publications is really worthy. Dr. Sharma has also come forward to sponsor the cash awards for the best paper presenters of this conference. Today, that is the second day of this conference, Dr. Rama, advisor of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, has delivered on sustaining the quality while implementing the National Education Policy 2020. She has given a lot of inputs and lot of suggestions and the mitigations involved in maintaining quality by the institutions in terms of the 7 parameters specified by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. The vision of NEP 2020 in creating a vibrant knowledge society by providing quality education and the 5 core values embedded in that, the implementation of massive open online courses and credit transfer, training both teaching and non-teaching faculty, everything in depth. She has analyzed and highlighted all the participants with reference to quality maintenance in their institutions. Dr. DJ Jha, chairperson of ASCFB, Soumya Institute of Management, has spoken on strengthening 3 Ps, that is programs, people and process for quality re-engineering. Followed by Dr. Muhammad Abdul Mahar, the program director of Business Administration from University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Oman, spoken on importance of effective risk management in governance. Dr. Tahsin Anwar Arshi, Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, American University of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, the governance, spoken on the governance dilemma of quality and innovation, international benchmarks, and Professor Anwar Arshi attended all the sessions on both the days, and he has shown a lot of interest in our national conference. Thank you very much, sir. And he has also participated by asking few questions to the posing few questions to the resource persons. Dr. Reynaldo Gachol, Head of the Department Business Administration, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, spoken on when gains synergize, quality as convergence of people, programs, and processes. Followed by Dr. Vibha Bandari, Coordinator, Corporate Social Responsibility, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, woman, has spoken on the quality and excellence at higher education institutions on quality and assurance and transformation of knowledge and society, the role of stakeholders. Sri Kannaganti Srinivasa Rao, entrepreneur, director, and CEO of Management Consultant and Corporate Trainer, spoke on quality and excellence at higher education institutions using Lean Six Sigma and OKR framework. He defined the quality as well as excellence in a very simplified manner, and he has also specified the dimensions as well as quality attributes necessary for higher education institutions to maintain quality. Sri G. Srinivas, CEO of Atal Incubation Center from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, spoke on qualitative analysis, status of 3 Ps in higher educational institutions. I am happy that all the invited experts have delivered the lecture with great enthusiasm, and also they inspired the participants with their thought process, and definitely this will go a long way in maintaining quality in their respective educational institutions. To brief, a total of, as I said, 650 active participants are notified on these 2 days, and across the globe they were participated from Malaysia, Oman, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Qatar, Lebanon, Dubai, Egypt, Kosovo, Zambia, and of course from our own country. From our country itself, more than 14 states have participated in this conference. 25 papers we have received, and out of them we have shortlisted 9 papers for presentation. And the 9 papers presented during these 2 conference sessions parallelly were 2 from our own institute, Pune Lakshmi Education Foundation, and 1 from Oman, and another one from MIT, and another 2, one from local engineering college, Siddhartha Engineering College, and other one from KITS Guntur. And there are 2 more from Amritsar, Bangladesh, and Hyderabad were also delivered. Out of these 9 papers, 3 papers were shortlisted for giving cash prize, as well as they are rated 1, 2, 3. In addition to our own senior faculty members, Dr. Venugopal Rao Garu and Dr. Chandra Prakash, Dr. Nagesh, 2 more professors from other colleges, from Dr. Nagesh, what is his name?
Jagan Mohan Rao.
Dr. Jagan Mohan Rao Garu, and another professor from the other college were invited to judge the papers, and based on the marks allotted, the prizes are going to be announced. And I am very happy to share with you once again that Dr. Sujit Kumar Sharma, the chairperson of doctoral program and research from Indian Institute of Management, Trichy, came forward to sponsor these cash prizes, and I request him to announce the prize winners. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Krishna and the whole team for inviting me and delivering a talk on quality research and some tips for high quality publications. So, and it was an excellent event. Thank you so much for this opportunity once again, and to giving me this opportunity to announce the winners of these paper presentations. So I will go with the third place. Third place goes to an article titled "Rating the Quality in Higher Education" to Mr. V. Praveen Kumar from KLEF. Second place, the title of an article is "Examination Reforms Learning Based Framework." This goes to Professor R. Anita and Dr. Tumma Fatima Reddy, St. Joseph Degree College, Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. And first place goes to this article title is Student-Centered Remote Learning Skill Set Pertaining to IR4 Industrial Internship Training Programs, written by Dr. R.D. Balaji, Dr. R. Malati, and Mr. Senthil Kumar Natarajan. Congratulations to all winners.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind heartedness to come forward to contribute the prizes for the cash prize for the winners. Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the participants. Now I invite Dr. M. Venugopal Rao Garu to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madam. It gives me a great pleasure in proposing vote of thanks to all the concerned who directly or indirectly contributed to the successful conduction of this two-day international conference, 4th IAQHEI 2022. The day one. Well, first of all, I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, IAS Assistant Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, who accepted to be the chief guest and also delivered talk on national education policy and its effective implementation. Thank you, Madam. I would like to thank Professor B. Rajashekhar Garu, former Pro Vice Chancellor, Central University, Hyderabad, for addressing the participants elaborately on the issues and the challenges of developing a quality assurance system, standards, and practices. Thank you, sir. I'm very happy to place on record thanks to Dr. Van, Professor of Finance and Banking, University of Malaysia, for making a presentation on the quality assurance in higher education, challenges in sustaining continuous quality improvement. Madam rightly pointed out the difficulties being faced by the faculty community in the process of discharging their duties in assuring quality in higher education. Thank you very much, Madam. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Ramji Harate, Associate Professor, Lebanese American University, Lebanon, for making a presentation on developing an effective and sustainable assessment system. Thank you, sir. We would like to thank Mr. Sundar Rajan and Mr. Ramesh Venkatraman for presenting an excellent in higher education from the industry standpoint and brought a different kind of aura to the conference. Thank you, sirs. I would like to thank Dr. Anand Upadhyaya, Director of PG Studies and Research, College of Banking and Finance Studies, Oman, for delivering a talk on implementation research, teaching nexus for quality of teaching and learning in higher education institutions. Thank you, sirs. We would like to especially thank to Dr. Sujit Kumar Sharma, Chairperson of Doctoral Program and Research at the Institute of Management, Trichy, for educating the participants on quality research requirements and tips for publications. Dr. Sharma also sponsored a cash award of 10,000 rupees for others of the best papers presented at this international conference. I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Dr. K. Rama, Advisor, NAC, Bangalore, for accepting to be a chief guest of the honor for delivering talk on sustaining the quality while implementing National Education Policy 2020. Thank you very much, madam. I sincere thanks to Dr. D.G. Jha, Chairperson, ASCFP, KJ Soumya Institute of Management, Mumbai, for delivering a talk on strengthening programs, people, and process for quality re-engineering. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Muhammad Abdul Madhar, Program Director in Business Administration, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nizwa, Sultanate of Oman, for delivering a talk on importance of effective risk management in governance. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to place on record thanks to Dr. Tahsin Anwar Arshi, Director of Innovations and Entrepreneurship, American University of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, for delivering a talk on the governance dilemma of quality and innovation, international benchmarks. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Ronaldo Segumpal, HOD, Business Administration of University of Technology and Applied Sciences, IBRI, Sultanate of Oman, for delivering a talk on when giants synergize quality as convergence of people, programs, and processes. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to place on record thanks to Dr. Vibha Bhandari, Coordinator, Corporate Social Responsibility, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Nizwa, Sultanate of Oman, for delivering a talk on quality assurance and the transformation of knowledge and society, role of stakeholders. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I would like to thank Sri Kannageti Srinivasarao, Entrepreneur, Director, CEO, Management Consultant and Corporate Trainer, for delivering talk on quality and excellence at higher education institutions using Lean Six Sigma and OKR framework. Thank you, sir. I am pleased to place on record thanks to Sri G. Srinivas, CEO, Atal Incubation Center, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, New Delhi, for delivering a talk on a qualitative analysis of status of programs, people, and process in higher education institutions. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our Honorable President, Pro Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and also Pro Vice Chancellor for providing direction and encouragement in successfully conducting the conference. I will be failing in discharging my duty if I don't place on record thanks to Dr. K. Ramakrishna Garu, Team Quality, and also and all the fellow associate teams and other IPS staff for their dedicated efforts in organizing this conference. I would also like to thank Dr. A. Srinath, Principal, Academic Staff College, for bearing as a co-convener and also for his support and involvement. I would like to thank Dr. M.V.L. Nasim Naresh Garu, former Director of IAS Academy, KLF, presently Corporate Trainer, for recommending a few resource persons for this conference. Further, I would like to thank to Dr. Radha Krishnan, Associate Dean of IQHEI, KLF, recommending few resource persons from the abroad. I would like to thank all the others, those who are presented in the research papers in this conference. I would like to thank the external panel judges for paper presentations, Dr. B.L. Prakash, Professor of ECE, Geetanjali College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, and Professor S. Jagan Mohan Rao, Professor and Head, Sri Ramchandra Engineering College, Eluru, and internal judges, Dr. V. Chandra Prakash, Professor of CSC, Dr. B. Sivanagaya, Professor of English, and Dr. M. Gopal Rao, Professor of ECE. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Mr. Harkan Veke, Professor of and HOD of CSC of KL University, by allocating the students for helping us in creating the virtual platform and website for this conference successfully. I would like to thank the anchors, Dr. M. Lata, Associate Professor of English, and Dr. S. Pujita, Associate Professor of Business Management, for comparing the conference in a fitting manner. I would like to thank each and every person who contributed for the successful conduction of the conference. Thank you, Varada.
The e-certificates will be issued to the attendees and paper presenters to their registered mail IDs. Finally, I request the organizing committee for playing national anthem. Thank you all.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जनगण
Jai Hind, thank you all.